numbers. It's not how I did it. Why? Search your recorder, sweetheart. Let me show you art. Born with a grin in the head from a lot of land. Every step, every scream, every shot. Gesturing hands, cold point schemes. Build my island on ashes and dreams. Sky navigate, he never knew. The shoe was rigged and the sky turned blue. Watched him fall like a prayer canal. One sword laughing as he died. Out of this is my murder born. Names in blood, no return. Very deep, can't ignore. Feed the pigs, this is war. This is my murder born. Stories told in guts and corn. Every page a silent scream of still the king of this dream. From the alley floor, you beg for food, I gave him more. A week of steak and silverware that sealed the door with cold dead air. Let him water for 7 days, let him rot in his own decay. Clutch railed, but I just smiled. Watch the hunger reap the child. Down the stairs, raided my set, then down he fell. His bones all bent, choked him slow. Told him why, wasted my kindness, now die. This my murder born. Plastic bags and sledgehammer thunder. Crack the bone, grind it under. Ziploc tombs riddled with names. Built my island on ashes and dreams. This is my murder born. Every soul a twisted spore. Confessions dressed in white attire. Smiles that hide the razor wire. This is my murder born. Final path, the last resort. Pull up a chair, record the pain. Repeat the name, repeat the name. They think I'm insane. I just think I'm better. She wanted truth for a little while. So I fed her the real rage. So I plunged out there is none. The game's not over, it's just begun. Voices whisper, demons sort of fell through my murder report. This is my murder report.
Murder Report, a novel by James Acosta. Prologue. Carol was nervous as the security guard guided her through the prison psych ward. Her nerves were already shot. Carol's career as a 37-year-old journalist had taken her to many different places around the world. Now her boss, Randall, assigned her to interview one of the most notorious serial killers known to man. He indicated the focus should not be about how many people he killed, but more detail on how and why he killed his victims. Carol didn't want to do the interview at first. As Randall indicated, he felt that it would help boost their ratings for their documentary TV show. Carol reluctantly accepted the assignment. So here she was, almost face to face with the deranged serial killer for their very first interview. The name of the killer was Joe, or as some people called him, Psycho Sloppy Joe. He earned that nickname because how some of his murders went. The victims looked like a sloppy mess after he was done with them. The idea of her meeting someone who was as insane as he was made her sick to her stomach. Soon the guard walked over to a chair and gestured for her to sit down. The chair faced directly right in the front of Joe's padded cell. She walked over to the chair and sat down. Carol saw what Joe looked like years ago when he was all over the news. However, the man she was now seeing was not that same man. No hair at all, and he was skinny as a twig. Joe also had no facial hair. He had dark brown eyes, and he looked to be in his early 40s. With pale skin, and he wore all white. Joe's face had a blank slate on it, until a big grin on that face grew out. He was also the first to break the ice. "Hi there, Carol. Please don't be alarmed that I know your name. I see your show every week, so I bet I know why you're here." Carol bit her lower lip and thought about what she was going to say next. "Well, I am here to do an interview. I understand that you have to give me permission first, so I'm here for a visit, and if things go well, I can come back again if you want," Carol answered. "Yes, though I am here to interview you, I will need your consent in writing." Joe hopped off of his bed with the quickness of a hungry cheetah. He made his way up to the bars. Like a magic trick, Joe made a piece of paper appear out of thin air. Before she could grab it from his hand, the security guard came over to snatch it out of Joe's hand. The guard raised it to his face and examined the paper carefully. He looked at Carol. "It's for safety purposes that I do this." Carol nodded her head. After seeing no threats with the paper, he handed it over to Carol. She noticed that Joe's signature was already on the paper. The expression of, "I am the best," was written all over on the front and the back. She thought, just what is he the best at? Looking back at Joe, she noticed he was now sitting down on the floor cross-legged. His face was like that of a child's who was eager for story time. Carol cut to the chase. "Well, Joe, I see you are willing to tell us just exactly what happened. We know what you did. However, the news refused to disclose information on how you did it to an extent. We know you murdered in some very heinous ways. People researched online to find out just exactly what you did, but I want to hear it from your point of view. After all, your victims had no witnesses to your crimes. We also know that you requested an interview and everyone but my boss had turned you down, so I guess you can count this as an exclusive interview. After we're done, we will air it on our show. If we have to come back, I'll bring a camera guy and..." Joe interrupted. "I want a sloppy Joe sandwich from the best restaurant in town. And 2 big chocolate donuts. It's the only way I'll let you film me." Carol was taken aback by this, but she nodded her head in agreement. "Okay, very well. I think I can do that. I'm a very busy journalist, and today my time is short, so if you could please get going with it." She readied her pen to her paper. Joe nodded, and he began to tell her the very dark tale of his descent into madness, and money, and murder. "You have no idea what you are in for." Chapter 1. "You see, Carol, I can't jump into my carefully planned murders right off the bat. Oh no, I have to go back to when I was a child." Carol rolled her eyes and sighed. "Okay, very well, then please start." "Yes, of course. I was born in Pocatello, Idaho, in 1986. As I grew older as a child, I was unique. I didn't fit in with most kids. I was a loner and had a different look on life. So in elementary school and middle school, I kept to myself. In high school, I made just one friend. His name was Jake. Me and Jake were best friends. We watched scary movies, and we played all kinds of video games. However, the one thing we both loved the most were serial killers. We also loved watching true crime dramas and murder documentaries. I learned that my favorite was Jack the Ripper. He was the best of them all. During his time, he murdered left and right. Not that you didn't know that already. He was the best because he never ever got caught. Just like the Zodiac Killer as well. He inspired me to be better than him. I knew that it was just a fantasy, that I would never actually be able to get away with murder. One day, Jake and I had a conversation about murder fantasies, how we could do it and what measures to make sure we'd never get caught. Most importantly of all, who would it be who would get killed? Well, we were speaking hypothetically at first. We both decided that it would have to be the shithead Kyle. He was the high school's big-time bully, you see. He'd give the kids swirlies and steal their lunch money. We both laughed at the idea that if he was gone, the whole school would be better off. After that conversation, we slowly started to realize that we actually wanted to do it. We decided on a time, a place, and how we'd hide the body. It ended up being a Saturday night. We knew that his parents would be out of town for the weekend. We were going to wear gloves, break into his home, and we'd walk to his bedroom while he was sleeping. We would smother him in his sleep with a store-bought pillow. We'd lift his body onto a huge blue tarp, wrap it up nice and neat, and head out to a forest to where we would build a big fire. We'd burn the body to where there was no trace of it left. After that, we'd head home and dispose of the gloves and pillow in a sewer drain. So we both set out to do our murder. We were about halfway to his house when it started to rain and thunder. We didn't get any further because lightning struck and killed my best friend right in front of me. Once that happened, the plan was over. I went to a secure location to call an ambulance. The paramedics came and picked him up. After that, my interest in killing the bully or anyone else was gone. At least, for a while anyways. You see, I felt like God punished my friend before he could do it. Right before my very own eyes. It was some messed up form of karma. More like pre-karma. Because we didn't even do the deed. So my interest to kill was all gone. I focused on my future and what I wanted to do with it. Carol raised her hand. Joe took a big yawn and let her speak. Hold on 1 second. You said that the paramedics arrived and took your friend away? What did you do with all the stuff that you guys were carrying? I mean, didn't you think that they would have wondered why you guys had all those items with you? Joe nodded. Ah, good question. You see, I knew that those would stand out to them as suspicious. So before they could arrive, I made sure to stash it away in a bush. I mean, they questioned me for sure. I just told them that we were out on a late-night walk and tragedy struck, literally. They didn't question any more of it. There was a funeral for Jake the very next week, and once he was gone, I had no other choice but to get on with my life. From that point forward, I decided that I wasn't going to try and have any close friends like that anymore. That's when Carol knew she had to say something because she was realizing it was hard to get a word in edgewise. So, you need to know that this is an interview and I need to ask you a few questions as well. Joe nodded his head again. What about your parents during all of this? I mean, were they a part of your life? Did they treat you well at all? Yes, they both loved me very much. My dad was an over-the-road trucker making money for the family. My mom was a stay-at-home housewife. She took good care of me. My fondest memory of my mother was her teaching me how to play chess. I played it so well in high school that I would win all of the chess tournaments. They say playing chess makes you smarter. As a matter of fact, chess actually became a big part of my murders. It taught me how to plan everything out very carefully if I was to be better than Jack the Ripper and never get caught. I had to think very carefully about my moves before I made them, just like chess. Well, anyways, as soon as I graduated from high school, college was next on my agenda. I planned to go into business in legal. I did all that just fine. I actually got a scholarship for winning a Grandmaster's chess tournament. I excelled in all my classes, and after 6 years of college, I was set. However, my life didn't go as expected then. The first thing was I studied hard to learn the ins and outs of the stock market. I studied it every chance I could when I was working for a loan company. I was quick to learn, and not before long, I was making money hand over fist. Learning this and being occupied with school in the past kept my thoughts of wanting to murder far out of my mind. The other thing that I developed a habit of doing was playing the lottery. I lost a lot. However, one day on a Friday the 13th of all days, I won the mega lottery, and I won $25 million. Granted, this was a few years after playing the stocks. I ended up having a $65 million net worth. I was only 30 and I was ready to retire. I played the game right, and now I was all on my own. With my newfound budget, I set out to buy some personal property. It was a small island that suited my needs. I made sure I had everything I could dream of and decided to have a big mansion built on a plot of land that I scouted out for myself. I made sure that the mansion would have an Olympic-sized swimming pool, and I also purchased a huge yacht. I was chilling out by a custom-built dock that I had a personal contractor build for me. The mansion that was being built consisted of 40 stories. I also made sure to have a runway for an airplane that had an autopilot feature. I also had one guest house built about maybe 50 feet away from the mansion. I also thought it would be fun to have a very tall, oversized treehouse built as well. It was tall enough to bungee jump off of. I also had a pig farm placed in the backyard of my mansion, and a garden nearby. It was about an acre long. I'm telling you all this for a reason you'll see later on. Joe was about to continue on with his past when he noticed the time on the clock hanging from the wall inside of his cell. It was almost 8 p.m. His face twisted in a panic and nervously twiddled his thumbs. Carol noticed all this and was about to ask what was wrong. "Well, lady, it's getting late and I need to get back to bed before—" Carol felt confused with a blank stare. "I need to have you leave now, before they show up. If they show up while I'm awake, they won't let me sleep for the rest of the night." "Who shows up?" Carol asked. "Look, lady, come back tomorrow and I'll explain what I'm talking about. Also, don't forget the donuts and the Sloppy Joe sandwich. Don't forget to bring that camera guy as well. I will go into much more detail later." Carol stood up from her chair. "Well, okay, that'll work. I'll be here at noon tomorrow. I will make sure that will happen." Carol waved goodbye and signaled for the guard to provide her escape back to the entrance. As they were heading back over to the front entrance, the guard said, "Any minute now you should hear him screaming out loud to himself with, 'Leave me alone!' They say he's a schizo, that he hears voices inside his head. Some say it's the spirits of the victims that haunt him, that they tease and taunt him. I don't buy that bull, though. The guy is a basket case." As they both approached the front entrance, Carol said, "Yeah, I agree with you totally. He will never be able to be normal again. It's almost sickening and intriguing to talk to him at the same time." "Yes, totally. If you plan on being back here tomorrow, make sure to sign your name on the check-in sheet at the desk. We need to know in advance for future guest visits." Carol nodded and did as she was told. The guard waved her goodbye as she left the front doors. Once Carol made it out to her car, she pulled out her cell phone and dialed her boss Randall's number. She heard his voice on the other end of the phone. "Hi, Carol. So tell me what went down." "It went well. He wants to have a camera guy over tomorrow, and he wants a Sloppy Joe sandwich from the best restaurant in town. That's what he needs to continue the interview with me." There was a pause. "Yes, sure, that won't be a problem at all. I mean, sure, it's a little strange, but I'll see to it. I'll text you an address to the best restaurant around here. It really is a 5-star for sure. I'll have Max tag along with you tomorrow as he's going to be your camera guy. He's had the opportunity to film many things throughout his career. For now, I want you to get home and rest up. You're going to need your energy for tomorrow. Don't forget that we do have a deadline, so we will need to hurry on this one, okay?" Carol quickly replied, "Yes, sure. You can count on me. I'll get it done and on time." "That's what I want to hear. Take care for now." Her boss ended the call. Carol started her car as she was ready to finally head home. When Carol finally arrived, she made her way out of the car and headed up to the open front door. Once inside, Carol made her way over to the kitchen table and sat in a chair. She pulled her notebook and pen out of her purse and wrote some notes down about her first visit with Psycho Sloppy Joe. As Carol wrote, she would occasionally look up at the clock on her wall. It was about 9:30 p.m. when Carol penned a very descriptive encounter about her meeting with Joe. How he certainly seemed to be off his rocker, and that he was very calm until around 8. Around that time, he just started to act really weird. She wondered what that was all about. Carol took a moment and tried to shake the memory off. When that time finally came around, Carol closed her notebook and put the pen back in the pen holder. She headed off to the bedroom, pulled the covers off the bed, and lied down. She got all nice and comfy and fell fast into a deep sleep. Carol was on a boat and sitting right next to someone who appeared to be wearing a scuba diver mask, and he was decked out in scuba gear. This person looked like a man that she couldn't identify because the mask covered his face. She looked down and saw she wore a pair of flippers on her feet and a scuba diving outfit. The man in the scuba gear signaled to her that he was ready to dive off the boat and motioned for her to do the same. He dived backwards first. Then it was her turn. The moment Carol dived, she blacked out under the water. She couldn't breathe under the water, despite the fact that she had scuba gear on. She was sinking into the water and drowning. She woke up in a cold sweat, gasping for air. Carol glanced at the clock. It read 3 a.m. She felt shaken by the nightmare. She usually had good dreams. This one was different, and it almost felt real. Carol decided to ultimately shake the entire thing off and try to go back to sleep. Carol woke up around 9 a.m. She made her way out of her bed and got ready for the day. Everything was going fine until she walked up to her kitchen table. Her notebook was opened, and a few words were written on a piece of paper. He murdered us. Carol was confused and creeped out at the same time. Who could have written this? She wondered. There's no one else here but me. She decided to pick up her cell phone and give her friend a call. She had to find out who did this. Carol's appointment with Joe was going to be a little late. Chapter 2. Carol dialed her best friend in the world, Sam Harrison. He made his career being a detective, and not just your run-of-the-mill detective. Sam was a paranormal investigator. Although Carol didn't believe in ghosts, Sam was the only detective that she could trust and knew him for 5 years. After a few rings, Sam picked up on the other end. Hello, Carol. How are you doing? I'm doing good. But I had something unusual happen at my home, and I need you to come over right away. Okay, I'll be on my way then. Sam was always prompt. Not before long, Sam was knocking on her front door. In less than 45 minutes. Carol opened the door and invited him in. She explained the whole situation to him. As she was talking to him, Sam stood there, with both arms folded, and nodded his head silently. He was listening to every word she said. When Carol finished, Sam said, Well, I can check to see if anyone broke into your house first. I'll look around for any signs of forced entry at your front door and back door. I'll also check all the windows, and I'll dust for prints. If I can't find anything at all, I'd say there's a good chance it could be paranormal. I know that you don't believe in that sort of thing, but if I can't find a sign of forced entry, then that means it could be ghost activity. Carol shuddered at the idea of it being a ghost. Well, I know that I can trust you. I'm sure it's a simple case of a break-in. In any case, I should be lucky that I'm still alive. Carol glanced at the clock on the wall. She was already 2 hours late. Damn it, I have to head out now. I have to do that interview. Sam raised an eyebrow. Oh, yeah? With who? Well, I'm sure you know about that sicko, the crazy, infamous killer, Psycho Sloppy Joe. We got an exclusive chance to interview him. Sam had a look of anger on his face. You're talking to that disgusting piece of shit? Well, I'll tell you what to do. Even though he's locked up, you watch yourself around him. You hear me? He might not physically do harm, but psychologically he could. Well, I'll let you go then. Take care. I'll look into this for you most definitely. Sam turned to leave with both hands in his pockets and turned to look back at Carol's kitchen table. Carol waved goodbye to Sam and headed out to her car. She opened up the door and was soon on her way to work to pick up the camera guy. 10 minutes later, she pulled up at the front entrance of her work. Max, the camera guy, was standing out in the front, patiently checking his watch. He wore a blue hat, had shades on, also wore blue shorts and a tropical shirt. Max had his camera safely tucked away in its carrying case. He appeared to be in his early 30s and was very short, about 5 foot tall. He also had short brown hair and wore a pair of glasses. Max walked up to Carol's car and opened up the passenger back door. He carefully placed his case in one of the back seats and made his way over to the passenger side and opened the door. Max then took a seat. Both exchanged hellos with each other. Not before long, they were both on their way to the restaurant Super Subs. Carol drove up to the drive-thru and placed an order for the biggest Sloppy Joe sandwich they had and a large size of fries. They collected the food and made their way to the mental institution. In no time at all, Carol and Max were both sitting in front of Joe. Max was nervous but quiet. He was busy placing his camera on a tripod and steadying it just right so it could easily focus directly on Joe and Carol. When he was ready, Max hit the record button. Joe was just about finishing up his sandwich and fries. He also had food smears all over his face. Once the food was completely consumed, Joe placed his hands together. "That was delicious. I haven't had a meal like that in a while," Carol said. "Last we talked, I only wrote your details down in the notebook. This time we're going to start filming like you asked. We have a long time to go until 8 p.m. Without further ado, let's start talking about at least the first 2 victims you murdered." Joe's face radiated a disturbing, wicked smile. His eyes bored hard into Carol's. "Gladly," Joe began. "As I had said before, I had pushed the urge to murder away, way back into my mind, to where it wouldn't resurface. The island I owned was private. I didn't have to answer to the police or any government, so it became my killing grounds. This was the perfect place to murder without any witnesses. I did, however, still had people living on my island as well. I hired a bunch of caretakers for my garden, food needs, etc. When it came time for me to do my first murder, I would send them all back to their homes for a while. I also made sure that they were compensated, no matter what. They would be gone for about a week or 2. That way, no one else would be on the island but the soon-to-be victim. How I lured my victims out to my island was easy. Well, for me anyway. I had put a lot of thought into it. I made a list of ways to cover my tracks. You see, that small pig farm that I mentioned earlier. When little piggies get hungry enough, though, they'll eat just about anything edible. This counts for humans as well." The moment that Joe said that, Max felt sick to his stomach and stumbled over his camera for a second. He fumbled as he had to readjust the camera and tripod. Carol's mouth opened wide. "Well, I have heard that before. However, not from someone I've met." Joe widened his smile and carried on with his story. "Well, you are. That was sure funny. I could totally use a good laugh. Anyways, here is the first story about my victim. He happened to be a man. You see, I am as straight as a toothpick. In order to play out my plan, I had to act like I played on both sides to a certain point. When it came time to lure out my first victim, I hit up the internet and I made an account on a dating site. I made an account specifically for people who were thrill seekers. People who like to go skydiving, bungee jumping, and deep sea scuba diving. When Joe mentioned that last part, Carol's blood instantly ran cold. She also felt shortness in her breath. Her hair stood up straight on her arms, thinking, what? No. That dream just had to be a coincidence. There's no way that there could be a connection. Joe continued, wearing that messed up smile on his face. The thing is, I knew that if I was going to seek these types of people out, I would have to start taking lessons for all those events. I did just that. I took the lessons to the point that I mastered them all easily, to where I knew I could do it with someone else who might not know just how to do it. I knew I'd have to play that part altogether. So the first victim's name was Chad. He was around my age and he sent me a message asking about my profile. Not before long, we hit off and started to chat for a few hours. After a few weeks, we met up at a local bar and dated. Not too long after that. You see, I knew that I had to work on gaining his trust before I'd invite him out to my private island. Once the trust was finally obtained, I set up a date in a city at a location that would be away from any witnesses. This would be, well, more like a private place, a hotel room that I would check out. This hotel always seemed to be very empty all the time, so this was the perfect place for me at the time. When I arrived, I would have room service ordered right away. I made sure to order just about whatever it was that Chad enjoyed on the menu. After the food and drinks were digested, we'd talk and enjoy the evening together. My intentions were to never have sex with my victims, even if they happened to throw themselves at me. I always told myself I'd never get too attached to any of my victims, and also to never have any emotions. I suppose I didn't feel anything anyways, considering I am a serial killer and all. I say this now, yet there was one victim that happened to change how I would feel about that. However, we'll get to that one later. As Joe was droning on about all this, Carol was still disturbed about what she was hearing. All at the same time, she was getting annoyed. It seemed like Joe's storytelling was all over the place. She needed him to be a little more direct. Quite a bit of time had passed since they had started. Max had to go to the bathroom a few times during the course of the second interview. This meant he had to pause the camera each time he ran out to the restroom. Carol was also concerned that there were now only 4 hours left until 8 p.m. She needed Joe to at least get down to the first 2 victims for her to feel more accomplished. Carol interrupted Joe. Hey, I need you to finally get to the first victim. Like, how did you do it? You can always go to the other details about your island setup later. For now, please tell me about your first victim. Joe looked as if he was offended. Very well then. I mean, I was getting to that part, but if you want to jump into the chase, that's fine. So what I did was that after I gained Chad's trust, I finally invited him out to my island for 3 days for a personal one-on-one skydiving adventure. What I did was we packed our parachutes. I made sure to pack mine correctly. Then I purposely packed Chad so that his chute wouldn't open. I made 2 color codes of the chutes so that I could tell which one was which. Now, to tell you how we managed to do this in the plane without a pilot, it was easy because my plane came with the state-of-the-art AI autopilot. With all the cash I earned, a plane like this was chump change to me. We both boarded the plane together and we let the autopilot do the rest. As the plane took off, we made some small chit-chat here and there. We even had a couple of glasses of wine to calm our nerves. The only difference was I drugged his drink with strong anxiety pills to make him calm, and maybe too calm. As we were getting higher up, we started putting on our gear. I made sure to install a body cam on top of both of our helmets. The only difference was mine was going to matter, and his wasn't. All I needed to do was get all the footage on my camera for the events that were about to unfold. After we got all ready to go, the door to the plane slid open and it was time for us to both jump. He was more calm and mellow, where I was getting filled with excitement and adrenaline. We both looked at each other and jumped from the plane. We both free fell to the ground. I was screaming and hollering, having a good time, where Chad was laughing and woo-hooing. I spun around in circles and pretended to act like a superhero. Chad just stayed face down the whole time. He was much too relaxed to try any tricks. After what seemed to be 10 minutes or so, I could see that the ground was getting closer and closer to us. I knew the time to pull the chute was drawing near. So right before I pulled the cord to my chute, I gave Chad the signal to pull his cord. When he went to pull it, Chad soon realized in horror the chute wouldn't open. He instantly panicked. It would appear that no matter what kind of drug you're on, fear of possibly dying soon will snap you out of any calm mood you were in. I could see his panic-stricken face very well. I made sure to capture his facial expressions on my camera. He screamed even louder as he desperately once more tried to pull his cord. Still, to no avail. All while this was happening, I was laughing and smiling. However, the fun would soon end for me. Every second on the way down, he was yelling and pleading out for help. Not too much longer. I pulled the cord from my chute. The parachute opened up instantly for me, with relative ease. I was pulled up high into the air with the wind being caught under my chute. I was about 5 or 6 feet above him. He was still falling faster and faster. Every second the ground was drawing closer and closer for him. As for me, I was slowly, gently drifting to the ground at a snail's pace in comparison. Chad was screaming every second on the way down. Then, not too long after, silence. His body hit the green grass and splattered all over the ground. To a normal person, this would be disgusting. For me, though, I couldn't wait to get down and see the remains for myself. After about 4 minutes of drifting back down to earth, I finally got to the ground with relative ease. I unattached my chute and went to investigate. His arms and legs were both separated from his body. Chad's head was caved in badly, and his face was no longer recognizable at all. Blood was smeared all over and around his body. Keep in mind, I was filming all of this. Joe was again interrupted. Max made a few gagging sounds as if he was going to vomit. He raised one of his index fingers into the air as if to say, 1 second. He covered his mouth with his other hand and quickly exited the room. As that was happening, Carol was more disturbed than she was yesterday. Despite this, she still had to continue with the notes. Joe sat there looking pretty annoyed that he was interrupted. There was an awkward moment of silence that followed. This silence lasted for about 2 whole minutes until Max finally came back into the room. He had a look of embarrassment on his face. Joe looked over at Max and asked, "Are we good now? Are you sure that I can continue without being interrupted again?" Max nodded his head quickly and he made his way back to the camera and turned it back on. He resumed filming and Carol was ready to continue with her notes. Joe continued as well. "Well, as I was saying before, I had brought a few things along with me. You see, I came prepared. I had a small traveling pack with supplies, a pair of rubber gloves, and a couple of sturdy trash bags as well. After recording what I wanted to record, I put on the gloves and I put the dismembered remains in trash bags. I made sure to pick up every last piece of Chad's body parts, not leaving a trace behind. I carefully pulled the grass out of the ground that had blood on it. I even put the bloody grass into the bag. I mean, yeah, sure, this was still on my private island, but I didn't want to be careless either, just to be safe. So after a while, parts of the grass with blood on it were gone, and the brown dirt remained in parts of where the body had landed and bloody grass once was. When I knew that it was cleaned up to the best of my ability, I knew that I was going to have a long hike back home. It was okay. I was prepared. I ended up dragging the bags alongside the ground as I made my way back home. I made my way over to the pig pen. I was sure to have them starve for 3 whole days prior to this. They always say that a herd of pigs could devour a human corpse in a matter of minutes. So now was the time to put that theory to the test. I walked over to the pig pen area. I opened up the gate and then I yelled, "Here, piggies, come and get it." I hurled the 2 bags right into the center of the mud pit. Soon 10 or so pigs came running up to the bags. They ripped and shredded it open with their teeth. Not before long they chewed on the flesh of the dismembered body parts. They seemed to enjoy their little snack as they chewed down on it so fast there was nothing but bone left, which was the plan all along. I enjoyed every moment of this. I know it does sound off, but I did. After they were finished, I herded them back into their pens. I gathered the bones of what was left of Chad's remains and made my way to my workshop, which was in the garage. I made my way over to the steel table and carefully put the bones on top of it. I grabbed a plastic tarp and I placed it all around the table on the floor. I put on a filter mask and some safety goggles and picked up my sledgehammer. I slammed the hammer down on the bones. My goal was to crush them into complete dust. I did this to ensure once again to cover my tracks. I wanted to double my efforts to not get caught. I made sure to crush the arm and the skull and the leg bones as well as the feet. Once I finished, I grabbed a small broom and a dustpan, and I made sure to sweep up all of it. I dumped all of the dust into a big Ziploc bag. I took a marker and I wrote on the bag, "Chad." I took the baggie and walked over to one of the safes in my workshop. I entered the combination and put the baggie inside of it, then carefully closed the safe door. Once that was done, it was time for a shower. It was quiet all throughout my mansion. The workers would be arriving the next day. After my shower, I enjoyed a fine bottle of wine and relished over what I had successfully accomplished. I knew I wouldn't get caught. After all, I had covered all my tracks. It would be a few more weeks before I would be ready again for my second murder. Carol had a few questions. "So you must be very paranoid even after you did it, right? I mean, you made sure to cover all your tracks. Weren't you scared that someone might have been around in the last area of his known cell phone signal?" Joe's smile widened. "Which is why before we left I destroyed his phone, just to be safe. Like I said before, I couldn't be too careless, so I feel like we're spinning wheels here. I am anxious to get started with explaining my second murder. All I ask is please try to reserve any questions until the very end." Carol nodded her head and was ready to hear some more. "Well, anyways, the next murder didn't happen until 3 months later. I made sure I didn't hear anything about any missing people reports. It would also be the same for when I'd go to the local town. That was off-island, of course. The town was about 75 miles away from me. I would stop in there from time to time to get supplies or eat at a local restaurant. Another hobby I picked up around town was listening to the local gossip about the other town's residents. I figured I might be able to find my next victim here. Not too long after, I soon found another one. Every time I went into the town, there seemed to be this local bum who always seemed to hang out in the alleyways of the local businesses and restaurants, always digging into the trash cans and looking for any food scraps that he could find. Well, one day when I was at a bar, I overheard some of the locals talking. They were bitching and crying on and on about how the bum was making the town look horrible. Also, they just wished that he would up and vanish. They both agreed that the town would be better off without him. When I heard that, that's when my brilliant mind started brainstorming. Carol instantly rolled her eyes at the remark. I thought to myself, well, hell, I could do that for you guys. So on a rainy and stormy night, I paid another visit to the town. Due to the weather, all of the locals seemed to be indoors for the most part. I opened up my umbrella, and then I sought out after the bum. It was at this second that Carol raised her hand. I don't mean to interrupt. I really don't. But do you have to use that word bum? It's not appropriate. Joe laughed his ass off in response. Come on, lady. I am a serial killer. Do you think I give a damn about respecting anyone? No, I don't. No more interruptions. Carol just shot Joe a dirty look and waited for him to continue. I happened to find him in an alleyway as usual, and he was trying to cover himself up with some newspapers to shelter from the storm. It wasn't working for him, so I took a deep breath and approached him. Also, I had a knife on me just in case he tried anything funny with me. I had to always be prepared, you see. When I finally made my way up to him, it was the first time that I actually saw for myself what he looked like. He had a long beard that hadn't been shaved in what seemed to be years, and his hair was all dirty and matted. He also had a few scars across his face. His eyes were a dirty brown, and he was wearing a wet, dirty scarf around his neck. He also wore a filthy trench coat. When I walked up to him, I held out my hand and I said, Hey, you look like you can use some shelter, food, water, and a few other things, if you don't mind coming along with me. He stood up. He took my hand. I could feel that it was all calluses. They were rough and not smooth at all. I had a thought of just killing him right then and there, and I could either stab him or strangle him with his scarf and just leave the scene. Then perhaps no one would ever know or even care. However, I thought it would be anticlimactic. I wanted to murder him in a unique way. I just hadn't decided how to go about it yet. Once I was able to gain his trust, we both headed back towards the island. I piloted my yacht for this mission, so I placed him securely on board. We arrived back to my personal island about 2 hours later. Once we both arrived, I safely docked my boat. I personally escorted him safely all the way back to my mansion. Once we finally made it back, I had a servant make him a hot meal, which consisted of a large New York steak, baked potato, cheese on broccoli, and white rice. He ate rather quickly. He had a piece of chocolate cake and ice cream and a fresh slice of apple pie, if I remember correctly. As he ate, I introduced myself, and he told me his name was Jerry. Not before long, we had a conversation about how he came home one day and he found his wife cheating on him with another man. Jerry just left, and not too long after, his wife filed for divorce, and he lost his house and his dog. All Jerry had left was a car to get back and forth from work. However, he started to drink very heavily, and he had gotten fired when he came to work one day with alcohol on his breath. As I listened to Jerry's story, I felt bad for him. I truly did. I even started to have sympathy for him. I actually considered sparing his life. This would be the first and only time that I would feel this way towards my victims. After he ate, I had him take a hot shower and ordered my servant to give him a good clean shave. After a week of him staying with me, Jerry had been well treated and well fed. I still hadn't decided to kill him yet. I was actually struggling to make my decision to do so, until one night. I made sure that he had lodging in the private guest house. During his final days on my island, things were pretty normal for the most part, until I happened to stumble across his wallet. One thing you need to know about Jerry in particular is I made sure that he was treated with the best, not just the Mills. We gave him a manicure and other things. However, my opinions of him changed once I started to dig into the man's background. It would turn out that I would open a door that I wasn't ready for. Using his ID, I searched online to see if I could find anything at all. Sure enough, I did. I soon found out that this guy lied to me. Jerry got a divorce from his wife because he would beat her often after he got drunk. He was arrested for domestic disturbance and violence and was also a common petty thief who robbed a convenience store for a total of $100 after he shot the clerk right in the arm. He somehow had his charges dropped in the courtroom because some dumbass officer didn't read him his rights for some reason or another. These crimes that were committed shifted my feelings from him from love to instant hatred. So the next day was Monday. It was my time to start planning how I was going to murder Jerry. I wasn't sure just yet until he came to the kitchen table to have his freshly made and delicious breakfast. He sat down at the table and was eager to eat his meal. It was when I realized how much he loved food. That was what I was going to use. So my plan was then set. Monday through Sunday, I made sure to have my chefs make the best breakfast meals that they could. This also counted towards a lunch and dinner as well. So all that week, he had a variety of meals, the best that my money could ever buy. Shrimp and lobster, steaks and potatoes, fettuccine Alfredo, you name it. I made sure all that week he was well fed. Then on the following Monday I had it all stop. It was at this time that I had decided I was ready to kill him, but slowly. As before, I made sure that I had all of my servants leave my home and receive paid time off. Once I knew that it was just me and Jerry, that's when I made my move. I woke up before him the following morning. I hurried and made it to his bedroom door. I managed to lock the door from outside the bedroom. I even pushed a dresser right in front of the door for good measure. I forgot to mention for shits and giggles that I had security cameras placed all throughout my mansion. Another thing to mention, deep in my basement, I had a monitor room where I could survey Jerry's bedroom. I patiently waited until he woke up, which happened to be around 9 a.m. I was eager to watch this unfold. He got up from his bed, still in his pajamas. Jerry went to open the bedroom door and soon found out that the door would not open at all. He gave the door handle a couple of jiggles. I basically could control how long he was in there for. As soon as he realized that he couldn't get out, Jerry screamed out for help. I listened with glee and let this go on for a while. About 20 minutes or so, if I remember correctly. He eventually gave up and went back to his bed. I responded to him through a speaker that I had previously installed in the room, so I could still communicate with him. I told him that there were water bottles, about 20 of them, under his bed, and also 2 whole loaves of bread. I explained to him slowly and carefully what I had intended to do with him. You see, if you haven't figured it out by now, I plan to slowly but surely starve him to death. Joe paused for a second and looked at Carol for a reaction. She indeed had one. It was one of shock and utter disgust. Her jaw dropped to the floor. Carol decided to hold her questions until the very end. There was a moment of awkward silence until Joe decided to continue on with his sick, twisted story. Well, anyways, I wanted to see if Jerry could last 7 days with just bread and water. I thought to myself this would be an interesting torture. He would soon be missing those nice new meals that I introduced to him over the time of his stay. Not too long after the first day, he nearly went through half of his first loaf of bread. He also drank about 5 of his water bottles. all while this was happening, he kept screaming to be let out, and that he just wanted to leave. At one point, Jerry even had to go to the bathroom. I instructed him through the intercom that there was a bucket waiting for him in the bedroom closet. He wasn't very happy, of course, but he didn't have much of a choice anyways. So this was what it was like for the majority of the 7 days. It consisted of Jerry crying about how he was starving and that his bread wasn't enough food for him. They say that you can only go so many days without food or water. I was curious to see if he would still be alive by the 7th day. Around that time he had no bread left and just about 1 bottle of water remained. He was clearly still alive by that 7th day. I guess starving him to death failed, or my patience ran out. I really couldn't tell which was first, if I'm being honest. Jerry's strength was gone and he was barely moving around. I mean, he was forced to stay in a bedroom with a bucket full of his urine and feces after all, Joe said, giving a seemingly innocent shrug. Carol fought hard this time to stop rolling her eyes. Joe continued on. After a while of this happening, I started to feel bored. I will admit this kill wasn't one of my favorites, as it was honestly very lame to me. So I swore out loud to myself that after this one was finished, I would make the rest of my murders more over the top. I didn't want to be another lamer that just used guns and knives and so on and so forth. So having that thought occur to me on the 7th day, I decided to change things up a lot from here on out. I went to the monitor room and walked up to one of the surveillance monitors. I could see that Jerry was still alive. I just wanted to confirm it for myself first. He was indeed skinny once more, and of course he was moving very slow. I decided to set a timer for half an hour till his door opened. I also made sure to remove that dresser door as well. Once finished, I made a mad dash down to the kitchen with glee. I was now changing my plan up a little bit. I hurried and whipped up a nice breakfast. I made some waffles and pancakes, eggs, and some ham. I turned on the kitchen fan to get the smell wafting over to him so he could smell it. I was luring Jerry to his own death trap, and he was too hungry, weak, and oblivious to even realize it. You see, I knew that smell would find its way upstairs. In due time, the timer soon went off. Jerry was unaware of the fact that I was already standing right next to him as he was leaving the room. As he slowly made his way down the stairs, I stood by waiting patiently and listened as well. I waited for him to take about 3 to 4 more steps away from me until he neared the very top of the stairs. Also, a side note, I left a cane right next to the top of the staircase for him to use. It didn't take him long to smell the wonderful aroma from the kitchen. Jerry headed down the stairs slowly, with his right hand gripping the staircase, while his left hand was clutching onto the cane. He only took 2 or 3 steps down the stairs when I appeared right behind him. I raised both of my arms right into the air and I yelled out, "Surprise!" I pushed with both of my hands and he fell and rolled down the stairs. I'd say that Jerry must have done 2 or 3 good tumbles down the stairs before he hit the tile floor. Despite all that, though, he was still breathing, just barely. He seemed to have broken one of his arms, and he was crying out in pain. Also, a trail of blood flowed out of the top right side of his head. I hurried my way over and looked down at him. With his one good arm, Jerry managed to raise it somehow and whack me in the shin with a couple of hits. While he was doing that, the bum was barely audible, but was still trying to defend himself to the very end. He also managed to only call me dirty bastard, and that I would pay for this one day. This angered me, of course. I wasn't ready to kill him just yet. I hurried back to my garage, and I put on one of my many pairs of black leather gloves. I also grabbed another tarp, and this one was also new. I always made sure to buy a new one of everything I used. Once I grabbed what I needed, I went back to Jerry. I walked over to him and knelt down on top of his stomach. I carefully put my hands over his neck and choked him slowly. Jerry was still trying to say something, but I couldn't make it out, nor did I care. I was making sure he heard me. I said to him that all I did was show him compassion and let him into my home and fed him and gave him shelter. That all he could do was just call me a bastard. Now hear me out. I was being a smart ass. I knew what I was doing. I was just messing with him. As Jerry gurgled and struggled for breath, he was losing his strength as he continued to struggle. It was in this final struggle for life he soon passed on. I wrapped his body up into that tarp. It was time to take another visit to the piggy farm, you see. Yes, they were just as hungry as they were before. Once they were officially done eating the flesh of his body, I gave Jerry's skeleton the same sledgehammer treatment as I did with Chad's. That about wraps up that whole murder. All I did after that was wait it out for a few months. Sure enough, just like clockwork, I didn't hear any rumblings from the locals of the town. From where Jerry came from, I didn't even have any surprise warrants from the police or anything of the sort. Even though I felt like I had successfully pulled off another murder, that didn't mean that I wasn't plagued with paranoia. It was because of this reason that I ended up waiting another 2 whole years before my next. That is pretty much the gist of that one. Now, if you have any questions, I am ready to answer. Joe slowly stood up from the floor. He stretched out his arms and legs. Carol wrote down a lot of what she heard. Even when Joey finished talking, she still couldn't help but feel sick to her stomach just hearing how depraved one man could be. She hated hearing all of this, but still needed to get the job done. Carol set her pen down for a moment and looked up at Joe. She pulled a tape recorder out from her purse and asked Joe for permission to record him personally, other than being recorded by the video camera. He nodded his head and she asked the questions. "So, you mean to tell me you didn't have any remorse at all?" she asked with a cold tone in her voice. Joe replied, "Why, yes, ma'am, if I may call you that." Carol nodded her head. "This was the only time I had a shred of remorse. That was until, as I said before, how I found out about his history." "Why do you think you get a kick out of others suffering and then being murdered?" Joe just shrugged both shoulders. "I don't know. It's like I said before. I was bored, and who knows? I guess the wiring in my brain is all messed up. I mean, if I wasn't deemed insane prior to my murders. I am now for sure. I was soon deemed legally insane after I turned myself in. You said that you didn't get paranoid about getting caught. After a while, you were confident you could get away with it, and then the paranoia would subside. Did that paranoia eat at your soul? Did you ever feel like your consciousness would come back to haunt you? Or like karma would get you? There was a moment of silence. Joe had a nervous expression on his face. He even sweated a little. All he could muster was, next question, please. Carol then gave a big thumbs up. Okay then, very well. Max interrupted Carol before she could even get a chance to ask Joe another question. You're a monster. I can't believe that you would treat other human beings like that, Max shouted as he was pointing his finger right at Joe. You are a shit stain to human society. I can't believe that you are still alive. Joe wasn't happy about this at all. He growled back, God, get this man away from me. That is it. The interview is over. No more. I will not go into the rest of this anymore. Carol panicked. Her career was on the line and Max was screwing everything up. She stood up from her chair and tried to calm Joe down. Joe, please calm down. It'll be okay. At the same time, the guard made his way over to Max and escorted him out towards the front entrance. Carol pleaded, Joe, please calm down. We can work something out. Please. We need to hear the rest of your story. It doesn't have to be today, of course. Now that you're upset, please don't give up on telling us the rest now. Joe looked at Carol. He seemed to be considering what she had to say. Joe took a couple of breaths and started slowly to calm down. Okay, very well. I agree to continue with the rest. However, I happen to have just one condition. That when you two come back, your camera guy has to wear a ball gag in his mouth. He then will still be allowed to film me. It will also convince me that I won't have to hear any more stupid words that will come out of that man's mouth. Carol was shocked at hearing this. Are you trying to crack a joke? Carol asked. This wasn't what she had in mind in order to keep Max quiet. The fact Joe wanted Max to be humiliated like that didn't seem fair. Well, Joe, you see, I don't think we can do that. I could talk to my boss and see if I can work something else out. Please, I am willing to work with you. Joe flashed yet another wicked smile. Well, yes, you can. But I just don't want him to say anything to me anymore, is all. After what happened today, I think that it would be good to end it here. Carol nodded her head and grabbed her things as well as Max's equipment that was left behind when he was escorted to the entrance. When Carol and Max met in the hallway, she turned to Max and glared coldly at him. You idiot! What the hell were you thinking? You want us to lose our job? I promised him that I would talk to Randall about finding a way to get you to shut up. I'll have you know that he wanted you to wear a ball gag the next time you step foot in this presence, just to keep you quiet. Now, when we get back to the car, I'm going to have to call the boss. Also, I don't like Joe myself. I can't stand the man. Yet you don't see me acting out like he does now, do you? Sorry. That was all Max could stammer. In fact, I'm so angry with you, I don't want to hear another peep from you. With that, Carol turned and made her way back to the front entrance. Max didn't dare go against her request. He could tell she was visibly pissed. They both made it back to the car 5 minutes later. Once they both were inside, she pulled out her cell and dialed Randall. Max couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed of himself by now. He couldn't help how he felt, though what he heard would be enough to make anyone upset. He wondered why Carol wasn't reacting the same way. Randall answered the phone and Carol explained everything that happened with Max and Joe. Needless to say, their boss wasn't happy about hearing any of this. In the end, Carol's boss decided that Max would have to come back with his mouth completely duct taped, so that he couldn't say anything else. Mostly because he couldn't get another cameraman to replace him either, because they were all off doing other projects. Randall also said that if Max tried anything like that again, he would be fired. Plain and simple. Then the boss said he would personally step in to fill the role if it came down to that, and that this was his first and final warning. Carol just listened to every word that Randall spouted out on the other end. When the phone call was finally over, Carol shut her phone off and let out a loud sigh of relief. She explained to Max all the info that her boss laid on her. Max wasn't happy about the whole duct tape idea, but he still remained silent. The drive back to Max's place was awkward. No one had spoken a word until Carol pulled up right in front of Max's driveway. He grabbed his camera from the back seat and gave Carol a weak wave goodbye before going inside his home. Later, Carol walked up to her front door. Before she could even have the chance to open the front door, Sam opened it for her. "Carol, I've been eagerly waiting for you to come back home ever since you left," Sam said. "Wait till you find out what happened while you were gone. You're never gonna believe it." Chapter 3. Sam explained his investigation. "Well, okay, I'll explain to you what happened right after you left. I went to my car and brought in some of my equipment and started to set it all up. I put in some motion sensors around the house and also put some cameras up to film anything that is out of the normal, or paranormal, eh?" Carol rolled her eyes at his lame joke. He continued, "I also took a few pictures with my Polaroid camera and did some EVPs, which stands for electronic voice phenomenon. I did that by using a tape recorder. I hit record and proceeded to ask certain questions. Usually I don't get responses back, but this time around I got quite a few. You're not going to believe some of the things I was able to pick up. First, I'll show you the pictures I took." Before Sam could go any further, Carol stopped him. "Look, I know that you're excited about your findings and all that, but I need a few moments to gather myself." She made her way over to the fridge as Sam waited patiently for her to allow him to start talking again. She pulled out a six-pack of beer as she looked at Sam with a goofy, "so what" face. She pulled one of the cans from the plastic holder and cracked it open. She guzzled it down and asked him if he wanted one. He shrugged and said, "Hell, why not?" Carol tossed him the rest of the six-pack. With her beer in hand, she made her way to the couch and lazily plopped onto it. "Well, now I need to admit you lost me with all your paranormal mumbo-jumbo, so I'll ask you this. Can you please explain it to me in a way that will make sense to me?" Carol took another swig. Sam stood up fast with excitement that he nearly spilled his beer onto the floor. "Oh yes, sure. First off, you just need a tape recorder. You then take it to a silent area. Typically, ghost hunters will try to do this when they are trying to catch ghosts speaking on tape. They will hit record, and once they do, they try to ask if any would-be spirits that might happen to be around. Specific questions and stuff like that. So after asking a few questions, you stop recording, and then you rewind the tape, then you hit play, and you carefully listen to the questions that you asked, and listen to see if they answered you back, see? It can be hit or miss most of the time. However, when they do answer, it can be exciting and very interesting to hear what they have to say." "Yes, Sam, I know how tape recorders work," Carol said sarcastically. "You never know what they could say," Sam replied. "Well, I was doing that around your house because I suspected you might have some paranormal activity around your home, and sure enough, you do. I also took pictures with my camera, and I found orbs. Usually orbs represent ghosts or spirits. The motion detectors were going off like crazy, which means you most definitely have some activity. Please let me show you what I have found." Hearing all this was making Carol feel a little uneasy. First of all, she was a skeptic. She never truly believed in ghosts or anything in the spirit realm before. But what about that weird dream she had last night? Also, what about that weird message that she had written in her notebook? The idea of her place possibly being haunted started to make her feel weird and creeped out. What would she do if her home was haunted? She supposed she would ask Sam what steps to take to help her get rid of them. Carol decided to put all of these ideas inside for now and continue to listen to what Sam had to say. Well, I most definitely heard some voices respond back to my questions. Here, give this a listen. Sam pulled his tape recorder out and hit the play button for her. Are there any ghosts or spirits here with me inside this house? A few moments went by, and a barely audible reply answered back. Yes. Then she heard the very next question. What is it that you want? Again, a few moments passed until another reply was given. They both heard the answer clear as day. To be avenged. The way the reply sounded on the tape recorder was enough to send chills down her spine. Carol couldn't help but feel like the voice didn't sound human. Either way, all of the questions and answers were all too much for her. She wasn't entirely sure, but she couldn't help but feel like one of those voices sounded familiar, yet she just couldn't put her finger on it. However, Carol had a very hectic day, and her imagination and her brain were running rampant. She gave it not another thought, and she regained her focus back to Sam. Well, I tried to ask only a couple more questions, Sam said. However, I was only able to get one more, so without further delay, I'll play that one now. Carol carefully listened in. Who are you? Can you give me your name? Sam asked. This time, right away, an answer was given. Too soon. Sam paused for a second. Unfortunately, that's the only answer it gave me. I tried asking what too soon meant. It still didn't reply, so it's safe to say for sure that your home is now haunted. I wanted to show you the orbs and where they were found. He pulled out about 4 Polaroid pictures. So here's the first one that was taken in your living room, above the couch. The second one was taken in your bedroom. The third one was taken in the kitchen. And this last one was in your bathroom. I found orbs in all of these rooms. What? A ghost might be watching me in the bathroom? What kind of pervy ghost is this? Carol asked, sounding offended and creeped out at the thought. Sam continued. Well, some ghosts have certain personalities, and some say they would carry them on with them, even in the afterlife. Well, we need to find out a few things. First of all, how many there could be. Also, what do they really want from you? They won't always cross over to the other side until they finish. This is called unfinished business. Look, I know you're a skeptic big time, and that is okay, but I'm going to throw a theory of yours away. No one broke into your home at all. I dusted for prints. I checked for any signs of forced entry. I checked everything that I could think of to see if anyone broke in, and there wasn't any evidence of that at all. This was too much for Carol to take in all at once. Despite this thought, she still had a few questions for Sam. What do you think these ghosts mean by wanting to be avenged? Why do you think they won't answer the question specifically? Sam gave a shrug. I don't know, but I can try to find out for you. Sometimes they will have a full-on conversation, and other times they won't. Perhaps let's change the subject for now. I am curious about what you did today. Carol took another sip of her beer and casually tossed the empty beer can onto the floor. Sam didn't seem to care about her laziness. Well, that Joe is a whack job, that is for sure. So far, what he's told me is very disturbing. The camera guy, Max, even pissed him off to the point that Joe threatened to end the interview altogether. We had to work something out in order to keep the interview going. Those poor people that he murdered for the hell of it, I really do feel bad for all 8 of them. The bastard somehow escapes the death penalty and is instead locked up for life for insanity. The lucky son of a bitch. That's not true justice. I just can't stand the man for what he's done. However, I still have a job to do. If not, how else will I get paid? About 3 seconds after Carol's rant was finished, the remaining six-pack floated in the middle of Carol's living room. It hovered for about 10 seconds or so before crashing back down onto the living room coffee table. The impact of the crash made the beer cans burst open and sprayed beer everywhere. Carol jumped up from the couch and shouted, "What in the hell just happened?" She looked at Sam with confusion on her face. I don't know what that was, Carol," Sam replied, "other than some paranormal activity, which, by the way, didn't seem to kick up until you started to talk about Psycho Sloppy Joe." Then it hit Sam over the head. Hold on a second. If you will, please, I'm going to need a moment of silence here." He closed his eyes and listened carefully. Sam was waiting to see if anything else might happen next. After a few more minutes had passed, the entire house remained silent. Carol still couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Once Sam was finally satisfied with what he wanted to try, he said, "Listen, Carol, you're going to need my help. The thing is that you're my friend, and I do this sort of thing for a living, so I'm afraid I still have to charge you a fee. Still, I'll cut you a deal. I usually charge about $50 a day. For you, though, I'll knock it down to $25 a day instead. I promise you that I will get down to the bottom of this. Once I do, I will give it my best attempt to remove these ghosts from your home. However, if I fail to do so, I will give you a complete refund. Then we can call it fair and square. Do we have a deal then?" Carol gave it a quick thought. Then she hastily nodded and said, "Sure thing, Sam. I really do appreciate your help a lot." They both shook each other's hand to seal the deal. Sam said, "I'm telling you, though, that what just occurred was not normal, that's for sure. I am sure that you can see that for yourself." "Yes, Sam. I promise you that it did freak me out pretty bad. All I ask is please do what you can to help me. I've had enough of this malarkey for one night. I'm ready to hit the sack. I still have another big day ahead of me." Carol waved Sam a goodbye, and she made her way to the bed. She overheard Sam saying aloud to himself, Okay then, Ghost. It's just you and me for the night. Let's get to know each other." He cracked all of his knuckles. "Yes, that is fine with me, Sam. I'm too tired for any of this right now. I'm heading back to bed." With that, she gave Sam a lazy wave goodbye and then was off to bed. She had slept like a rock without incident throughout the night. She went to bed hoping that she wouldn't have any more horrible nightmares like she did the night before. Carol was lucky that night. She didn't have any at all. She actually slept well for a change. The very next morning, Carol got up after her alarm went off and she headed to the bathroom for her daily bathroom routine. About half an hour later, she came out to the living room. Sam was passed out on the couch. He had notepads out all over the kitchen counters and the table. She didn't want to wake him up since she could catch up with him later to hopefully find out something new. It was when it came time for her to leave the house that she noticed something very unusual by her front door. It was her prized locket. The locket had originally belonged to Carol's mother. It was right in front of the door. The thing that made this very unusual was Carol always had it locked up in her fireproof safe, right next to her nightstand. She kept it there for safekeeping. No one else would have known that it was in there. She was sure Sam wouldn't have gone snooping around in her room. This also freaked her out, so she decided to wake Sam up to let him know right away. She kicked the side of the couch where he was sleeping. Sam woke up in a panic, shouting, "Who?" as he frantically searched around in confusion. "Sam, calm down. It's just me. You need to listen to me. I found this right in front of the door laying on the floor. It's almost like I was meant to find it or something." Sam stirred slowly, and he stretched out his arms. Once he seemed somewhat awake, Sam said, "Well, this is just a theory, but perhaps the ghost that's haunting you could possibly be tied to that locket?" Carol took a few steps back. "No, that can't be. My mom gave me that locket when I was a child. She gave it to me right before she took off and left me alone with my aunt and uncle. She just abandoned me when I was 8 years old. I don't know what happened. I never saw her again. She probably wanted to live her own life without a child. I get it. There are deadbeat moms out there. I'm certain that she's out there right now with her Prince Charming, Carol said, rolling her arms. So I know that she is alive out there somewhere. Sam wasn't sure how to respond to any of this, so he just chose to listen to her. He didn't want to argue with her at all. At the same time, he didn't want to rule this possibility out. Sam would just chalk it up to a hunch for now and decided that it would be a good idea to wait and see what would happen next around the corner. Well, Carol, if you don't mind, I can hold on to the locket for my investigation. Who knows, it might be able to help us figure something out. Don't worry, though. I'll make sure to be very careful with it as well. She was totally not looking forward to interviewing Psycho Sloppy Joe or hearing any more of his bullshit murder stories. However, she did what she had to do to put food on her plate. For her, being a reporter wasn't always going to be glamorous. Carol was so grateful for Sam trying to do his best to help her out. Carol gave him a silent wave, and she was out the door and to her car in less than a minute. Her next objective was to go and pick up Max yet again. When she arrived in front of his house, she noticed that Max carried a few things with him in a big plastic bag. It wasn't until they were both back in the presence of Joe once more that Max heaved the bag on top of a table that was placed for Carol and Max by one of the security guards. Carol watched Max as he pulled out a big roll of duct tape, an apology letter, 2 big chocolate candy bars, and another Sloppy Joe sandwich with melted cheese in the middle. As Carol watched this unfold, she tried not to laugh out loud as she watched Max put a big piece of duct tape across his mouth. Joe saw this and burst out laughing. "Oh my goodness, you actually thought I wanted you to do that. I was only kidding, man. What I said yesterday was only a joke, you know." Max was unsure how to respond to any of this, so he hesitantly ripped off the piece of duct tape and went to work in setting up the camera. Once everything was set up for the interview, Max gave Carol a quick thumbs up and they were ready to start filming. Joe seemed to be having a rather good time about all of this. He grabbed his sandwich and then took a big bite out of it. After a few seconds of him chewing his food, he set it down on a paper plate. "Well now, lady and gent, it's time to get into my third murder. You see, if I'm to be the best serial killer around, I am guessing that you want to be the best reporter that gets to be the one who gets to interview him," Joe said with a smug smile. "However, if you want this story told right, then I simply can't rush it. I just need to be able to take my time. I am aware that you do have a deadline. I can promise you this, that we will make it. That being said, I am now only going into one story at a time. I could try to keep the storytelling part condensed if you'd prefer. I might not be able to keep my promises. Also, I hope that you guys brought along a barf bag for this next one. It's so nasty that both just might happen to lose your appetite. You two, will not like this next one." It must be all the new attention that he is getting now, Carol thought to herself. One other thought she would only keep to herself as well. She was seriously regretting taking this job in the first place. Chapter 4. Well, get ready to buckle up for this. As I said before, I hadn't murdered anyone else for at least 2 whole years. After all that time had passed, the urge to murder was gnawing at me no matter what. No matter how hard I tried to push the urge away, it just kept coming back to me, like a tidal wave. Not to mention I was very disappointed on my last murder and how it played out. I really wanted to go over the top with the next one. It ended up taking a while. But I did finally figure out how I would go about it. Just like how an author will overcome writer's block from time to time. Oh yes, I forgot to mention something very important. My island was just some offshoot island, but it still remained in America. It was just about 100 miles away from the LA shores, if that makes any sense. I suppose I dropped that tidbit because it becomes integral to my story for later on. One thing to mention about my island is that I have never had any issues with the Coast Guard, pirates, tourists, and on and on. The surrounding of my island had several jagged rocks and other objects, so it was perfect for keeping bigger boats from getting too close to it as well. Well, enough with that nonsense. Get that out of the way. I just felt it was necessary to give you guys an idea of how far I would have to travel to meet my next victim. You see, I needed something that no normal person would collect, maybe except doctors or scientists. I needed leeches, and a shit ton of them too. At the very mention of the leeches, Carol once again felt queasy. The idea of squirmy, creepy-crawly things like centipedes, worms, and even leeches was all it took to make her skin crawl. She wasn't looking forward to finding out why Joe needed them. Carol couldn't help but feel like she had a small idea. Max didn't handle hearing it well at all, as he ended up needing to rush off to the bathroom. Joe laughed his ass off. He piped in for a second and said, "You seem to have a stronger stomach than he does." The one thing that did stand out to Carol's attention was that it seemed Joe couldn't help but enjoy himself in seeing others' misfortunes. This annoyed her very much. She decided to just push her frustration to the side and refocus on what she was here for. About 3 minutes had passed until Max returned. He seemed to be calmer and more focused as well. He leaned into Carol's ear and whispered, "Please forgive me about that. I'm going to try and keep my cool a little better than I have been." Carol simply nodded. With that, Max again went back to the camera and hit the record button. Carol turned her head back to Joe. "Well, Joe, it's time that we continue where you left off. You have our attention and the camera is rolling." Joe nodded. "Very well. Now you see, I needed the leeches for my next murder project. I thought very hard about how and where I was going to obtain them. I figured I could find some of the west side of the United States. However, it was harder for me to find any. I figured one day that I would happen to have better luck in the southern part of the country. So shortly after deciding where to go, and due to a severe boredom spell, I decided a trip would do me some good. A way to get away from my home and travel, and live my life and all that." Carol was offended at the mere mention of that. Here this psychopath is enjoying his own life, and in the meantime he is snuffing other people's lives out. The audacity of this asshole. She just quelled her anger deep inside. There was a moment of an awkward pause. Then Joe continued on. "Well, any guesses where?" No response. "You guys are no fun. Anyways, it was Mississippi. It was just the state that I had in mind for me to look for leeches, and it was indeed successful as far as me finding them. When I was ready for the trip, I packed up all the things that I knew I would need, my laptop, clothes, and other items. Once I had all that I needed, I headed out to the mainland using my private jet. I headed off to the LA International Airport. When I finally landed the plane, I boarded another actual flight. I paid for the first-class ticket, of course. It was for Chattanooga, Mississippi. I slept just about the entire flight. When I did finally land, I hailed a taxi to one of the most lavish hotels around. Once there, I checked in at the front counter with the clerk. Once I made it to my room, I hooked up my laptop and got to work on my plan. It first involved doing some research. I searched online for local ads. While I was doing that in my hotel, I was also doing some sightseeing on the side as well. I mean, to be honest, I had never been to this side of the country before, so it was all very new to me. I most definitely tried and enjoyed many of the local meals in the area. As Joe was droning on and on, he realized that Carol and Max were both drifting off to sleep. He decided to skip the boring part. "Okay, I get it. I went on a trip, yada yada yada." Joe's booming voice alerted both Carol and Max. "Now that I have both of your attentions, I will continue. I was searching online for what you would say, more like searching for things on the dark web. If you don't know what it is, it can be used as a black market in a sense. I ended up finding a merchant that happened to sell only leeches, and ended up spending about a couple grand on them as well. I made sure to have the leeches directly shipped to a specific address that I had already set up in LA. You see, at one point in time, I made sure to have a plain and simple house somewhere in LA. It was just a one-bedroom. Its sole purpose was just for me to have a place to stay, other than my island. So that was this location that I had the leeches sent. I was promised that the leeches wouldn't be harmed during the transport. Come to find out, when they finally arrived, they were placed into some pretty sturdy fish tanks. They were shipped inside some wooden crates as well. This was to hide what was contained inside. Once I knew my shipment arrived safe and sound, I smuggled them back to my island, which was a piece of cake for me. I loaded all 3 of the wooden crates onto my yacht. Once all 3 were safely secured, I was ready to head back to my home on the island. When I finally made it back home, I had my servants help me load all 3 of the crates back to one of the rooms to make a fish aquatic type of a room. Once all 3 crates had made it, I instructed my servants along, and wearing pairs of rubber gloves, they all helped me to lower the leeches into their respective fish aquarium. This tank was massive, enough for quite a few fish. I might say I also considered this the first item to be a part of my exotic animal collection. I got to see them squirm around in the water. It was such a wonderful sight for me. Then it occurred to me, what if I got a huge aquarium for piranha fish as well? Carol instantly shuddered at piranhas. She tried to keep her mind from jumping to the possibility of... Joe continued onward. Having all the key items finally together, I could set out the next part of my plan for the murder. The only problem was I wasn't exactly sure how I wanted to go about it just yet. One day it hit me like a ton of bricks. I would try to find a marine biologist if I obtained other exotic fish like sharks, octopus, and so on. They would be even more possibly interested in me and what I was all about, even if it was all just a ruse to draw them into my trap. So with a little bit more research online, I soon found my perfect candidate. It just so happened that she was about to start a Protect the Aquatic Life campaign. She was looking to earn a lot of cash through a fundraiser event. The money would go directly to protecting the ocean and its wonderful critters. Carol rolled her eyes at this point. Luckily, Joe didn't notice this, as he closed his eyes while he was letting the yawn out. After Joe finished, he continued. I soon found out that her name was Melanie Parks. I did a background check on her. Turns out she was in her 30s and she had been a marine biologist for 10 years or so. She also had a lot of experience in handling wild fish around the world. Fish like piranhas, stingrays, and more. Just so happened that I was one lucky man that week. The fundraiser campaign was to start Saturday, and it was only Monday at the time I was looking into her. Not before long, I plotted out my next trip to where she was. This time, I ended up flying to Orlando, Florida, where I landed the following Tuesday morning. I hooked myself up with another hotel and settled myself till that Saturday. I just lounged around in my PJs, ordered some food, room service, watched TV, and smoked lavish cigars as well. Pretty much just killing time until her fundraiser started. When the time came, I got all cleaned up, and I dressed as sharp as a tack. I was wearing the common black suit and tie. I looked like one of the... Nah, never mind. When I finally approached her, I walked up and I dropped literally a couple bundles of cash into Melanie's donation box worth $40,000. She was very impressed and gracious indeed. This most definitely got her attention, and with a little wordplay, the next thing we knew, we were boozing it up at one of the nearby bars. I, of course, bought out the entire bar. In doing so, we took our time in getting to know each other, just like I had done before with the previous victims. I, too, had to gain her trust. Melanie soon learned all about me, my wealth, my island, and so on and so forth. I soon brought up how I just couldn't resist exotic fish and other creatures. I even told her about my piggy farm. Joe gave a quick smile, as if he just told a funny joke. Carol and Max, however, were both not amused, of course. Joe shook his head in a playful manner and continued on. Melanie didn't know about these creatures that I had purchased, and I was telling her all about me and my fake interest in these creatures. It only took the rest of that weekend to finally convince her to come back to my island and check out my collection. I even managed to gain enough of her trust to let me blindfold her. I explained to her that I was, well, a very high-profile individual. I didn't want the press to ever discover where I really lived. This was all a bullshit lie, of course, but Melanie bought it hook, line, and sinker. No pun intended. The other thing that I couldn't believe was she had a distaste for tech. She absolutely refused to own a cell phone and claimed that the only phone she ever had was a landline. This meant that it would be even easier for me, as I wouldn't have to worry about being tracked. Yes, I know I happened to draw this story out for too long as well. I promise I'm getting to what I'll at least consider the best part. Carol thought, oh God, please do. Joe carried on. If anybody guessed it, we hung out for a while. At least 2 months' worth, anyway. Unfortunately for me, I hadn't intended for this to happen. Melanie ultimately developed feelings towards me. After she confided to me about it, I knew that I couldn't waste any more time. The last thing I wanted for myself, as well, was to start feeling the same way towards her. That would only just make things weird and complicated. There was only one time that something like that sorta happened, but we will get to that part of the story later. So with this recent news, I enacted my plan. I couldn't afford to let her stay another night. The only real problem was that my servants were still home. I didn't pay them to leave me this time, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. I invited Melanie to hang out with me in my fish room. It was also in this room that I had a very expensive and elaborate stereo. If it was turned on loud enough, it could just about drown out any sound that could be made in that room. She was indeed impressed with what I had done with that room. I managed to acquire a few other fish like the octopus and a few clownfish in a separate tank as well. The wall was decked out with wonderful paintings that included dolphins, coral wreaths, and stuff like that. The room seemed to her to be perfectly breathtaking. I had a theme for her murder room, and she was a marine biologist. Ironic, isn't it? The one thing to mention, though, is that she was unaware of the leeches. That could have possibly caught her off guard, and I didn't want to take a chance. She would soon learn about them. Oh, yes. Oh, my, it seems that I forgot to mention the description of this woman. Melanie was black-haired and wore the geekiest glasses you've ever seen. She had the bluest of eyes and was indeed a very attractive young woman. She didn't weigh very much, which was fine with me. It only made it easier for what I was about to do next. I instructed her to sit down on the only chair in the room. Once she did, I slowly made my way over to the stereo and turned it on. It played classical music that I personally picked out. It was so loud that it was almost difficult to hear the both of us talk, which is exactly what I wanted. With the music now blaring out loud, I then slowly made my way back to Melanie. I produced a blindfold and I offered up some kinky fun time. I knew just exactly how she felt about me. I knew that Melanie would say yes. She did agree and told me that she trusted me. I handed the blindfold over and asked her to place it directly and gently around her eyes. Melanie did so willingly. I did reassure her that this was all in good fun and that I had a special surprise for her. Carol couldn't help but wonder where this story was going to go next. She refocused back on Joe as he yammered on. You see, she seemed to be enjoying all of this. Once I knew that she was completely blindfolded, I made my way over to a cupboard where I stashed a rope. I made my way directly right behind her and tied her wrists together. Melanie laughed and made a comment about me really being into the kinky shit. Like I've mentioned before, none of this stuff ever did anything for me. I simply ignored her remark and moved forward with my plan. Knowing that she was strapped, I went to another drawer of the same cupboard and pulled out a thick pair of rubber gloves. With the gloves on, I made my way over to where I was hiding the leeches. I grabbed a nearby bucket with one free hand, and I scooped a bunch of leeches into the bucket with a scooper with my other hand. I made sure to grab about a handful or so of the leeches and made my way back to Melanie. I positioned myself directly behind her chair and placed my 2 lips directly behind her neck. I wanted to give her the impression that I was giving her a gentle hickey. This was simply to mislead her. After a few moments of me doing this, I stopped for a few seconds. Melanie let out a gentle laugh, indicating that she was still enjoying herself. Right after that, I placed a single leech on the spot where I was giving the hickey. She cried out loud that I was sucking a little too hard. I told Melanie that it wasn't me that was sucking anymore. Her confusion soon turned to panic. I walked directly right in front of her and raised the bucket with my right hand. Melanie screamed out loud in pain at this point. I kicked right in her stomach, just enough to knock her over, while she was still sitting in the chair. When this happened, the back of her head hit the floor first. She was still conscious. Here, she screamed even louder at the moment. She just kept asking me, why? I ignored her pleas or cries. It had no impact on me at all. The next thing I did was pour the bucket full of leeches all over her body. I made sure to cover her from head to toe. Melanie's screams were even louder this time, until weird gurgle noises were coming from her mouth. Well, let's just say her body started to look very bloody, to say the least. The leeches were in a feeding frenzy. Some of them even sucked so much blood that they just popped. And let me say, the smell and noise, Carol interjected. Just please stop. Please, no more. Joe gave a quick pause and looked at Carol. He gave Carol a shit-eating grin and continued on. Well, my dear, I apologize. Anyways, as all this was occurring, I had no idea how long this was going to take. Melanie grew quieter as the time went on. Once I knew that she was indeed no more, I for sure had one hell of a mess to clean up. One thing was very evident. She did indeed lose a lot of blood, considering I used a lot of leeches. The mess was very horrific. Despite the fact that I had a huge mess to clean, I was feeling immensely satisfied afterwards. As I surveyed the entire scene, the leeches that happened to remain just squirmed and wiggled all over. The only real task that remained was getting rid of Melanie's body quickly. Without any regard of her own blood getting on me or my clothes, I untied the rope from her wrist and I hoisted her over my shoulder. I dragged her body over to the huge piranha fish tank that I had mentioned earlier. I already removed the cover prior to this so that this part would be easier for me to do. I placed her body inside the tank head first. The fish moved around so quickly that it was almost just as it was in the movies. Once her head and upper shoulders were being rapidly devoured, I placed the rest of her body into the tank. Yet again, on that same night, another feeding frenzy for my pets. All of her flesh had been stripped clean and nothing but her bones were left. But even the fish hadn't finished the job yet. I knew that I still had to get rid of the remains. I admit that this one was going to be a little trickier. First, I cleaned up the entire mess, leeches, the blood, and the whole works. With any remaining leeches left behind, I too placed them into the piranha tank. The only true way I felt To get rid of all the evidence was to get rid of everything in the aquatic room. So the stereo that I still had turned on, I walked over and grabbed it with both hands and threw it directly into the water of the piranha tank. The electricity and shock killed all the fish at once. I walked over to the wall where the stereo was plugged in and I unplugged it. This made it a little safer for me to approach the tank once more. I grabbed a hammer that I had pinned up to a wall and smashed every single last fish tank I had. This made even more of a mess, I must say, that I would have to clean up later. But I wanted to get all the evidence that had remained in that tank out. This only brought up the one problem that I still had. My servants were still around. Then I had a brilliant idea. I stepped out of the room and closed the door behind me. I did this in order to keep anyone else from seeing the room as well. I blew a whistle, which meant that any servant that was in the nearby area had to stop whatever they were doing and come to me. When one of them showed up, I requested that they run to my work and bring me my shop back. When they finally arrived back with what I asked for, I tipped her like $50. She happily walked away. I cleaned everything up with the shop vac. Fish, leeches, piranhas, and so on and on. Once the shop vac was completely full, I wheeled it out to my yacht and fired up the engines. I headed about 250 miles away from my island. Once I made it to where I felt it was a good distance, I grabbed the shop vac and tied an anchor around it. With great effort, I hoisted both anchor and vacuum into the water. I headed off quickly without even looking back. Now, when I made it back home, I mentioned to all of the servants at once to please not disturb my guest any further for the remainder of her visit. With that all wrapped up, I was guaranteed not to be disturbed by anyone else. Joe was interrupted by Carol, who threw up. The third murder was just too much for her to handle. Her vomit landed all over her and the table she was using to write down notes. Carol was already done with this job and wanted to say, screw all of this. However, she had a few things holding her back, like bills being one of them for sure. Carol was already ready for this part of the story to be over with. Joe's reaction to this, however, was one of happiness and entertainment. He howled with joy. That made Carol feel extremely uncomfortable. Once Joe finally calmed down, he said, "Well, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to make you lose your lunch. Say, what did you have for lunch anyway?" He laughed out loud once more. That's when Carol felt a rage inside of her as she snapped, "Look here, this shit is not funny, okay? I have heard all that there is to hear today. I'm ready to leave. I'm done, unless you don't knock it off." "What did you do after?" Carol slowly took a deep breath before Joe continued on. Joe smiled. "Well, once I knew that I had done well for the most part, I got away with 3 successful murders. I celebrated the only way that I knew how, by popping open one of my most expensive bottles of champagne. Oh my, I forgot to mention one important detail about all of this. I managed to get all of the carnage that I had created for myself on a hidden camera in the aquatic room. I would have considered yet another accomplishment." Right after Joe finished that sentence, the clock that was on the wall of Joe's cell came flying right off and hit Joe in the back of his head. This surprised all 3 of them. Max scrambled back and accidentally fell flat on his ass, while Carol stood straight up from her chair saying, "What the fuck?" Joe freaked out and lied on the floor in a fetal position, with one thumb in his mouth, just like a baby. His other free hand was holding the back of his head where the clock had hit him. The very next moment, it was as if everything had happened in slow motion. The clock rose off the floor and levitated in the air. Carol's pen, which was resting on the table, took Carol's piece of paper on her notepad and wrote something down. It was nothing more than a simple sentence. When the pen finished writing, it just fell flat, landing right next to her notebook. Max pulled himself together from the shock, and the same went for Carol as well. She felt like she was about to have a mini panic attack. She somehow managed to shake it off and grabbed the piece of paper and read it. "Dear, your time is running out. We will soon have the last laugh." Chapter 5. When Joe heard this, he panicked even more. He stood up from the floor that he was lying down on. He slowly walked over to one of the cell walls, held his head down, and was silent. Joe pounded the wall with his fist. "No, no, leave me alone! Not again! Please stop bothering me!" Joe appeared broken as he kept repeating what he said over and over and over. Carol just stood there in utter confusion and shock. Max just ended up closing his eyes during all of this because he was just too scared to look. Carol shook herself out of the state that she was in and realized it was now time to leave. She patted Max on the shoulder and told him, "Hurry up and pack the camera and anything else. We're getting the fuck out of here." The noise and commotion was enough to draw the attention of the guards, as one of them said, "Don't worry, ma'am, we will see that you'll be safely escorted out of the building. This will happen to Joe sometimes. He's really starting to act like a damn fool. A couple of drinks later and he'll be out like a light." Carol just nodded her head and said, "Yeah, I bet." Both Carol and Max grabbed all of their items and headed back to the front entrance. They both headed back to Carol's car. Carol and Max were both unsettled and stressed out. Max asked, "Carol, are you okay with what just happened in there?" Carol simply replied with, "I'm good." They got it all filmed on camera, so no way could anyone ever dispute their claim of what they recorded. "We need to head back to the boss and show him what we saw," Max said with a slight grin on his face. Carol nodded her head in agreement, and they both headed off at once. A few minutes later, they were sitting in front of their boss, Randall. He had an oak wood office desk and a standard office chair. His office was also a mess with stacks of unread papers and documents that needed to be edited and on and on. He also had a thing for chomping on cigars. Despite some of his flaws, he was a respectable, fair, and experienced journalist. He had some scruff around his neck and face, and he was in his mid-40s. He wore a wig that was almost impossible not to notice. He was currently chomping on his cigar when Carol and Max arrived. One of Randall's bad habits with the cigars was that he'd never ash them. "Well, I wonder what happens to bring the two of you here, rather than interviewing our main star," he said. Carol replied with, "That's true, we could be doing that still. However, something happened and things got chaotic, so we had to leave. We managed to get something recorded, though." Carol urged Max to break out the camera and show him. Not before long, Randall got a chance to see for himself the events that had occurred and said, "Well, I'll tell you what, that is truly fascinating. You mean to tell me that there is no smoke and mirrors, no camera tricks or special effects?" Carol nodded her head. "Something indeed happened there. I'll tell you one thing, sir. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to take all of this seriously. That is, if you happen to sign off on it, of course. For all we know, this can be tied to Joe's murders in some way." Randall managed to finally ash the end of his cigar and give 2 good puffs. He said, "Well, hear me out here. I have a theory. I think maybe, just maybe, it is the spirits of his victims haunting him. Also, be alert. I want the both of you two to try and capture anything else paranormal as well. However, that being said, we still need to maintain our main focus on Joe. So if anything happens along the way while interviewing him, then awesome. Let's do it. So just keep up the good work, the both of yous, and if this turns huge, I'll see to it that you both get a big pay bump at the end of all this. Just hang in there. We only have 5 interviews to go." He stood up from his chair to give himself a stretch. "Well, I wish you two the best of luck." He waved both of them out of his office, but said, "Oh, one more thing. I know I want you both to work very hard. However, please just take tomorrow off so you can recover after those events. I forgot to mention I'm going to buy you guys dinner at the local steakhouse. You can buy whatever you'd like there, as I already called ahead and had the bill taken care of. You can't say I never was a good boss." Carol and Sam were delighted. Once all of their gear was packed up, they both headed out to the steak joint. Chapter 6. It wasn't until midnight that Carol finally made it back home. Because she was very drunk, Max ended up being the designated driver. He made a promise that he would be able to pick her up the next day. When they pulled into Carol's driveway, Max opened the car door for Carol and he helped her back to the front door. Carol scrambled to pull her house keys out of her purse. She finally pulled them out and put the key into the lock and opened the door. Once Max knew that she was safe, he made his way back to Carol's car. He took off and Carol was entering her living room. If Carol was sober, she would have noticed the whole mess in her living room. Sam was passed out on the couch and there were banana peels here and there throughout her living room. She also didn't notice the words written in red on one of her living room walls. With only being half awake and drunk as a skunk, sleep was all she really cared about at this point. To sleep past noon was her goal. Carol headed right for her bed. The bedroom door opened for her before she could even get a chance to open it herself. Drunk Carol was too oblivious to realize what had happened. She lazily made her way past a tall, dark, shadowy figure that was standing at one of the corners of her room. Carol plopped herself onto the bed and fell fast asleep until she awoke around 1 p.m. Carol managed to sleep off her hangover, with the exception of feeling slightly dehydrated. She made her way to the bathroom to start her morning routine. It seemed to be yet another plain day for Carol. That changed for her the moment she walked into the front living room. It was when she noticed the writing on the wall that Carol felt another panic attack coming on. Her thoughts were distracted the moment she saw Sam brewing up a fresh pot of coffee in Carol's kitchen as she said, "What the hell is that writing on my wall? And Sam, what is the deal with all these banana peels all over my living room floor? What did I miss?" Sam nervously rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, I suppose I forgot to mention to you that I have a potassium deficiency condition, so I needed to have either bananas on hand or supplement pills. Unfortunately for me, all I have are the bananas right now," Sam explained. "So last night I was feeling, well, like I was low on potassium. I was going to take care of it by eating a banana. As I was eating it, I witnessed that your lipstick thingy came flying out of your bathroom. I was in such disbelief that I happened to drop the banana peel onto the floor. As for the others, well, please forgive me. I get kind of sloppy when I get lost in my work. Anyways, once the tube of lipstick appeared before me, the cap popped off at the top and the lipstick made its way to one of your walls, and it started to write out a message. I got so caught up in the moment that I hurried to grab my video camera. In the process of getting that, I ended up slipping on one of the pills in the living room floor. I fell and hit my head on the floor, and I knocked myself out cold. I ended up waking up about an hour later. So I didn't have a chance to read it until after. It was careless of me to not clean up after myself, though, I admit." Carol wasn't too worried about the banana peels. Her thoughts were more focused on whatever was written on her wall. Without giving anyone or anything else much thought, she walked over to her living room wall. Sam also approached her. Even though he already knew what the writing had said, he was interested in seeing Carol's reaction. When she finally read them, Carol could tell that the words were written in capital letters. She read them aloud to herself. "He needs to die. He needs to rot in hell. Avenge me, avenge us, make him suffer. Justice must be served." This creeped Carol out, considering what happened to her yesterday. She started to wonder if she could even get used to being haunted. "It's pretty exciting now, isn't it?" Sam asked with a gleeful tone in his voice. Carol, not fully awake and non-caffeinated, could only respond in sarcasm. "Riveting." Sam didn't reply back. Instead, he grabbed his Polaroid camera and he took random pictures all around her living room. When he was finished, Sam set his camera down on the table and walked over to the coffee pot. Sam poured himself a fresh cup into his mug. He raised the cup to his mouth and took a careful sip. "You see, coffee helps me to think better." Sam took a few more sips. "Ah, that is a lot better. Well, here's the deal before you ask me. It's clear to me now what all of this means. I mean, the writing is on the wall, pun intended. The spirits that are haunting you are most indeed the same ones that are haunting Joe as well. I had to guess that you didn't have any paranormal activity until you started your interview with Joe. However, it seems that every time you visit him, the activity at your home seems to get worse and worse. Also, when you did leave home yesterday, not a single thing happened until later that night. It was actually quiet and mundane all day yesterday. It seems that they won't let up on you or him until they get what they want, which is their justice. So far, that is what it seems like to me anyways. Sam couldn't help but share a smile during all of this. Carol could tell that Sam really enjoyed the paranormal stuff. Yet she was so perplexed by everything that was happening that she totally forgot what had happened to her yesterday while she was interviewing Joe. She had to tell Sam all about it. She hurried and cut Sam off before he spoke again. Carol explained in detail the events that had happened with Joe and how he was totally freaking out. When she was finished, Sam was so intrigued by all that he heard that he was very excited. "Oh, Carol, I know you can't stand that piece of shit Joe. However, if you and your partner can manage to get more of these events filmed while interviewing him?" Carol rolled her eyes. "You and my boss both. Sheesh." Carol's cell phone rang. She picked up her phone off the kitchen table and answered it. "Hey, Carol. How are you?" her boss said. "This is Randall. Look, I need to inform you that Max got hurt in a small accident. He's going to be okay, but he happened to fall and slip while taking a shower, and he broke his right foot, so he won't be able to do any further interviews with you. He will most likely need a cast over his foot as well. If you can somehow find any extra help, that would be great. Also, one other thing. Joe had a message relayed from the warden of the psych ward. Joe has requested that we happen to speed the interviews up as much as possible. He sounds rather anxious to have it done and over with. Anyhow, the warden gave me exact details. Well, good luck when you head back." He hung up the phone. Carol hung up her phone and looked right at Sam. "So guess what? You're going to come help me with my job today," she said with enthusiasm. "That way you can be there to record everything supernatural for yourself." "Well, okay, I will. Although, on one account, I don't want to be too close to that bastard. On the other hand, anything wild could happen as well." Once they were both ready, they set out to meet Psycho Sloppy Joe. Both Carol and Sam faced Joe. However, Carol noticed something that surprised her a little. Usually, Joe was allowed to walk around his cell freely, but he had put a straitjacket on him. His right ankle was shackled to a wall. Joe was not able to move and only had enough room for him to sit at a small table nearby. It was there where Joe was eating his lunch, which consisted of mashed potatoes, turkey, and some corn. Joe happened to notice them. It was at this time that Joe also noticed that Max wasn't alongside her. "So who is the new guy? Please tell me he doesn't have such a big mouth like the last guy that was here," he said while looking hard at Sam. Sam moved forward and said, "Well, I don't want to really be here at all. I'm unfortunately very aware of who you are. I'm not fond of you one bit. I'm only here to help Carol out, and I'm also here to record any paranormal activity. However, if you are fair to me and Carol today, then maybe I can work some good food back to you. I've heard that you're a sucker for Sloppy Joe sandwiches. How about some shrimp and lobster for a change, huh?" Joe looked at Sam with a small smile on his face and said, "That does sound good. Okay, I'll be on my best behavior today. I'll try." "Very well. In addition to Carol recording you, I'll be using my tape recorder as well. However, it's for my own paranormal investigation," Sam said, as he was already pulling it out of his coat. Joe gave him a simple head nod. Once Sam and Carol were both sitting at a table with both camera and tape recorder at the ready, Joe was once more ready to continue with his murder report. "Well, I'm sure that you both are now aware that I would just love to hurry and wrap this all up," Joe said while looking around both of his shoulders as if he was watching his back. Carol and Sam both said, "Yep." They then both looked at each other and laughed at the same time. "Well, the reason why is that the ghosts have been picking on me even worse now. You see, I'm hoping that by the time we can finally end this interview, a report report, what the hell, that the ghost paranormal activity might slow down, or maybe stop. Carol gave Joe a solid head nod. Just once, perhaps, her and Joe might actually be on the same page. Well, without any further ado, let's get into my fourth murder, Just think, after this one we'll be halfway done. Well, anyways, the thing about this victim is that she was way different from the others. Her name was Wendy. She was a middle-aged woman in her early 40s, and she had a beautiful face. Her black hair was amazing. If you were to take one look at her, you'd think she was a witch. Well, probably because she happened to study witchcraft. We're not talking white magic either here, strictly black magic. It was her life's passion. Her eyes were sometimes at night dark as midnight, but they were the most beautiful of blue eyes. Sorry, I lost track. It was pretty much her religion. The way I happened to come across her was interesting and ironic. If you happen to notice by now, Carol, I have always tried to kill my victims while using a theme. I had to put a lot of thought into each one of my murders, of how I was going to do it. I might not have the person or the place, but that always came later. Once I knew who I wanted to be my next victim, that was it for them. I wouldn't stop or rest until I had the satisfaction of watching the light be snuffed out slowly in their eyes. My brainstorming sessions kicked in on how the next murder should go. I was sitting in my library one day sipping on some of my fine wines. It came to me out of the blue. The Salem witch trials. What if I murdered someone in the same manner that they were killed with during that time period? I really thought about it for some time, in which way I should go about it. Carol was annoyed at how Joe put so much time and craft into these horrible thoughts of simple murder. She shook her thoughts off once more and focused back on the story, as Joe rambled on. No fire, that would be too easy and lame. They also tried to drown witches to see if they'd float back up at the top or not. We all know those results, so the only other option that sounded good to me was stone crushing. They did it to one innocent person who they thought was a witch. It was a man, actually. Anyway, they placed several rocks on top of his body. They did this little by little because they were trying to get a confession out of him or something like that. Well, of course, he ended up having a miserable, painful death. That poor bastard's particular execution, however, stood out to me. It was from that point forward that I was going to set out and achieve this execution goal. Now go ahead and laugh at my stupid idea. I just had to keep the theme element alive and consistent. I ended up recreating the Salem witch trials in my own backyard. I hired some contractors and I boated them out to my island. I explained to them carefully what I wanted in exact detail. I basically wanted a mini museum built. I had made sure that there was about 4 acres away from my mansion and my huge treehouse. I went all out and I spared no expenses. I wanted to look as real and convincing as possible. I had gallows built and a couple of houses that were to imitate the time period, sort of like how they do it in the movies. The whole project took about 2 months. During the time it took for them to work on the projects, I specifically demanded that they don't ask any questions and that they just get the work done and over with. The grand total was around $35,000. When it was finally finished, I was very satisfied with the work. I paid the contractors their due and had them leave my island. I made accommodations for them during their work and let them stay at my mansion. Once they had made their exit, I wasted no time in finding my next victim. My next destination was Salem, Massachusetts. I mean, that was where the trials took place after all. When I arrived, I found a local motel and I checked myself in for a couple of weeks. I planned on the usual scout out, to check out the area to find my murder victim, etc. I did things differently this time, and I figured I'd have a little bit of fun and pretend I was a visiting tourist. I went shopping. I bought souvenirs at the local gift shops. and I ate at some of the local restaurants, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, I still hadn't found my next target just yet after those few days. I wasn't too worried because I never had a deadline to deal with. Deadline. My luck soon changed one day when I eventually paid a visit to the Museum of the Salem Witch Trials. I know, real original, right? Joe said. He almost caught Carol this time rolling her eyes at his last sentence. She just couldn't stand how full of himself Joe was. He was evil, sure, but he was every person's worst nightmare, socially as well. Enough jokes, I suppose. I pretty much found my target when I was standing in line for the tourist attraction. I made sure that I was the first in line, along with like 7 or 8 other people. Soon the woman named Wendy arrived. She was polite and respectful to me and the other tourists. She gave us the tour and she showed us all types of wonderful displays. There happened to be a small miniature model of the town of Salem on a table for one of the displays. As Wendy was doing her job, she droned on and on about random factoids and the history of the town. She also explained how the whole witch trials went down. The whole tour lasted about an hour and a half. When the tour had wrapped, I made up my mind that Wendy was going to be my next victim. I knew I had to make a first good impression on her, or she'd get away. So I asked her out for a cup of coffee, and surprisingly, she said yes. We met up later at one of the town's local diners after her shift ended. In doing so, I got to learn all about her fascination with the Salem witch trials. Wendy also explained to me how she just loved practicing witchcraft, and absolutely loved what she did for a living. I just sat there and listened to her talk the whole night. I just kept nodding my head and acted as if I was interested the whole time. We ended up talking right up until the diner was starting to close. Shortly after closing, she told me that she was going to head home. I said my goodbyes as she left the table. After she had left, I turned my way back to my motel. I didn't see her until the very next day back at the museum. Next thing I knew, I was visiting her every day at her job. I made sure to catch every single tour that she was hosting. I kept up my fake interest in what she was preaching about to the other tourists. Every time that she would see me, she would give me a smile. I kept this up for an entire month. One other thing, we kept hanging out every night at the same diner. Things were going well until I went to visit her one day at her job, as I usually did. It was then that she told me that they were going to lay her off soon, that business has just been slower than usual. She was devastated, of course, when she found out. I figured I would throw her a bone. I invited her once more to the diner. She vented to me about her rent and her bills. She also mentioned to me that she had no real family to depend on or rely on. Her parents were long gone, and she also had no brothers or sisters. You might have guessed that that made it much easier for me to murder her. It was with this information that I lured her into my trap. I offered for her to come work for me at my private island. I explained that I, too, was a big fan of the Salem witch trials and that I had my own private museum of it as well. I also explained to her about the whole project and made some bullshit lie that there would even be guests visiting my island to see it. When Wendy heard all of this, she was practically enthralled. She wanted to leave immediately, so she flew back to L.A. with me the very next day. To think Wendy was so fooled by my good looks, charm, and so on. Yet she was completely oblivious that she, too, was heading towards her own demise. I had to, of course, maintain my excitement for now. The gleeful feeling of knowing what was coming was indeed strong for me. Joe had a small smirk on his face. Sam couldn't help but feel angry when hearing all of this. Without even thinking, he opened up his mouth. Look, you know what? You're so damn evil, and I don't want to be in the same room with you. You're one sick son of a bitch." Sam at this point had heard enough, and he was hot under his collar. He even stood from where he was sitting and was even pointing his right index finger right at Joe. Carol could also tell that Joe too was starting to lose his cool as well. He said, Now, remember what I had said about people having big mouths?" Carol spoke up. "Sam, for the love of God, you need to calm down. If you need to step out of here for a little while to cool off, then please do it. I already had Max risk my interview. I can't afford to lose it altogether because of hot heads." Sam slowly turned and faced Carol. He had an expression of hurt and concern. "I suppose that's a good idea. Perhaps some fresh air will do me some good." He tugged on the front ends of his trench coat that he was still wearing tightly and made a quiet exit. After Sam left, there was an uneasy quiet in the room. Soon Joe spoke up. "Whew, that was a close one. He was really starting to get on my nerves. The show must go on, as they say." "Well, Joe, I'm sorry that he had that outburst. I promise he'll be cooled off by the time he returns." "We shall see," Joe said with an unsure tone of voice. Without Sam nearby to help for the moment, it meant that she was now a one-person crew. Carol grabbed Sam's tape recorder and saw that it was still running. So that outburst of Sam's also happened to be recorded. "Well, Joe, please, once more, will you continue the story?" Carol asked. Joe responded with a big grin on his face. "For you, anything. You see, even though I'm a psychopathic killer, I still want some type of respect. Enough idle chit-chat." Joe rubbed his two palms together and continued. "You see, when Wendy finally made it back to my island, she was totally surprised. I never mentioned to her that I happened to own a big mansion. It also didn't take her very long to figure out how rich I really was. Once she finally arrived, I made up my mind that I was going to give her a month of time with me." As Carol continued to listen to Joe, she couldn't help but feel like there was an unanswered question here. She said, "Hey, I'm sorry for cutting in here, but, Joe, one thing has been on my mind. You're being haunted by ghosts. Why? I don't understand." "Well, they sure won't leave me alone. If you please wait, I will get to that question soon." Carol nodded, and Joe then rambled on more. "As I had mentioned before, I had to gain Wendy's full trust. I enjoyed that part perhaps a little too much. Gaining one's trust so much that when you finally turn on them, they look at you in complete shock and awe, as if saying, 'I thought that we were friends.' When we finally arrived, she settled in. I wasted no time in showing her around my mansion, and everything else that it had on it. I showed her the pig pen that I had constructed. She even petted one of the pigs. I'm sure you're thinking of the audacity of this man. Well, you would be correct. I am a psycho after all. When the time was finally right, I showed her the museum that I had constructed. Wendy was very excited when she saw it. The museum was built slightly differently than hers. The gallows were built exactly as they were back in that time. I walked her over to the part of the museum where it somewhat recreated the scene of the stone-crushing execution. I had previously placed a dummy on the ground that had all sorts of stones on top of it, only leaving the head exposed. I also placed a few mannequins around the dummy. They were to simulate the ones performing the execution. She just overall loved the museum. Well, moving on from that, something happened that struck me a little odd. In time, she would mention how sometimes she would feel a little off, like she was feeling some type of weird negative energy, here and there, throughout my mansion, from time to time. I just always shrugged it off, and I would tell her, it's gotta just be you. Truth is, I never noticed anything different. She, too, would just shrug it off as well. The month was almost finished. The time that she had spent with me was now coming to a close. I found her on Monday morning getting a spa treatment that one of my servants specialized in. While she was doing that, I managed to pull all of my other servants into my library for a special meeting. I explained to at least 10 of them that I needed them to do something for me. I also had mentioned to them that they would all get a big pay bump for helping me. I made it clear that if they went against my request, then they would lose that bonus. They all agreed. You see, I had asked them to act as if they were my special guest. I had my servants spread out when they worked in my mansion, so Wendy never had a chance to see or recognize them at all. They would play the part of my tourist to my special museum that I had created. I also requested that they act surprised and unfamiliar with it. When the day came, they would show up and act the part. The only reason why I did any of this was that Wendy wouldn't stop bugging me about the exhibit. She was wondering when she would get her chance to do her job again. Making her a tour guide again was the only way to shut her up and to keep her suspicions at bay. I figured I didn't have much of a choice. So on the big day, Wendy was so excited. We both headed outside to meet the tourist. Then she did what she loved to do, which was going in full scale, tourist guide mode. The guests acted all surprised, just as instructed. After Wendy was done, the guest left. She came up to me and explained how excited she was about doing her job again, and she gave me a kiss on my cheek. All I could think then was yet another victim falling in love with me. This was my fault after all, my cross to bear. I knew that, yet again, I had to end this soon, or else it would become more awkward the longer I let it go. I knew that I had to murder her the very next day, although this time it was a lot different than I could imagine. You see, the next morning, Wendy came to me and told me that she had the worst nightmare she had ever had. She dreamt that someone was chasing her and that they were trying to kill her. She was worried because she said the dream felt so real and that it almost made her feel as though it was some type of warning. Yet another reason why I couldn't wait any longer to end her life. I had to keep things under my control. I managed to calm her down, and I told her to forget about it, that it was all just a simple dream, that she was safe here, more than anywhere else she could be. That seemed to relax her a little bit after that. Her unease would start to kick into overdrive again. I made sure to have my servers leave the island before my murder. Wendy happened to notice this. She thought that it was odd that it was just the two of us and no one else in the mansion or outside around the property. I told her everyone was off for the week. I knew that I had to move fast, so I asked her to come to the mini museum. I wanted to ask her opinion of what I should add to it next. She agreed, though she still felt uneasy about it. So when we arrived, I showed Wendy where I thought I should add the next part, and I asked her what I should add. I also told her that I thought about adding some actual actors to make the museums feel more authentic. I also mentioned that I thought about having them even reenact some of the executions. She told me that could be rather risky because it was possible that one of the actors could get hurt or killed. At this point, I decided to make things interesting. I asked her which one would be too dangerous to try and reenact. Wendy suggested that the stone crushing of the man was the most dangerous of them all. I wanted her to unknowingly pick her own demise. As I was asking her these questions, I slowly walked behind her. My intention was to put both of my hands right around her neck. I wanted to strangle Wendy just enough to knock her out, and that way I could tie her up and have her ready. But she quickly noticed me and kicked me swiftly in the nuts. I dropped to the ground, wincing in pain, and shouted at her in anger. She shouted back at me with, "Something warned me about you." Wendy ran away from me. She could not get off the island because I had the only cell phone. There were no landlines and no internet connection. She had no connection to the outside world, so the chase was on. After I finally recovered, about 10 minutes later, I tracked her down. This was going to be fun. I decided to head back to my mansion because that was where my surveillance headquarters were, after all. What Wendy didn't know was that I had cameras all over the island, not to mention drones. Yes, I know it's absurd, but yes, drones. She had no place to run or hide. It took about half an hour or so, but I soon found her at the very edge of the island. It was pretty much the beach. She managed to find my dock that held my yacht. I also had a smaller boat for fishing, and she was trying to hop aboard it. Little did she know that I had the boat keys with me. I always made sure to have my boat keys, just in case I wanted to go on a random ride. I was so thrilled about all of this. You see, I never actually went out and hunted before. This was the closest thing I was going to get to it. I made my way over to my garage and hopped onto one of the best four-wheelers money could buy. The key item I brought along with me would be a tranquilizer dart gun that I slung over my back. I wasn't about to let her get away from me again. I will admit I was having a ball at this point. I hit the gas and drove it after her at full speed. I was upon her about 10 minutes later. Wendy was still in my boat, still frantically looking for the keys. I parked my ride and grabbed the rifle. She didn't even know I was there this time. I aimed and then shot the dart gun, and the dart hit her right in the back of her neck. Once the dart hit her neck, she fell down on the boat floor. I grabbed and placed her on top of the four-wheeler bed. After we made our way back to my kill site, I tied Wendy up and placed her on a flat wooden board and placed another flat wooden board atop of her. When Wendy finally came to, she was surprised and angry at once. Despite her attempts to wrench free, it was useless. I explained to her that she was going to be crushed to death. I also pointed out the irony of everything that she taught others about, because that was how she would die as well. She spat in my face. I just laughed, and then I started to place cinder blocks one at a time on the top of the board. Joe was interrupted for a second when Sam came back into the room. He seemed to be calmer as he was holding a cup of coffee in one hand and a donut in the other. Sam didn't seem to have anything to say, so he continued to eat his donut and was ready to listen to Joe again. As I was putting the cinder blocks on one at a time, Wendy screamed out in agony as I was slowly crushing her to death. Sam clenched his coffee cup, yet he still managed to keep his cool. Joe continued. Well, a thing worth mentioning, as she was slowly dying, Wendy started to chant some weird spell. She claimed that she was using her witchcraft to give me some kind of curse. At the time, I just scoffed at it and said I didn't believe in such things. She claimed that wherever she would go in the afterlife and any other future victims or even victims from the past, she and others would haunt me till the day that I die. I ignored her stupid spell as she screamed out even louder. As I still kept placing the blocks onto the board, I had them all balanced out to where they wouldn't slide off. Plus, they're so heavy anyways that they probably wouldn't slide off anyways. Eventually, Wendy couldn't talk or breathe much longer because it seemed that her lungs were getting crushed. The process of her dying took around an hour. When Wendy was finally dead, I was relieved. I never thought I'd have this much trouble ending a life. I took her body out to the boat along with some of the cinder blocks. Once aboard the boat, I tied some chains that I had to the cinder blocks. I made sure that the chains wouldn't come off so easily. I figured at least 4 of them would be enough. Then I took the other end of the chains. I tied them both to Wendy's ankles. I wanted to be sure that she was not going to resurface. With all my strength, I dumped each cinder block into the water one at a time. Wendy's body soon sank into the deep ocean right away. I clapped my hands together, congratulating myself, and a job well done, and was on my way back home. However, it would soon turn out for me that I murdered the wrong person. Even though I laughed and disbelieved her curse, Wendy was not bluffing. She did put a curse on me. This, as you can now guess, is why I am now being haunted by my victims even today. The hauntings didn't truly start until my final victim. I almost regret murdering Wendy. However, not completely. Joe didn't get another chance to say another word, because the cup of coffee that Sam was about to take a sip out of went flying right out of his hands and splashed its hot contents right on Joe's face. Joe screamed in pain and cried for help. A guard stepped into the cell and demanded to know what was going on. Carol and Sam explained what happened and strongly urged the guard to know that it wasn't their fault. Their story was soon confirmed by security cameras that they were telling the truth. The guards and the warden were now actually getting used to the idea that strange occurrences only happened in and around Joe and his cell. They noted that all the other patients were never affected. Sam asked, "Don't you think it's odd that none of the other patients were affected by the ghost?" After a few minutes of investigation to see what happened, things went back to normal, except for the burn mark on Joe's face. Sam, with a smile on his face, said, "You deserve more than that coffee on your face. If you ask me, I think that was the ghost of the witch you killed. I'd say she did that to make you suffer a little. Indeed, she did put a curse on you." Joe remained silent for a moment before he continued onward. "Well, the next victim was an easy kill for me. Actually, the rest of the kills were." Sam raised his hand and said, "Please excuse me, I need to step out for a few moments." Carol nodded her head and Joe sighed as if to say how rude that Sam was being. Sam exited the room for a moment. He wasn't feeling very good and he was going to step outside for some fresh air. As Sam turned down the hallway, he noticed something standing at the other end, a tall dark figure with glowing green eyes. He couldn't quite make it out, but it was enough to give him the creeps. As the figure made its way towards him, Sam blacked out. About 20 minutes later, Sam was woken by one of the mental health ward nurses. "Hey, are you okay?" one of them said. "I just found you here lying on the floor." Sam struggled to get off the floor and he brushed himself off. He glanced at his watch and realized that it had been a few hours since he had a banana. He was running low on potassium. Sam also realized that he left Carol hanging all this time. He told the nurse that he was fine and he just needed to get a couple of bananas. The nurse told him that she would bring back some from the cafeteria. She made her way there while Sam stepped back into the room. When Sam returned, he saw that Joe had fallen asleep. Carol stood up from the table and stretched. He was bored of waiting and then he fell asleep. I guess it wouldn't hurt to get a breath of fresh air myself. They both agreed and stepped outside. As they were making their way to the outside, Sam explained to her what had happened. The nurse happened to stop them on their way out. She handed Sam 2 bananas and she continued on her way. Carol was shocked when she heard the news. Once they made it outside, Carol received a phone call. When she answered, Carol heard a voice that was weird and eerie, that she had never heard before. "You need to leave here now. You are both in danger." The phone call ended. Carol was confused and a little freaked out. Sam asked, "Who was that? What did they say?" "I don't know who it was. I was told that we needed to leave and that we were in danger. Hold on, I'm going to try to call it back." She recalled the number that had called her. When she did, she heard the operator say, "Sorry, but this number can't be reached." Carol put her phone back into her pocket in frustration. "Well, that's great. I can't call them back. I wonder who it was that called me." Sam answered with, "Well, whoever it was, we need to listen to whoever called. That shadowy figure that I saw inside didn't bring a good presence when I felt it. It might be a good idea to not go back there right away. And besides, Joe's taking a nap. I have an idea to protect us. We're going to have to go for a ride. I know a friend that knows a lot of mystical stuff. One thing of note, she is, well, a bit unusual." Carol nodded her head in agreement. Sam offered to drive because he knew the way. So they both got into Carol's car and headed out to Sam's friend. As they drove, Sam explained to Carol that his friend was a longtime friend of his. He also explained that she dabbled into fortune-telling. She also investigated paranormal activity and was a medium. Carol listened on with intrigue. Sam also told her that he was confident that his friend would be able to help them out with this problem. For the rest of the drive, they remained quiet as they listened to the radio. It took about 2 hours with stops for gas and restroom breaks along the way. It was dark when they finally got there. They both got out of the car and stretched out their arms and legs, and soon they both made their way to the front door. From Carol's point of view, the home looked like a mini mansion to her. She gathered that Sam's friend must have been doing really well for themselves financially. Sam went to knock on the door, but the door opened by itself. They were greeted by a tiny parrot that flapped its wings, and to Carol's amazement, the bird spoke and said, "Welcome, follow me, follow me." Sam looked at Carol and said, "Oh yeah, I forgot to mention she had a bird." The bird flew off and led them down a long hallway that led to a large room. The room featured some leather couches and a big chandelier at the top of the ceiling, and it looked like an expensive one at that, with jewels placed onto its sides. Carol could tell that the person who lived here had a fine taste in things. When they finally went past the living room and into the kitchen, which was right next to that living room, they both saw a woman who'd appeared to be in her early 40s sitting at a big round table. She had long black hair and her face had some wrinkles around it. She still looked to be in good health and was sipping on a tall glass of red wine. Carol could see the woman was also puffing on a cigar. The bird that greeted them at the front door perched on the woman's shoulder. The woman's eyes were a hazel color, and she was a rather short woman. When she noticed Sam and Carol standing there looking at her, she stood from her chair and ran over to Sam. "Sam, my boy, it has been a long time since I saw you. What have you been up to?" she asked with a big grin on her face. "I see that you brought along a friend. Is Carol your girlfriend?" Sam blushed and just shook his head, whereas Carol stumbled back a couple of steps. Carol hadn't even introduced herself yet to this woman, and Sam didn't even give her a phone call to let her know they were on their way. The woman turned to Carol and said, "Oh yeah, I know who you were the very moment you set foot in my home," the woman said with complete confidence. "You are surprised, and that is fine. I know we haven't met formally. You see, I have a gift. I already know why you guys are here. The both of you are in some trouble." Carol's mouth hung open in disbelief. "My girl, you need to take a seat at the table before you pass out from your shock. I will explain everything to you very soon. Also, please have a glass of wine." Carol just nodded her head and walked up to the table. She pulled out a chair and sat down. Sam pulled up a chair right beside her. Carol saw a wine bottle sitting on the counter about 10 feet away from the table. The bottle slowly hovered over to them. What the hell is going on here? Does she have ghosts here too? Carol thought to herself. A glass that was already placed at the table before their arrival was empty. The wine bottle floated close enough to pour into the wine glass. Once the glass was full, the glass slid right over to Carol. She smiled nervously and took a sip. Did she just move that glass with her mind? Carol thought. The woman waited till Carol took a couple of sips. She clapped both of her hands together and said, "Well, okay now. No more leading you on. My name is Wanda. I am a psychic. I have unique abilities that I don't always reveal to just anyone. You see, only a select few know of what I'm capable of. I met Sam years ago when he was a child. I want to say about when he was 10 years old when we met. We have been friends ever since. I can read people's minds. I can use telekinesis, and I am a medium. My parents didn't want anything to do with me. When they found out about my abilities, I scared them too much, so they pawned me off to my mother's sister. My aunt was, well, almost as unique as me, and she took me in and showed me how to hone in on my abilities. However, that is enough about me for now. I know why you are here, and to say the least, you are both in one ugly mess. However, both of you would have had no way of knowing. Carol sipped on her wine as she listened along. You can also tell that I am indeed not lying about reading people's minds. I mean, how else would I have already known your name before entering my home, dear? Wanda said. That is not what is truly important at the moment. Sam, I know that you came across the dark spirit at the hospital. I might add that this spirit is also very dangerous and much more vengeful than the others. For you see, this spirit wants to protect Joe, unlike all the rest. Before you even ask why, it's because even though Joe murdered that one woman with the leeches, she still loved him even after her death. Melanie loved him so much that she would do anything to protect him even now. She also feels as though you guys are trying to harm him in some way. That's why she followed you here. She can't get to you in here, in my home, because it is protected. Carol's head was swimming with all of this information. She had tons of questions to ask. Sam just sat there and listened with a grin on his face. Carol finished off her glass of wine and said, Wow, this is a lot for me to take in. I couldn't keep track of it all, but that's okay. So we're in danger? I get that part. Carol slurred her words. How do I know that you can really read minds if I mean, what if Sam called you ahead of time and told you everything about me and what we were doing right now? I mean, can you actually prove to me that you're not just making all this up? Sam looked at Carol and said, Well, there's no way I could have called her ahead of time. You see, I left my phone at your house. You can try and call it if you don't believe me. Carol shook her head and said, No, I do. Are there any other ways you can prove it? Still slurring. This offended Wanda, but she was also used to any non-believers that came her way. Okay, darling, I guess knowing your name wasn't enough. So guess a number through 1 and 100. Please be honest with me and don't change the number as well. We can do this all day long. I will be sure to guess every number that you pick correctly each time. Carol shook her whole body loose as if to stretch out all of her muscles and loosen up. The wine was kicking in for sure. She said, Okay, I can do that. This should be interesting. Carol thought about what number she wanted to pick. She nodded and said, Okay, I got the number. Wanda nodded her head and said, Your number is 22. Carol was surprised and nodded her head. They both did this 3 more times to end any of Carol's doubts. Wanda was even able to correctly guess her birthday without any hints or clues, which happened to be May 30th, 1986. Wanda then spoke up. Look, I feel like it's time to get to the point. This dark spirit wants to possess you, Carol. The more you are around Joe, the more things are only going to get worse, Wanda warned. If you can at all, please try to avoid him. If you do this, odds are Melanie will just leave you alone. However, I know that you just can't do that. This is what's going to help you. I have some candles that, when lit, will ward any and all spirits off until they are used up. I only happen to have 3 left right now, and I'll give them to you. I won't be able to get any more because these candles are rare and hard to find, so I suggest using them wisely. She snapped her fingers with her right hand, and the bird flew over to a small drawer that was 5 feet away. The bird pulled the top drawer with one of its claws and hopped inside. Using its beak, it grabbed 3 black candles that were bundled together. The bird lifted the bundle up and came back to Carol and dropped them right in front of her. Wanda continued, If Melanie possesses you, you are going to lose your body forever. This spirit is a powerful one at that. So you need to finish up your job with Joe, and don't go nowhere near the man again. He does have it in for him, that is for sure. Wanda looked over at Carol. Now, girl, I know that you still have so many questions to ask me, and that is fine. However, it's just going to have to wait. Wanda stood up, walked over to the fridge, and pulled out a bottle of wine. She walked over and handed it to Sam. "Now listen, this isn't your ordinary bottle of wine. This bottle has the special ability to allow you to see any spirits around you. I recommend drinking it only when you think it's necessary. Now we'll have to talk later, as I have said before. It's time for you guys to go." She reached out with her right hand to shake Sam and Carol's hands. With that, Wanda stood up from her chair, and she escorted them to the front door. "Good luck to the both of you. You are both going to need it." Wanda looked Carol right in the eyes. "And Angel, your mother says hi, and that she loves you." Wanda closed the door before Carol could ask any more questions. This made Carol even more confused. She hadn't seen her mother ever since she was a child. She just took off and never came back. So how in the hell would Wanda know her mother, and how could they have been in communication with each other and never let her know? Carol didn't have time to think about it because Sam was rushing her to hurry back to the car and head back to Joe. They both went back into the car and hit the road. As they were making their way back, they had a big discussion about how Sam met Wanda and that she had stayed in contact with him over the years. Carol was amazed that Sam had a friend like that. They also talked about how they were going to use the first candle. They both agreed to only use it when it was going crazy. Time flew by as they both became engrossed in their conversations. They both didn't realize that the sun was soon setting, and they both agreed that it would be a bad idea to go back to the asylum this late at night. So it was decided that they would both try to find a motel. Sam took the next exit, which had a hotel nearby. Carol had fallen asleep, and Sam was staying focused on the road. He felt the car jerk suddenly to the left. Sam realized that he wasn't the one that did that. He hurried and turned the wheel back to the right to correct himself and stay centered in his lane. The car jerked to the right involuntarily. The car zigzagged to the left and right against his will. Sam started to freak out. The sudden jerking of the car was enough to wake Carol up. "What's going on? Why is the car doing that?" Carol asked, while in half-awakened confusion. "I don't know what's going on. I'm not doing this. It's almost as if something is controlling the car," Sam said while panicking. "Wait, that has to be it. Wanda did say that we were in danger. Hurry, grab one of those candles. We need to light it, Carol, fast." Carol scrambled to pull one of the candles loose from the bundle. When she did, she hurried and handed it over to Sam. Sam, who wasn't a smoker at all, happened to pull a lighter out of his front coat pocket, and he struggled to light the candle with his one free right hand, while Carol tried to hold it steady. However, they both lost focus on the candle when the car pulled into the other lane. They were lucky to have no oncoming traffic. Sam put both hands on the wheel, and he steered the car back into the correct lane. The car again forced itself back into the other lane, where there was an oncoming car in the lane 30 feet away from their car this time. Sam felt like he was playing a game of chicken. The other car that was coming towards them honked the horn frantically. Sam again tried to steer the car back into his lane, but he wasn't able to adjust when they were about to crash head-on at the very last second. Sam shouted, "Light the candle now, hurry!" Carol sucked up her fear and grabbed the candle. She made sure this time that she had a tight grip on it with both of her hands. Sam hit the switch on the lighter about 2 times. While his left hand was still gripping the steering wheel, he still managed to get the candle lit. At the last minute, Sam managed to pull the car back into the correct lane before they crashed. The moment that he pulled it off, the car started to ride without issues. Sam was shaken with nerves. The same for Carol as well. Carol was still holding the candle with both hands and sat back into her seat while sighing with relief. "Okay, keep an eye out for the next exit sign that has a motel," she said. The moment Sam saw the very next exit, he took it, and they were both at a motel about 5 minutes later. Once they made it in the hotel, Sam checked in at the front office, and they both made their way to the room, after they picked a room that had 2 beds in it. When Sam opened the door, they were both relieved and exhausted as well. Sam turned around and closed the door, and locked it. "Carol, I think that it would be good if we keep that candle lit for the night at least." Carol nodded, and she carefully walked over to a nightstand that happened to have an empty coffee mug on top of it. She placed the candle inside of it. Once she did that, she plopped down onto the bed. Carol was so exhausted that she didn't even care if she slept in her clothes, and soon, out like a light. As Carol was sleeping, Sam felt weak again. He needed to have more potassium soon. He grabbed the key to the hotel and figured that Carol would be fine by herself. He set out to get some bananas and drove to the closest grocery store. After he left the store, he ate 2 bananas on the way back. He was very tired as well, so tired that he had forgotten about the candle being lit. When Sam opened up the door to the motel room, he didn't realize how windy outside it really was, because the wind ended up blowing the candle out. Carol, still fast asleep, didn't pick up on this as well. He closed the door behind him and took a couple of steps and stretched both of his arms high in the air and let out a big yawn. Sam made his way to his bed and collapsed onto it. He too fell fast asleep. Around 3 a.m., the shower to the bathroom turned on at random. The water was turned on at full blast. This woke Sam and Carol up right away from what was a peaceful rest. They were both alarmed. What could be going on was Sam's first thought, and then it hit him. He looked over to the candle to see if it was still lit, and to his dismay, it was not. He hurried and hopped off the bed to get to it, but the candle flew off the nightstand and shattered the window of the room. Sam hurried over to the door to try and open it, but he couldn't get to the door to budge. Carol looked around trying to figure out what she could do to help, when she fell back onto her bed as if someone had knocked her out cold. Sam turned around from the door to find Carol lying still on the bed. Her body levitated into the air. Her eyes were still closed, but she was breathing. Sam had seen a lot of paranormal things during his career, but this was his first time seeing levitation in person. Carol floated in the air above the bed for a few seconds and then fell back down, landing on her back. Sam stood at the door for a few seconds more before moving over to her. When he did come near her, Carol opened both of her eyes, and she sat straight up. Carol slowly turned her head over to Sam's, with her eyes glowing red and her mouth was wearing a sinister grin. Carol? Are you okay?" Sam asked nervously. Before he could get an answer from her, Sam's cell phone rang. He turned to check it to see who it was, and he saw that it was Wanda calling him. He answered and put the phone on speaker. Wanda's voice came on and said, "Hey Sam, I know right now you are in danger. When you guys were back at my house, I had one of my butlers put a few items into your car trunk just in case you should happen to need it, which I can already tell that you most definitely will need now. Hurry and get to that trunk." The phone call ended. Sam wasn't fast enough to get out the door. Carol charged Sam and placed both of her hands over Sam's neck and choked him tight. Sam struggled to lose her grip over his neck, but he couldn't do it. Carol was an unstoppable force. Sam had an idea. He didn't want to do it, but didn't have a choice. He clenched his right hand into a fist and landed a hard punch into her stomach to knock her breath out of her. Carol loosened her grip around Sam's neck and clenched her stomach with both of her hands and cried out in pain. Sam hurried for the door. He opened it quickly and bolted to the car. When Sam got to the trunk, he pushed the trunk button on his keychain to pop it open. He scanned around the trunk and he found a small bottle of water and a rope with a note attached to it. Sam picked the note up and read it. "This will be handy in case of a possession. Use it if necessary. Splash the water onto the person who is possessed. The spirit should leave the body in a couple of seconds. The rope is to tie them up in case they become possessed again." Sam didn't hesitate any further. He grabbed the materials and ran right back into the motel room. He saw Carol standing right in front of the door. He hurried and unscrewed the lid to the bottle of holy water and splashed it all over Carol's body from head to toe. Carol dropped to the ground screaming out loud in pain. She held her hands to her face as she wiggled around. Sam knew this was probably his only chance. He raised his right hand high into the air and he pushed his right hand directly into her stomach to hold her in place. She fell backwards and landed on her ass. Sam tied her wrist up with one end of the rope and for her feet with the other. He did his best to try and hog-tie her. Carol was too weak to fight back after trying to break free from this position with no avail. All she could do was cry out in pain until her eyes closed and was quiet. Sam stood up after he finished tying her up, and he looked at her for a long time. She was silent. Once he realized that the possession was over, he lifted Carol up and laid her down on the bed. Knowing that she was tied up made Sam feel safe, so safe, that he decided to get some sleep. Sam made his way back to his own bed and fell fast asleep as well. Sam managed to get at least 4 hours of sleep until he heard Carol complaining about how tight the ropes were around her wrists and feet about 10 a.m. Sam scrambled out of his bed in a state of confusion. He looked around and he said, "Oh, yeah, that's right. You ended up being possessed last night? That ghost managed to throw out one of the candles right out the window? Not too long after the ghost gained control of your body. So that's why I had to fight you and tie you up. I splashed holy water on your body and the spirit left. We should probably go now while we can. We need to find that candle and light it again so this won't happen all over. We're also going to have to pay for that window probably." Carol's head spun, but she tried her hardest to listen to every word that Sam was saying. Being untied was all that she wanted right now. "Yes, okay, that's fine and all. Please just untie me." Carol squirmed around on the bed like an oversized worm. Sam came over to her and untied her quickly. They both checked out at the hotel. Once they did, they searched around the parking lot frantically looking for the candle. When they both found it, it was run over and no longer of any use. They only had 2 candles left. They both felt very uncomfortable about that. With little choice, they both set out to head right back to Joe and try to finish the rest of his interview before they had no candles left. Only time would tell if they would succeed. "Well," Sam said gloomily, "we're going to be in lots of trouble with the missing candle now." Chapter 7. It took about 2 whole hours to return to the asylum. They found Joe standing right next to a paint canvas. He was painting what appeared to be a knight on horseback, resembling a chess piece. As he was putting his final touches onto his painting, Joe turned from the canvas to notice that Carol and Sam returned for the interview. Carol could tell that Joe seemed to be rather agitated. "Where the hell have the both of you been? You're supposed to help me finish our interview so we can be done with these ghosts forever. You guys just got up and took off without so much as a reason why." Carol spoke up first. "You see, we had to leave in a hurry. You have ghosts haunting you, yes. However, I want you to know they are also haunting me too. I have no idea why they are. They just are. We happened to learn about that one ghost, Melanie, that is protecting you. She thinks that me and Sam are threats to you. Melanie tried to run our car off the road, and she even tried to possess me. We have these candles, and they are designed to keep all spirits away until they burn down. This time we won't have any interruptions as well." Joe looked at Carol with amazement, but also with intrigue. "Well, okay then. We can start immediately. So please, you two have a seat and we can continue." They both took a seat. Sam pulled out his mini camera and began recording again. Joe continued with his story. "As I have mentioned before, I love to play chess, and in chess you need to strategize all the time. My favorite chess piece is not the queen, though she is the most powerful piece on the board. Yet you see that mine is the knight. The knight can move 2 down and 1 forward in any direction, basically making a small L. With that piece, you can really put off some good moves." Sam interrupted Joe after realizing that they still hadn't lit another candle. "Damn, Carol, we forgot to light that candle. Please, hurry and do it." Carol scrambled to open her purse and pull out yet another candle. She lit it before any more craziness could happen. Once things settled down, Joe continued speaking. "As I was saying, if you play the knight piece correctly, it always works out for you in the long run. I have always correlated my murders with chess. That is why you've seen me painting the knight on that canvas over there." Joe pointed a finger at his recent painting. "Much like the rest of my murders, I had to plan this one out. A side note, yes, I plotted all of my murders ahead of time, you see. However, there was one where it wasn't planned and it just sorta happened. It came time when I soon realized that the runway for my airplane was getting torn up and worn down by the elements. There were potholes and cracks running all up and down the runway. So I figured it would be time to get it repaired and was in the market for a construction crew. This was to be no easy task, to be honest. I would have to have them bring all their crew and equipment to the island, much like I sorta had to do last time for the museum I had built. I needed to have a construction crew brought out to my island. I hopped online and looked for an adequate crew that could get the job done just right. It took me about 2 weeks, but I found one. It was an independent company called Harry's Construction. Harry was the owner and boss of the construction crew. When I decided that I wanted this company, I gave him a phone call and told him what I wanted. So about a week later, they arrived on a boat along with all their equipment. It wasn't cheap to ferry them to my island. The whole project ended up costing me around $20,000. I also offered him and his entire crew rooms to sleep in and meals 3 times a day until the job was completed. It was going to take about another 2 weeks for them to finish. That was, if the weather was good during that time. So the first week went well as they started the job right away. They brought along with them a cement roller, tools, and other construction equipment, and bags of cement. They moved over all the cracks and fixed major potholes all along the runway. They worked all day until dark. At night they would all meet up with me in the dining hall for their dinners. I did not meet with them for the other 2 meals because I was busy doing other things. Well, it was at the first dinner that I actually got to meet Harry and his crew. I soon realized that I didn't care for Harry at all. He was a jerk unlike any other I have ever met. The guy was a pig to begin with. As he ate, Harry talked with his mouth full. Another thing he would do was smack his lips while eating, and when he burped out loud, Harry wouldn't even excuse himself. I was the one who was unfortunate enough to sit right next to Harry. These things were all some of my biggest pet peeves. He would be disrespectful to his crew. He would even threaten to fire them over the dumbest of reasons. From what I understood, these guys needed the job because the majority of them had families to take care of. I learned all this from Harry's actions all in one evening. However, I just chose to ignore it. I figured they would be gone as soon as they finished their job. I soon learned, however, that this was to be a nightly behavior at the dinner table. That's when I decided to sit as far away from him as possible from that point on. During this time, as they worked away to finish the job, my urge to kill someone was coming and going, ebbing and flowing. I still hadn't found my next future victim. However, I soon found out for myself who that would be. One day, as they were working, I was feeling bored in my library. After reading a couple of chapters in one of my books, something stirred inside of me to be a little snoopy. I was curious to find out more about this Harry fellow, and decided to head to his room when he was not there. I figured a good way to learn about someone is to go through their belongings. Yes, I know it wasn't my business, but they were staying at my house. I figured that justified it enough. I made my way over to his room and looked to see if anybody was around. Once I knew the coast was clear, I entered his room quietly and closed and locked the door. I went through his things. It was an invasion of privacy, but I felt compelled to do it. First thing I found was his cell phone that was lying on the bed. I walked over and picked it up. The fool didn't have a password on his lock screen, so anyone could easily access his phone if they really wanted to. I decided to see who his contacts were and to check his text messages. I was shocked to find when I did. He had a few texts from a few different people. One of them was from who I presumed to be his wife. I read a couple that were sent from her. The first message read, "Where did you go? It's been 4 months that I haven't seen or heard from you. You just up and took off without so much as a goodbye. How could you just leave me and your daughter like this? I'm worried sick about you. I don't know if you're dead or just another deadbeat dad." There was at least one more. How dare you do this to us? I just found out that you are still alive and that you abandoned us. I found out from your current girlfriend that you are now with her. She ran into me the other day and seemed to recognize me, and then threatened me to stay away from you, and that she would be a better mom to my own child than I ever could be. You are a lying, no-good piece of shit. I'll be going after you for child support." That was all from her. I felt a small sensation of anger. Now, it's crazy, I know. I have gleefully killed innocent people at this point. You're probably thinking, how could I have any compassion for a thing like this? However, it's true. This sort of thing made my blood boil. I'm a serial killer, yes, but if I ever had kids, I could never be a deadbeat dad to them. If you haven't noticed by now, I don't murder kids. Nope, I will never do it. I mean, I've never done that either. Joe stared directly into Carol's eyes. She stared back at him. Somehow I believe you. Please continue with the story. Joe nodded and frowned. Well, me being a serial killer, I am indeed insane. I still won't ever expect anyone to agree with me. Carol could not help but agree. Yeah, deadbeat dads are the worst. I can't stand them. I am curious, though, as to what happened next. Well, Carol, the next few texts weren't any better. The next one was, from what I could tell, was a bookie. The bookie was looking to see if Harry wanted to make another bet for a couple of $1,000 on some upcoming dog fights. My blood boiled more. Odd for a murderer to show some compassion towards animals, right? Dog fights or any other event where animals are forced to fight against each other are just wrong and barbaric on so many levels. What angered me was some of Harry's responses for his bookie. Harry planned on ripping all of his crew off for the current job that they were working on. He wanted to keep about 90% of the profits and only pay his crew the 10%. Harry was going to be getting heavily into gambling with his newfound profits. So I thought to myself, this piece of shit is a deadbeat dad, and he also planned on ripping off all of his crew. This man was a stain on the earth, and he soon needed to be removed. Sam couldn't help but think of the irony of all this. I decided then that he was going to be my next victim. I made it back to the library and went back to my reading again, as if nothing out of the ordinary happened. I knew that Harry was my next victim, but I had to plan on how I was going to do it. On the last week that they worked on my runway, I brainstormed my plan on how to kill Harry. I also decided that I was going to quietly slip each worker about $2,000 each to thank them for all of their hard work. I knew it was going to be very expensive to do all this, but I wasn't sweating it, because they worked their asses off and deserved it, especially when their boss was going to rip them all off. On the final day of them wrapping the project up, I had one of my servants personally invite them all into the dining hall to meet up with me. I also made sure that their boss was not invited. When they all arrived, I thanked them, one by one, all of them, for their hard work, and told them that they are all getting a big cash bonus soon. They all had big smiles on their faces with the news. I was actually happy to help them out. When they all were ready to pack all of their stuff back up and have it transported back into the boat, I made my way to their boss and gave him the money I had promised to pay him. I gave him the most passive-aggressive smile I had ever given anyone in my entire life, and I shook his hand very hard, along with squeezing his hand extra tight. I also told him that I wanted to buy his steamroller from him for about $1,500. He took my offer without hesitation. I figured he would, because he probably planned on gambling with the cash anyhow. The final thing I did was invite him to come back to my island about a week later. I told him that I wanted him to try one of the finest wines I had. for it was about 60 years old, and I wanted to discuss with him about future projects that I had in mind for him and his crew. He, of course, took me up on my offer without hesitation. I was also pleased with the idea that he wanted to come back so soon. The workers all left about 2 hours after that. Soon the time came. The day before Harry would return, I again paid all of my servants to leave again for the next couple of days. I made sure to have a huge meal prepared that same day before they left. The following day I had everything ready for Harry. When he finally showed up to my island, Harry was all alone. I had him fly in by helicopter. When he arrived, I greeted him, and we proceeded to the dining room. I grabbed the expensive and oldest wine that I had promised him, and poured him a big glass. I went into the kitchen and grabbed the meal, a 20-ounce New York steak with some mashed potatoes and even shrimp on the side. I poured just enough chloroform into his wine so it would knock him out fast. I brought our meals out, and I made sure to give his tainted food to him first. I placed my own plate on the table. We discussed future projects as we ate. 5 minutes later he was out, just as I had planned. I hurried outside and grabbed a big blue tarp and took it out to the runway that his crew recently worked on under Harry's direction. I rolled the tarp out into a big square. It was about 20 feet long and wide. I made sure to place a giant rock on each corner of the square. I was pretty much using them as paperweights. I went back to the garage and grabbed a metal baseball bat and made my way back to Harry, who was passed out with his face squarely planted into his half-eaten steak and mashed potatoes. He was still breathing as I grabbed him by his legs to avoid having him hit his head on the floor. I tucked the bat under my armpits as I dragged him all the way out to the blue tarp. Once I finally made it there, the sun was setting, which was perfect to set the perfect mood for the kill. I laid him down right in the middle of the tarp, and I sat right next to him, cross-legged, holding my bat. I patiently waited for him to wake up, and also pulled out my cell phone to record the whole event. When he finally woke up about 30 minutes later, Harry started to look around, but he was groggy and confused. I stood up over him. He looked at me and asked me what was going on. I scolded him for being a piece of shit, being a deadbeat dad, being a dog killer, and how it was awful that he participated in those fights, and how he wanted to rip off his crew. Harry tried to beg and ask for forgiveness. I told him that it was too late for that. I took the bat and hit him hard in the shins. Harry cried out in pain, and I proceeded to strike his shins repeatedly. He howled out in agony, louder and louder each time I brought the bat crashing down. I was wearing a big smile on my face the whole time and was overwhelmed with joy, knowing that I was causing a man like that so much pain. After several good swings in, I heard his shin bones crack. The guy was screaming out in so much agony that I was surprised that he was still alive. I could also tell that the blood was smearing the inside of his pant legs. I stopped swinging for a second and stood a couple of feet back. I told him as a sick joke not to go anywhere because I'd be right back. I made my way over to the steamroller I purchased from him earlier. During the week of my planning, I made sure to study how to operate the equipment, the whole 9 yards. I hopped on and turned on the engine and slowly rolled my way over to Harry. Joe had a smirk on his face. I must warn the both of you, this next part isn't going to be pleasant. Carol looked at Sam with a worried look. Sam expressed a look of disgust on his face. He didn't think he was ready to hear what was next. I rolled ever so closer to Harry's position. The front part of the roller wheels met Harry's feet, It was at this point that Harry screamed out loud in fear. He kept asking repeatedly to let me spare his life. This, that, and the other. I continued rolling over his feet and then his legs. Harry had let out one loud, blood-curdling scream in pain. It was unlike anything I had ever heard in my entire life. I wanted to take my time with Harry because I didn't want to put him out of his misery just yet. I wanted to relish this moment because it wasn't every day I got to hear this sort of music to my ears. Well, anyway, I rolled the roller back slightly, just enough to roll off his now crushed legs and feet. I shut off the roller for a second and hopped off the seat, and I made my way over to Harry. He must have been in shock by now. I knelt down and put my ear up to him. After a few more moments of hearing him suffer, I was satisfied, and I hopped back onto the seat of the steamroller to put his lights out for good. I turned the engine back on and fired her up. I rode steadily up to his middle part of the body and crushed his upper ribs and his arms. I wanted to see his head being crushed like a watermelon, so I hopped off the roller and ran ahead of Harry in the roller. I made it in time to see the roller go over his head and saw his brain just shoot out, sort of like if you took a gusher fruit snack and... Whoa! Okay, please, Carol said desperately as she raised her right hand. Joe just looked at Carol and was blushing, oddly enough. Sorry, I got a little excited there. I suppose it was a nasty mess for some, but it was a pure, utter sight of delight for me. Carol and Sam immediately vacated Joe's presence and ran to the nearest restrooms as they were both feeling sick to their stomach. They simultaneously threw up and couldn't believe what they both had just heard. Carol knew it was going to be bad, however, not this damn bad. It took them both a few moments to collect themselves before they went back into Joe's presence once more. Once they both made it back, Joe had a big smile on his face again. It seems to me you both have some weak stomachs, he laughed. Sam quipped, Just shut the hell up. Don't worry about us, man. Joe smiled and said, Okay then, very well. I'll continue. Well, once the roller was done rolling over Harry's worthless human carcass, I knew that I had to do my cleanup again. The first thing I did was take the steamroller and I drove it to the very shores of my island and as far into the ocean as I could. I left the engine on and watched it roll its way into the ocean until I could no longer see it at the surface of the water. I walked my way back to the top of the mangled body. It was a messy sight to behold. After all, I examined the body and decided that I would have to burn it. That would be best for this one. So I went to my garage and came back with a big gasoline canister and poured it all over the remains of the crushed body and the blue tarp. I took a couple of matches and started the fire. In about an hour, everything was gone. The corpse was completely ashes at this point. I made my way back to my garage, and I brought a broom and dustpan to sweep up the ashes and any other remains. Usually I am on top of things when it comes to cleaning up my kill site. However, this time, for some reason or another, I was sloppy with my work. I suppose this time around I was way too excited about the murder. With Harry now out of the way, I still had one issue. His crew at some point would start to ask questions. So all I did was take a few screenshots of the text that I told you guys about earlier. I sent it to his crew members so they would see just how much of a piece of shit their boss really was. I also wrote them a note saying Harry confided in me and he felt bad about what he did to them and to his wife, that he couldn't bear to tell them himself, and that he asked me to mail them his phone as a way to confess. Also, in the note, I mentioned that I offered to take Harry fishing as a way to help take his mind off of some of his problems. As we went out to the ocean to fish, we ran into some rough waters on the way back, and he fell in. Because Harry refused to wear a life jacket, I tried to throw him a life preserver, but the waters were horrible, and he could not grab a hold of it in time. Harry just went under and was gone. I sent the cell phone and the note in a small package. I'm guessing they must have been pleased to hear about their boss's fate, because I never heard word one back from them ever again. I hoped that someone else took over their crew, and it would be someone decent and legit as well. After that, I gathered all the ashes up, and I made my way back to the pig pen. I sprinkled them all into the pig's slop from the day before. This irony was that this human was a piece of shit and would end up being literal shit. That was about it for this murder. My urge to kill was met again for a long time after this. Joe stopped talking for a moment to stretch out both of his arms and let out a big, long yawn. Carol and Sam were so mortified with Joe's latest story that they both had forgotten about the candle that was lit. Carol, in a panic, looked at the candle to see where it was. The candle looked like it was about halfway burned down, which meant they were running out of time. They only had their current candle and one whole candle left. If they couldn't finish Joe's interview in time, the ghost would come back. Carol raised her wrist to check the time on her watch. It was about 12:30 p.m. They showed up around 10 a.m., so they were at this for a couple of hours. Sam was starting to feel sick again due to his need of the potassium he hadn't had for a while. Carol felt like they needed to take a short break. The longer the break was, however, the worse off they were going to be. Sam looked at Carol, then Joe, and excused himself out of the room. He told them that he was going to head back to the cafeteria. However, before Sam left, Carol asked him if he could bring back a sandwich and some water. Sam nodded his head and headed out. Carol looked back at Joe and said, "Well, as my partner is taking a short break, we might as well hear about your next murder. After all, we sort of need to hurry." Carol gave a slight smirk. Joe returned Carol a twisted smile and said, "Okay, very well. I'll tell you this one. I feel like I got very creative." Carol thought to herself, "Oh, I can't wait to hear this one." She stretched her legs and proceeded to listen. Little did the three of them know that trouble was surely brewing for them all. Chapter 8. Well, the last few murders were interesting to say the least. If you think so, Carol thought to herself. I realized that 2 of them involved crushing someone to death, and I started to feel like that wasn't very original, so this next kill, I wanted it to be somewhat unique. I wanted to put a twist on how I would do it next. Joe was interrupted briefly as Sam made his way back in. He already started eating his banana, and he handed Carol a sandwich and a bottle of water. Joe seemed a little offended by the interruption, but he continued. "Glad to see that you both got your snacks, and good thing this part of my story won't be as gross. Well, as I was saying, I wanted this next murder to be thrilling. However, I was having a few issues. First one was that my urge to murder wasn't with me at the moment. It had only been about 2 months since my last murder. Another issue was I didn't know how I wanted to go about it. It was like my mind had hit a dead end. Similar to an author having writer's block. Also, for the first time ever, I was now more paranoid about getting caught than I ever felt. What I decided to do was just take my time and wait for when the moment was right. What I decided to do was just take my time and wait for my mind to unwind, to take my mind off of it. I would play a lot of chess with my servants. Unfortunately for me, they didn't know how to play very well. I eventually taught them. It was then that they started to learn to beat me all the time. After a while, that got boring, and so I wanted to take on marijuana. I was a guy who was rich and retired. I was just absolutely bored out of my mind, and I figured why not see what the buzz was all about. After all, the state of California had barely legalized it a couple of years ago. I bought my nearby island, not too far from California shores. One day I decided to take a trip in my helicopter to LA. It was about a 45-minute trip there from my home before my helicopter finally landed on top of a helipad on the top of one LA's many motel roofs. It wasn't too long until I found myself in a legal weed dispensary. I ended up buying all sorts of things. I paid the guy working at the counter a little hush money, and he let me have more than I was allowed to take home with me. When I finished shopping, I made my way back home. When I made it back, I was excited as hell to try all the weed out. This was the first time I have ever tried weed, as it really had a big impact on me. It had me laughing my ass off. Not much longer, I got really hungry. I ended up pigging out on a lot of junk food, and I was very thirsty as well. After all this experimenting with weed for the next 2 months, I developed a little habit. During this time, however, things started happening to me. Things seemed fine at first. You see, I was too high most of the time to even notice anything unusual or strange happening. That wasn't the same for my servants. They witnessed things occurred that were unexplainable. Things like doors slamming shut all on their own. My drinks would move from one spot to another. You see, when that happened, I figured it was just me misplacing it here and there. Things would just float around and be thrown against the wall. I was also drowsy from the weed as well. So the times I actually saw this happen, I just figured that I was just too tired and seeing things that weren't actually happening. After 2 months or even 3, I soon realized that my servants were quitting one by one. It didn't seem to matter just how much cash I offered them. They refused to stay at my mansion and work for me anymore. Most of them just up and left on me. I was still so stoned most of the time that I either didn't care or I wasn't really paying attention. When any of them would come up to tell me they quit, I would just laugh in their face. This was all because of the side effects from the weed, of course, which was messing me up very badly. One day, the very last servant walked out on me. I was stoned off my mind, sitting in my leather recliner listening to some classical music, and she came right up to me and shoved a letter right into my face. It got my attention right away. I read it to myself. Your house is not safe anymore. It is so damn haunted, and you have been too damn high to even notice a damn thing going on. All of your house staff has quit. We don't want to deal with ghosts anymore. We were tired of getting our hair pulled at night while we tried to sleep, food being thrown all over the place, drinks being poured on the floor, and seeing ghosts at the foot of our beds at night. Good luck trying to clean this whole place on your own. We are done. Your house servants. She spat in my face, gave me a dirty look, and left. The letter sobered me up a little. I guess too much of a good thing can be a bad thing, too. At that point, I quit the weed. It was just making me too paranoid. After all, I was starting to think something was watching me at night. With all my entire house servants gone, it was just me. One night, I made myself some soup. Before I could even get my first spoonful, the bowl slid away from me. When I tried grabbing it back, it floated in the air for a few seconds and flew right at me. The hot soup landed on my face and burned me badly. At night, I had terrible dreams. I dealt with being haunted during the day. It wasn't long before I started to think that my victims were haunting me. They finally came back for vengeance and were going to get that revenge any way that they could. Even though I was now being haunted by my murder victims, the urge for me to murder still hadn't gone away. I don't think anything would have ever satisfied that urge because it grew with me after each day passed. A few weeks went by and that urge went into full swing. It was time for me to make plans for my next murder. As I said before, I wanted my next murder to be unlike all the rest, so I started to think of how I wanted to do it. It came to me one day as I was cleaning around my mansion. You see, I never actually called an exterminator to my island to do any type of routine insect sprays in order to keep the pests away. Because of this, I would find the occasional insect or spider here and there. During my time cleaning around my front door outside, I found a big black widow resting in a huge web a couple of feet away from my door. As soon as I'd seen it, I started to have ideas on how I could use it for my next murder. The wheels in my head turned yet again. Not before long, I had my next plan. I decided that I would hop onto my computer and do some research. However, the moment I sat in my chair and turned on my computer, the power went out throughout my home. This was a common occurrence because those damn ghosts messed with the power almost daily. It was almost as if they knew what I was planning. This was getting rather annoying, so I then made yet another trip out to LA with my laptop. I figured heading to the LA library would be best, as they had free Wi-Fi as well. When I finally made it there, I looked up group therapy for people who had particular fears and phobias. I figured I'd join one of those groups and pretend I had one myself. I would get a feel for what everyone else was afraid of. The fear I was looking for was arachnophobia, or the fear of spiders. I never feared them myself, but the next victim would die somehow spider-related. The idea of this brought me such glee. This process wasn't easy, though. This took a long time. I ended up staying at the motel in LA for about 2 whole months before I finally found someone. I was going to various different support groups for phobias. After all that time, I found a man by the name of Paul. I found out that Paul had a big fear of spiders and choking on his food. Out of everyone else's, it was Paul's fears that piqued my interest. Paul talked about how he had a really bad experience with a spider one day as a kid. His older brother happened to catch one and then put it in a jar. His older brother walked up to Paul as he was eating lunch one day at the kitchen table. He opened up the jar and dumped the spider right into his plate as he was eating food. It ended up scaring Paul so bad that he ended up choking on his food immediately. Afterwards, his mother had to rush to the kitchen and perform the Heimlich maneuver to save his life. When I heard him going into all this, my mind was swirling with ideas on how I could somehow use that to my advantage. The trick was I was going to have to convince him somehow, just like all the others, to come back to my mansion. The other problem was how long could I keep him there before the damn ghost interfered with my plotting. I guessed I'd have to make my move quick if I got him there. When I was in this group, I had to play the part that I had a fear of as well, so I pretended that I was afraid of water and that drowning was my worst fear. I played my part very well. The group met about once a week. It was about the 4th week when I finally decided to start talking to Paul. It was easy. Usually everyone would leave right away when the group ended. However, Paul always volunteered to put the chairs away after the group meetings were over. I decided to help him out one day after the group meeting. I sparked a conversation with him about our fears. Like all the rest, I also convinced him to come back with me to my mansion. I told him that I was an experienced therapist and that I could offer him even better therapy results than he could ever get from any group therapy sessions. I was surprised that he actually believed me. Either I was a very good actor or he was just that gullible. I gained his trust very easily and told him to meet me at the local pet store the very next day, because that was when this therapy session was going to start. He was very confused at first, but agreed. Later that night, I went online at the motel room and looked up where I could meet someone to buy something. That would be considered very unusual. Luckily, I found a guy who had just what I was looking for, a small number of black widow spiders. The seller didn't ask questions when I showed up to buy them. They were all placed inside a very big mason jar. I paid the guy about $30 and then made my way back to my room. I placed the mason jar inside a big paper bag. I didn't want my next victim to know what I was planning on bringing back with us. The next morning I packed everything up carefully into a big duffel bag and I checked out of the hotel room and hailed a taxi. And I was off to the pet shop. I showed up at the appointed time to meet Paul. He was standing right outside the pet shop looking nervous. I told the cab driver to wait and I stepped out of the cab and met with Paul. He tried to ask me what we were doing there and I told him that he would soon find out. We both went inside and we walked over to a large case containing spiders and other insects. Paul started to freak out a little when he saw them. He freaked out even more when he soon realized that I was going to buy 2 giant tarantulas. He asked me why I was purchasing them. I assured him this was going to be a part of his therapy. He nodded a little nervously and we soon left the store. The next stop we made was a small hardware store. While he waited outside, I went in and bought 2 pairs of Kevlar gloves and 1 thick welder's apron. Once I exited the store, we both hopped back into the cab and headed back to my helicopter. I explained to him that we were heading back to my home. As soon as we got there, I would start this therapy session. When we finally arrived at the chopper, I made sure to have him hop in first. I made sure to lug my duffel bag onto the chopper very delicately. I also made sure to load up his own luggage as well. He had just enough clothes for the weekend. Once we both were packed and ready to go, we took off in the helicopter. He was pretty amazed at the fact that I knew how to fly one. We had a long conversation as we made our way back to my home. It took about 2 hours for us to make it back. When we finally arrived, I landed the helicopter and we both headed inside. I gave Paul a big tour of my mansion. I showed him everything that it had to offer. Needless to say, he was impressed. After an hour of giving him a tour, I offered to have him come to my bar for a couple of drinks. He gladly accepted my offer, and I had him get drunk off his ass. It was only Friday night. I planned on killing him on Sunday, so I figured that I would let him have fun first. Joe gave an honest attempt at an innocent shrug. This gained no reaction from Carol or Sam. Joe continued, though he felt really awkward. I mean, if you think about it, I was only giving him a really short weekend left to live. When Paul was finally hammered at the bar, he was knocking back Jaeger and vodka shots straight with no chasers. I suppose it's worth mentioning that I had every single brand of whiskey you could think of, just in case one of my potential victims should ever ask for one. This always came in handy in times like these. When Paul was drunker than a skunk, he just wouldn't shut the hell up. He also kept on bitching and crying about how he hates spiders and everything about them. I didn't mind at first. However, he just droned on and on about it. I chose to remain somewhat tipsy rather than being drunk like Paul. After about a half an hour of all this yada yada, I finally had enough. I carefully escorted Paul to one of the many guest rooms that I had. I should mention that these aren't your basic guest rooms. Each guest room consists of the same thing. They all have the same lavish king-size bed with wonderful comforters, and each bathroom had relaxing jet jacuzzis with the fancy schmancy towels and hand towels. So you could say that each victim up till now had it pretty good before I ruthlessly ended their lives. Anyways, that is neither here nor there. I just wanted you to know that little fun fact of mine. Carol rolled her eyes. That's fine and all. Don't take too long to do that because that candle is burning. Oh yes, that is right. Well, anyways, he was so drunk that he fell fast asleep as soon as we got him to the room and I helped carry him over to his bed. So far my luck with the ghost was looking up for me. For some reason or another, they didn't make their presence known to us for some reason. The very next day, that changed. When Paul woke up the following morning, he had a big hangover and wasn't hungry. He did, however, want water and some coffee. It wasn't until noon that he was ready to eat lunch, so I went into the kitchen and made some eggs and toast. As I was preparing his meal, I heard a loud scream from the kitchen table. I put the plate on the counter and rushed over to him. He explained to me that he was writing one of his poems and that his hand lost control of his own pen. The pen wrote out a message all by itself. I hurried and grabbed the paper and read it before he could get the chance. It seemed that it started to write out what was a warning, as it said, "Get out, now. He is going to." After reading, I panicked and crumpled the paper. He asked me what was going on, and I just suggested that maybe he was having some bad side effects from his hangover. Funny thing was that he bought it. This also presented another problem for me. I soon realized that if I was going to wait until Sunday to kill him, those ghosts might find other ways to warn him. I decided it was time to follow through on my plan. I told Paul no worries and that it would soon be time to start his therapy session. I excused myself and went and grabbed the tarantulas. He waited patiently for me to come back. When I told him to put on the Kevlar gloves and the welder's apron, Paul did as he was told. I pulled out one tarantula and he instantly freaked out. I reassured him and told him that in order to get over his fear, he needed to have direct contact with the very thing that he was afraid of. Paul was hesitant at first, and then he agreed. I had him sit at the kitchen table. I carefully walked over with the giant spider in my right hand. I too was wearing the same protective gear that he was. When I was close enough, I placed the spider into his right hand, and it slowly crawled over it. I warned him that if he panicked, the spider would as well. It took maybe about an hour and a half of me coaching him and convincing him that he would be okay. I figured after that amount of time had passed, he would eventually get over his fear. To think of it all, I was just bullshitting him all this time, but I started to think that I was believing it myself. Joe shot another one of those stupid, wicked grins at Carol. Carol couldn't help but look away from him. She hated his face so much. Carol turned and looked at the candle that looked like it was burnt halfway. Joe let out a small cough to get Carol's attention. She turned and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I just got distracted. Please continue." Joe eagerly continued, "Very well, I will, my dear." Carol felt a shudder when Joe called her that. Things went well, you see, because it worked out for Paul, and he seemed happy about his results. Paul then told me that he had enough and that he was feeling very tired. The excitement and the nerves all in one had worn him out. I allowed him to excuse himself to his bedroom for rest. I told him to be back by 9 p.m. for some dinner and dessert. He agreed and headed off to bed. At this time I made my moves. I worked hard in the kitchen and I made a huge meal. You see, even though my servants were all gone, I still knew a thing or two about cooking and baking. I knew they would never approve of my special ingredients. I made shrimp and Alfredo pasta with a big salad and a slice of bread. For dessert, I made a big apple pie and I added my ingredients inside of it. I was delighted about my meal that I whipped up for him. I just couldn't wait to finally see his reaction. When it was finished, I placed everything in a container at least till dinner time, so when 9 p.m. rolled around, Paul still hadn't left his room just yet, so I decided to go and wake him up. As I was about to head up there, I saw Paul make his way to the kitchen. He looked like he had rested well, and he claimed that he was starving. I walked over and patted him on the back. I invited him to the dinner table. Paul made his way up to the table and took a seat. He was curious as to why I wasn't joining him for dinner, and I told him that I already ate dinner. I told him that I just wasn't very hungry at the moment, but I sat across from him at the table and watched him eat. Once he was done, I urged him to try a piece of pie that I had on a silver platter, that I slid it right over to him. I made sure that I cut the pie into equal pieces, and to remove a piece. I wanted it to appear that I had already had one prior. I didn't want to give him any suspicion. I also told him that it was apple pie. Paul told me that that was his favorite, and grabbed a piece off the platter without any hesitation. As I was watching intently, he chewed his food. Not long after, Paul's expression of pure enjoyment of the first bite soon turned to utter confusion. I could tell that he was now hearing a loud crunching noise as he chewed his food. Paul focused towards me, and then he looked at his fork. He soon realized that he was eating pieces mashed up black widows. Before Joe could continue on, Sam interjected. "Dude, what the fuck? That is absolutely disgusting." Joe just looked at Sam and said, "What do you think? I'm a pure-blooded psychopath." Carol was just face-palming herself. "Well, okay, whatever, just get on with it." Joe nodded and continued. "The moment Paul realized what he was eating, he tried spitting it out. However, I was filled with excitement at this point. I hurried and reached my hand right across his mouth and covered it lightly. I told him to finish chewing it up, but he shook his head violently. I grabbed a knife that was laying on the table with my left hand and told him to do it or I'd stab him in the side of the head. Paul stopped resisting and started to chew on his food. He gagged on what I made for him. I still held my hand right over his mouth as he was gagging. Paul was soon gagging to the point that he started to choke. Once I realized that he needed help, I just kept my hand over his face, which turned blue. Paul tried to reach his right hand out to me as if to say, "Please help me." Yet I ignored him, and he eventually stopped breathing and fell to the floor. Once I knew he was dead for sure, I took off all his clothes and I burned them in my backyard as part of a bonfire I constructed. I also hauled Paul's carcass to the pig pen. I figured it had been a while since they had a nice meal, other than just pig slop. I made my way back to the kitchen table and grabbed the pie and threw it away in the trash. The 2 tarantulas that I bought earlier, I decided to just rip their legs off, one by one, while wearing the Kevlar gloves. And then I chopped their bodies up and flushed them down the toilet. But a little bit at a time. I did really hate spiders, you see. I still put myself through it to make it worth the end. Oh well, anyways, I cleaned up all the evidence as I always did. Once doing that, I finished the night out with a hot shower and a nightcap before bed. I was going to need my sleep for the next day's true task, which ended up consisting of taking Paul's remains and letting my dogs have the rest for scraps. You see, I barely feed my animals like that. I usually made sure they were good with their diets in order to truly help dispose of remains. It always helped to keep them at least 3 days with no food, so human remains were a delicate treat for them. I can say this though, I did sleep like a baby that night. However, when I did fall asleep, I had a nightmare unlike any other in my entire life. One I'd never ever forget. Chapter 9. When Carol and Sam both heard this, they were both interested. Joe was ready to go on. I dreamt I was tied up with rope from head to toe, and I was surrounded by all the people that I had murdered so far. When they appeared to me, they looked as if nothing happened to them at all. They all had sinister smiles on their faces, as if they were all happy to see me. They all had a knife in each of their hands. One by one they stabbed me in certain areas of my body. They went for my hands and my feet, and they made cuts up and down my arms and legs. In this dream it felt very real. I could feel all the pain, and I started to cry out. One of them shoved a knife into my eye socket, and another one did the same thing again to the other eye. They laughed at me as they gradually turned away from me and exited the room we were in. Before they blinded me, I couldn't tell what room I was in. All I could see was complete darkness, except for a few candles. The only reason why I could tell that they left the room was that it was quiet, and I could hear their heavy footsteps stomping out of the room. It was silent for what seemed like a long time. The silence ended when I heard a very dark and eerie voice booming out of nowhere. It bellowed, "You are in a dream. Yes, However, this dream is much more than that. This dream is also a warning and a promise. You are going to suffer and die, and you will burn in hell for all eternity when you do. You have wronged these people and stolen their lives from them, which is something they can never get back. On the day you die, you will burn inside out. This will occur inside the belly of a giant serpent. You will not only burn in hell, but you will also be painfully chewed and digested with stinging stomach acids. This serpent has grown in size for each of your murders so far. At this point, it is about 60 feet long. It will only get bigger in time, unless you stop. The more murders you commit, the worse the pain and torture will be. After that, it was silent again, except I then heard a loud hissing noise right next to my ear. It felt like a cold, long tongue went right across my face. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in a very cold sweat. I was freaking out. That dream I had, it felt so real, it scared me so badly. I went into the bathroom and I turned on the light to use the restroom. When I went to use the toilet paper, I came to find out that it was missing. Not just the roll, but all of my supplies in that bathroom. Those damn ghosts must have messed with my shit. Carol involuntarily let out a slight, quiet snicker when she heard this. Sam was trying to keep from laughing. Before Joe could say anything else, she glanced at the clock on the wall and could see that it was 9:45 p.m. Carol and Sam had both been there for a few hours at this point. Exhaustion soon overcame both of them. Carol stood up and stretched her arms and let out a big yawn. She had heard enough. "Well, Joe, I'm sorry, but it's getting late and I'm beat. We'll have to continue the rest of the interview tomorrow, so if you don't mind." Joe looked up at her and said, "Yeah, sure. Leave me to the spirits that haunt me. It is what I deserve, after all." Sam pointed a finger at Joe. "Well, now, don't forget, you still have that one ghost that will protect you. Don't forget about that." "Oh, yeah, how could I forget that?" Joe said with a big grin on his face. With that, Carol and Sam packed up all of their items. A few minutes later, they were both heading back to Carol's home. Sam had to make a quick stop at the gas station to pick up some bananas. He was feeling uneasy and was in need of potassium again because it had been a while since he had some. Carol still made sure that the candle didn't burn out on the way back home. They both weren't counting on staying at the asylum for that long. After Sam got what he needed, they both continued their trip back to Carol's home. When they finally arrived, they headed inside, and to Carol's surprise, she saw a mess in her kitchen, living room, bedroom, and bathroom. Dishes and silverware were scattered everywhere. Sam scratched his chin and appeared deep in thought and said, "Well, I have a theory about this. We had the candle lit at the asylum to keep all the spirits at bay. Well, they weren't kept at bay at your house. They already know where you live, but honestly, I don't think it's the other spirits that are doing this to you. I think it's the one that's protecting Joe. Think about it. Melanie is the one that hates us. More than likely, she's the only one who would have something against us, so it has to be her. We can leave the half-burned lit candle where it is now, or we can blow it out and take our chances throughout the night as we sleep. We'll have less when we go back to the interview Joe, but if we do have it lit for the night, yeah, there won't be much left. However, I will leave that choice up to you." Carol bit her lower lip and gave it much thought. She wasn't sure what to do. Before she could make a choice, her cell phone rang. She pulled the phone out of her pocket and answered it. "Hey, Carol, this is Randall," her boss said. "I hope that things are going well with the interview. I also hope that you are getting closer to wrapping up the interview soon. That way we can get it ready to air on TV next week. Get it in the can. That is only part of the reason I called, though. Listen, I need you to pick up your partner, Max, tomorrow. He needs to still be a part of this project. They had to put a cast on his leg after the accident. I hope that'll be okay. Won't it?" "Yes, sir. It won't be a problem," Carol replied. "I'll get him first thing in the morning on our way back there. And yeah, the interview is going well so far. Though I can't stomach any of what he has to say. This man is a morbid... he's just morbid to the extreme. We only have to hear about 2 more confessions. Also, so far, there haven't been any paranormal things to report as well." Carol waited as she could tell that her boss was puffing a cigar over the phone. Randall then said, "Well, that is slightly disappointing to hear. Okay, then. Everything sounds good. Just hang in there and you'll get through this. I'll talk to you later." Carol explained it to Sam about Max, and he nodded in agreement. The phone call had distracted Carol from her focus on the candle. That was until she heard a loud crack from the bathroom. She and Sam hurried over to see what it was. She flipped the light on and saw that the bathroom mirror had been cracked into pieces. There was a message written on it in Carol's red lipstick. "Why is it always my makeup that has to be used for this shit? This shit isn't cheap," Carol said aloud. The message read, "Stay away from Joe or else." Sam's face lit up. "Oh yeah, that's right. The only reason why we could be having any paranormal activities is the candle that we had lit must be done. It seems the moment the candles are out, it ramps up fast. Now we have one candle left. If we still light it tonight, we'll have to be careful with the duration of the final candle for tomorrow as well, so it's up to you if you want to light that candle or not." "Yeah, sorry, the phone call from my boss had got me a little distracted about the candles. I suppose I'll go and light the candle. I want to sleep tonight after all." Carol made her way over to the purse that was sitting on the table, and she pulled out the final candle. She took a lighter that was sitting on her kitchen counter and lit the candle. The moment she did, Carol felt at ease. She walked over to the table and set it up on a plate. She took another look at the messy living room and said, "No way am I cleaning up this mess tonight. I'm too damn tired for this. Sam, I know you are as well, so please don't bother trying to clean it up." Sam nodded his head and said, "Yeah, no problem. I'll just crash on the couch. I'm beat." With that, they both waved goodnight to each other, and they each went to bed for the night. Carol slept well that night up until about the last 10 minutes. She struggled to breathe like she was drowning again. The next thing she saw was her body, lifeless. She felt as if she was somehow floating above and outside her own body, as if she was a ghost and on the outside looking in. Carol woke up screaming, so loud that Sam came bursting into her room to check on her with an alarmed expression on his face. "Carol, are you okay? What's wrong?" He quickly scanned around the room. "It was just a bad dream. It was awful. It felt like I was drowning," she said. "It was just like the one I had before. I hate it. I can't help but wonder," Carol said as she hurried out of her bed and made her way to the kitchen table. Once there, she glanced at the clock on the wall. It was now 9 a.m. She realized that they both couldn't afford to waste any more time, with the current and final candle still slowly burning the wick away. "Shit, Sam," Carol said. "Let's just hurry and make our way back to Joe's shithole and get this over with." "Sure thing, Carol," Sam said with encouragement. "The sooner we get this shit over, the sooner we can get on with our regular lives again." The only problem was they both had to be very careful to make sure that the candle wouldn't go out. The only way they could do this correctly was with Sam placing the candle in a tall drinking glass. This kept it safely in place with everything ready to go. They made it over to Max's house. When they finally arrived, Carol got out of her car and helped him get inside the car. She had to hold on to him while he walked with crutches. Once Max safely made it inside the car, Carol opened up the trunk of her car and folded his wheelchair and placed it inside. Once she got back inside, Carol turned on the car and then was finally ready to make her way back to the asylum. As she was driving, Carol talked to Max. She brought him up to speed about all the stories she had heard from Joe that he happened to have missed due to his accident. She explained to him what happened to her and Sam as far as all the haunting and ghost went. "Yeah, just be glad that you weren't there to hear them," Carol said as she shuddered. It turned out that Max had a story of his own. "Carol, you'll never believe it. It was awful," he explained. "I stepped out of that shower and I saw the darkest, scariest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Before I could do anything else about it, it lunged at me and I stumbled back and I fell and broke my leg. Hope we get paid good money for this job." Carol explained to Max that out of all the ghosts that haunted Joe, there was only one trying to protect the serial killer. That this ghost was just probably trying to scare him to the point of trying to keep him away. Max agreed with this statement. They stopped talking the moment they arrived at the asylum. Carol helped Max out of the car and helped him get into his wheelchair. Sam also got out of the car and made sure to not have the candle blow out on their way to the front office. They all checked in at the front desk and sat in front of Psycho Sloppy Joe. Joe seemed surprised to see Max once more. He even had a small smirk on his face. "Well there, Max, I thought you bailed out on me there. I thought my stories were too much for you." As Joe was giving Max a hard time, Carol remembered the candle was still burning, and also realized that this was her crunch time. She looked at Joe and said, "Hey Joe, cut the bullshit. We need to hurry and hear the last two of your stories. We're short on time, so will you please just get on with it?" Joe jerked his head back to her and again laughed out loud. "Sure thing. I'll get right on that. Well, you see, it had been a while since the last murder. I would say that about 6 months had passed since the last time I did anything. During this time, I was still being haunted. They still wouldn't leave me alone. It seemed that the witch Wendy that I murdered wasn't lying about me being haunted until I was dead. The damn ghost wouldn't leave my place clean at all. They would tear up my entire mansion. Chairs at the kitchen table were always scattered everywhere, and my dishes and my silverware were pulled out of the drawers and the cupboards. This was also along with my toiletries that I had mentioned earlier. After a while, I was getting sick and tired of the haunting bullshit. Despite the hauntings ramping up, it still didn't deter my urge to murder. I couldn't shake the feeling no matter how hard I tried. I was pretty much addicted to it at this point, so I knew that I had to start planning my next murder very soon. I was fresh out of ideas on how I was going to accomplish it. One night I was watching a slasher flick and it came to me. Oh, and I didn't get to finish my movie because the damn ghost kept turning off my TV. So I decided that it was time to head back to LA once more. I didn't want to fly my helicopter this time. I figured taking a boat would be the better option. I packed up my suitcase and my laptop and I hopped on my boat and headed off to LA. That was one thing I noticed. The ghosts never seemed to follow me when I left the mansion. I would soon find out that they were all trapped there at the time. I'll explain later on why they can haunt me even now, though. I docked my boat at one of the local LA docks. Once I tied it up, I made my way back to the hotel that I always stayed at. This time I wasn't going to try and find someone and learn all about them before killing them. I wanted this one to be easy. It was the week before Halloween. I thought how cool it would be to murder someone on the holiday. It would be fitting, to say the least. This time my victim was going to be one of LA's many local crackheads. If you went to the bad side of town, it would be a piece of cake to find trouble. If you were looking for drug dealers, prostitutes, gangsters, and pimps, it wouldn't be very hard to find what you were looking for. I checked into the hotel and started my search on the dark web. I had my methods to cover my tracks to hide what I was searching for, you see. I was looking for sellers of morphine and painkillers, and I also needed a couple of syringes. I had a big idea for all of these things, which I will get into later. Once I found what I was looking for, I made my purchase and had the orders made to ship to my mansion. By the way, I suppose I should mention that I was delivered by a drone. In case you ever wondered, I had them delivered by drone. No one replied to this, which then caused an awkward moment for everyone. They all just silently stared at each other. Joe awkwardly continued on as Carol and Sam were still taking notes and recording him. Well, never mind about that. Anyways, this process was a lot easier for me. Just having these deliveries made to my island made me happy as hell. Once I did all that, I left my motel room and hopped into a cab and made a request to be taken downtown. My first goal was to find a drug dealer that was selling some good crack cocaine. Needless to say, it didn't take very long. There was a guy who was your common drug dealer. He wore a white ball cap, dark sunglasses, and a typical trench coat. He wanted to look completely unrecognizable. Now, if I wasn't lucky, it could have been an undercover cop, and then my planning would have been ruined. However, I lucked out. I told him that I wanted his finest crack cocaine. He agreed to accommodate me, but He too was worried that I might be a cop as well. He told me in order to buy some I had to try some first. I had never done it before and I knew of the side effects, but I agreed. The dealer presented a sample for me and I did a line of it off the suitcase that I brought. Once I did that, he was then satisfied. He opened up his trench coat and he showed me all that he was selling. I ended up buying a bag that was at least $1,000 worth. He seemed to be pleased with the amount that I bought. Once I was done, we both parted ways. My next goal was to find a crackhead. 10 minutes later, I happened to stumble upon one that was in your typical dark alleyway. Go figure, right? Joe laughed. There was yet again a silent crowd. Joe just shook his head and carried on. Well, L.A. seemed to be in itself a city of stereotypes. It was easy to get him to follow me because he was already asking me if I could spare some change. I basically told him that I have something a lot better than that. I flashed the baggie. It was like at least an 8-ounce baggie. Once he saw what I had, he was interested, to say the least. I told the crackhead the only way he would get it is if he came with me. Well, of course, he did. This was all too easy. So now I had my plan slowly and surely unfurling, just like all the others. I managed to get the crackhead into a cab. I had him come back with me to the motel room. Once he got into my room, he was getting very desperate. I told him that in order for him to get what he wanted, he had to change out his torn up and ragged clothes, take a shower, and change into some of the clothes that I brought along. He eagerly agreed, and about 10 minutes later he had done what I had asked. I let him get his fix and had a couple of lines laid out for him on the table inside the room. Now I know that crackheads are crazy, so I had a gun on me just in case things got out of hand. After he got that fix, the crackhead was acting just like any crackhead would act. Insane, crazy. He was walking all over the place and he wouldn't sit still for a moment. I let him enjoy his high for a little while. The one thing is, I happened to forget that I had done some of the drug myself, so I started to feel high on it as well. I found myself not being able to sit still, and I was shaking uncontrollably. However, I knew that I still had a job to do, and so as hard as it was, I made sure to finish what I had set out to do while the crackhead was still enjoying his high. I walked over to my suitcase that I brought with me, and I opened it up to pull out a bottle of chloroform and a rag. I opened up the bottle and poured some onto the rag, and I crept up slowly behind him, and I covered his mouth with the rag. The crackhead only struggled for a few seconds, and then he passed out. Once he was out like a light, I hurried and tied his ankles and wrists up with a rope. I hoisted his body onto the bed. I quickly left the room. I made sure to lock the door and hang a Do Not Disturb sign on the knob. I headed to a few stores downtown to buy a few supplies. I bought about 20 things of Novocaine, which were used for toothaches. I bought several large containers of honey and a nice pair of sturdy pliers. Once I had everything I needed, I made my way back to the hotel. When I went back into my room, my victim was still knocked out. I wasn't sure when he was going to wake, so I hurried. One thing I also brought with me was a wheelchair. I placed him into the chair and then I covered him up with a big blanket to hide the fact that I had tied him up. I also placed a pair of dark sunglasses over the crackhead's eyes, and I put a big cowboy hat on his head as well. Why not? Once I had packed up all my stuff, I wheeled him out to the front of the checkout counter and I checked out. We made our way back to the dock where my boat was. I pulled all of this off without a hitch. Not before long, we were on my boat and headed back to my island. When I finally arrived, I tied the boat to the dock that was attached to the shores of my island. I lifted the crackhead out of the boat and pulled him back into the wheelchair and took him all the way back to my mansion. When we made it to the front entrance, I decided that I was going to do this in my garage. I opened up the door, and once inside, I pulled him out of the wheelchair and I placed him on the table. I took off his shirts, pants, shoes, and socks. He was left wearing underwear. As the crackhead still was knocked out, I grabbed another rope that I had hanging on a hook that was on the garage wall. I tied his ankles and wrists to the table. I also removed the ropes that I had previously tied. I didn't want to cut off his circulation. I figured that I wouldn't bother him till the morning when I knew that he would be awoken. Once he was secured, I made my way to the doorstep to check to see if any packages had arrived. To my delight, sure enough, they were there. I grabbed them and went to the kitchen table and placed them on the table and opened them. We all know that we can't always just obtain these morphine, high-dose painkillers and syringe needles and items over the shelf. Some of us manage to obtain these items through prescriptions of doctors or dentists. It is commonly known that dentists use Novocaine to numb your gums before you get a shot. It was Joe's last part of the statement that had Carol, Max, and Sam all shudder at once. They also dreaded finding out why Joe needed such items. Joe's reaction was one of frustration. However, he soon just brushed it off his shoulder and carried on. This time around, I wanted to try an experiment with the sucker. When the time was right, I had all my supplies together. There was only one thing I had left to do. However, it was night at the time, so I would have to do it the following morning, when I could see outside. With excitement, I went to bed. When morning came, I was awoken by loud screams coming from my garage. I knew the crackhead was confused and scared, but I didn't rush to him right away. I headed outside with an empty container and lid. As I mentioned before, my pest problem had grown out of control, and I've had all kinds of insects running rampant all over my island. So one thing I was looking for was ants. Not black ants, they are typically less hostile and less likely to bite you. I was looking for the fire ants, you know, the ones that bite you and sting like hell. After about 5 minutes of searching, I soon came across a red ant hill. I scooped up as many ants as I could, along with the dirt, into the container. It looked like a messed up ant farm. Once I had what I wanted, I put the lid on tight and hurried my way back to the garage. Once I entered, the crackhead saw me and started to yell at me to let him go. I just smiled and told him that it was time for him to eat some breakfast. As he yelled at me more, I ignored him and went into the kitchen, and I made him a big bowl of oatmeal and a small dish of toast and jam. When it was ready, I came back to the garage with a chair and I placed it right next to his head. I dug my fingers into the bowl of oatmeal and scooped it out with my finger, and I fed it to him. He tried to bite my fingers, told me to fuck off, and he screamed at me. And then the crackhead spat on me. This only pissed me off, and I bitch-slapped him a couple of times across his cheeks. I told him that if he'd let me feed him, I would give him more crack. He had tears coming out of his eyes at that point and nodded his head vigorously. I proceeded to feed him the oatmeal. Carol was feeling sick to her stomach once more from hearing all of this. When the bowl was all finished, I pulled out about 3 Percocets and told him to take the pills. The crackhead asked me what they were, and I told him that they were some strong painkillers and that he'd want to take them. He didn't seem to mind that. Once they were down, I made my way back to the kitchen table. I grabbed everything that I was going to need for this experiment, including a butcher knife and a steak knife. When I came back in, the crackhead saw the syringes and asked me what they were for. So I explained to him what my plan was, which was to pump him full of painkillers and torture him to see just how long the painkillers last until they wear off. When he heard that, he started to yell and freak out. I knew that the Percocets were going to kick in soon, so I sorta had to hurry on this one. I put the morphine into a syringe, walked over to his arm, and then without even bothering to find a vein, just jabbed the needle right into the meat. Joe paused for a second. He looked at Carol and the others, who by this point all wore absolutely disgusted looks on their faces. What? I was smart, but I sure as hell was no doctor. Truth is, I wasn't even sure if he was going to survive or not with the amount of painkillers I was about to give him. I knew that there was a risk of him dying of an overdose before I could even finish my experiment. Joe laughed as if it was a funny joke. No one said anything. As I was saying, he screamed out loud in pain as the needle sank into his arm. I waited about 10 minutes or so before I tried to do anything else. I was waiting to see if it kicked in. I guess it did, because he sounded like he was stoned. I walked up to him and I slapped him in the face again, and it seemed like it didn't faze him. I was ready for the next step and took out a fresh, clean syringe and put the Novocaine inside it. I walked over to my would-be victim and told him if he held still and closed his eyes, I'd give him some crack afterwards. He obeyed, just like I knew he would. Once the crackhead do that, I walked up to his mouth and I stuck the needle deep into his gums, at the top left side of his mouth. He jerked a bit, but the painkillers were working, so it must have felt just like a pinch to him. I grabbed a bottle of honey and poured it all over his feet, legs, arms, and upper torso. I grabbed the container full of dirt and fire ants and poured it all over the parts where I poured the honey. Sure enough, the ants came out and crawled all over him. The crackhead was pretty dazed by the drugs at this point, so he couldn't feel them biting him all over his body. I, however, could soon see tiny little red bumps spread all over. I grabbed my hammer that was lying on the floor next to the table. With a precise aim in one hand, I swung it hard at the left side of his nose and broke it. Now, I guess I wasn't sure if he started screaming out because of the fact I just broke his nose or if I actually hurt him despite the painkillers. Either way, I didn't let it slow me. I smacked his ankles hard with the hammer until I broke both of them. The sound the bones made when I heard them crunching was something that I will never forget. At this point, he didn't seem to notice anymore because I guess he was more focused on his nose. I dropped the hammer and used both hands to break each and every one of his toes on both of his feet. I did the same thing with all of his fingers and thumbs on both of his hands, of course. He didn't say or do a thing. At this point, he just sort of seemed like a zombie as his nose was bleeding. Oh, I wasn't done with him just yet. I made my way to my toolbox and grabbed a pair of rusty pliers to pull each and every one of his teeth out. It wasn't easy either, as they were some tough bastards. Well, he must have used other drugs than just crack, because there were some teeth already missing, so it didn't take too long. Once I was done with that, I grabbed the steak knife and cut off both of his ears. The crackhead was still out of it. I don't think he was feeling pain at this point, but he was a bloody mess once I had finished doing all of these horrible, but yet delightful things. There wasn't much left to do, other than to just sit and wait. I hurried and grabbed a chair and pulled it right over to where he was lying. Once I was ready, I pulled out my stopwatch and timed how long it would take for all of the painkillers to wear off. Well, it took around half an hour before I heard him whimpering in pain. The whimper soon turned into some screaming agony. I realized that the crackhead was now in pain and misery. I mean, of course he was. I just tortured him horribly, so it was at that point that I knew it was time to end his life. I was content with my experiment, and I didn't want my subject to suffer anymore. I walked into the kitchen, put on a pair of rubber gloves, and grabbed a big old butcher knife. His eyes went wide when he saw me walking back with it. The crackhead was still in so much pain and agony that he didn't really make a big fuss about the knife. I ran the sharp blade right across his neck. His neck spilled a quick stream of blood, and he gagged and coughed. A few seconds later, he was dead. I hurried to my bathroom to grab several large rolls of Ace brand bandages. I walked back to the table where my new victim was lying. I put the bandages on the table for a second and pulled my victim off the table. The tricky part was I had to place my victim into the chair and make sure that he would sit still in it without him falling out. Luckily, he stayed still for me to do what I wanted to. I grabbed the bandages and I pretty much wrapped him from head to toe with them. You see, I wanted to wrap him up as close as I could to look like a mummy. I mean, it was Halloween time after all. As Joe was talking about this, Sam felt that this sounded familiar to him. He was deep in thought while biting down on his lower lip. Sam decided that he was going to keep listening before he added his own 2 cents. So he continued. That is what I did, in fact. It was a little tricky, but I managed to pull it off. I got my costume ready as well. I dressed up as the as the Grim Reaper. Joe looked at everyone and said with a smile, Yes, I know, it was very fitting, right? They just looked back at him with disgust on their faces. He continued, You see, I'll just get to the point. I wanted to be completely unrecognizable because I ended up taking me and my new victim to the LA Halloween parade that night. My costume was what you'd expect from the Grim Reaper. I wore a long cloak and a dark hood that hid my face completely. Meanwhile, my victim was completely wrapped in bandages and wearing a big trench coat to hide the blood stains. I was pushing him around at the wheelchair that I used earlier. Because of the setting and the fact that it was Halloween night, we blended right in with the scenery. No one suspected a goddamned thing. I also wore a pair of brand new black leather gloves. I did this to help prevent leaving any evidence behind. I participated in the parade among the many others who were celebrating Halloween. All the while I was pushing a corpse in a wheelchair and deceiving everyone else in the process. The idea that I was presenting my new victim among the unsuspecting crowd amused me so much. After about half an hour of doing this, I soon grew bored of it, and I just simply left my victim in the middle of the street. As the parade continued on, I left for home and eagerly turned on my TV to watch the news. Sure enough, it didn't take very long for people to realize that there was a dead body amongst the crowd. Sam, in a shocked voice, interrupted Joe. Holy shit, I can't believe it. I was there that night. I was at a restaurant nearby. While I was eating dinner and I was trying to work on one of my cases, I vividly recall the loud scream of a woman outside. Not too long after that, police and the news crew showed up. To think I was near you during that time makes me sick, man. They never found out who did it either. They spent about 3 whole months on a manhunt to find the person who was responsible for this. Obviously, they weren't successful. Joe then proudly replied, Well, you're looking at him. You see, as I have said before, I had taken very careful steps to never get caught for my crimes. His smiling face was beaming. Joe was about to continue his story when the power went off. It was pitch black. Shouts from the guards could soon be heard from all directions. Alarms went off. Screams from other patients could be heard throughout the building. A couple of guards, along with the head warden, came into Joe's cell room. A flashlight came on. Carol and the others. Then it was shining onto Joe. It was the warden. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt your interview. However, I'm going to have to ask you guys to leave. You see, the power outage is a problem here. We have to put this place on lockdown, and we need to have all the guards to guard the cells. The cell door locks are power operated. You guys are all at risk here until the power can be restored. Unfortunately, we don't have a backup generator. There's nothing we can do to guarantee your security. I don't understand. What is going on? Carol asked in confusion. Carol and the others nodded in understanding. The guard held the light on them while they packed up their things. Once they were finished, a guard escorted them out to the front entrance. Carol still had to push Max in his wheelchair. When they made it back to the car, Carol also made sure to bring the candle with them as well. She still took great care to not let the flame go out. With the candle safely secured, and when all 3 of them finally made it into the car, Carol took Max home. When they arrived, Carol helped him get back into his wheelchair and helped him into his home. When she was finished, she headed back to her car. Sam and Carol both agreed that they needed to get some gas, and Sam needed some bananas again because he hadn't had any for a while. It took them about 5 minutes to get to the gas station. Sam went in to pay for everything, and Carol stood outside waiting to pump the gas. As Carol stood, someone came behind her and shouted, Hey you, don't fucking scream or say a word. Carol turned around to see a guy who was about as tall as she was. He was dressed in black from head to toe and wore a black ski mask. She saw that he was pointing a gun at her. "Listen here, lady. I don't want to hurt you at all, see?" the bandit said. "I just want to take your car and make it fast. I don't have time to wait." He forced her inside the driver's seat. Carol tried to explain to him that she didn't have the keys with her. Sam had taken them with him inside the store. When the bandit sat down, he noticed the candle burning. Without questioning it, he grabbed the candle and threw it out the window. Once he realized that Carol didn't have the keys, the bandit freaked out and he exited the vehicle. "Whatever, lady, I don't have time for this bullshit." He ran away from Carol. Apparently, he had a getaway driver nearby waiting on a motorcycle. The bandit hopped onto it and he and his partner sped away. They ended up crushing the candle in the process. Carol was trying to remain calm during all of this. When Sam finally returned, Carol was simply at a loss for words until she screamed out in utter horror. "Oh my God, the candle got ran over. It's the last one. What are we going to do?" Sam was clearly confused and asked what happened. "Carol, are you okay?" Carol quickly gathered herself, then explained about the bandits. "He just came out of nowhere," she said. "He scared the hell out of me." This shocked Sam as well. "Well, I guess we're just going to have to deal with whatever happens next." "Well, we only have one interview to go. I just hope we'll be safe." "Yeah, I hope so too. I hope so." Chapter 10. Carol just stood there in shock and awe. She wasn't sure what she was going to do now. Worst of all, she now didn't have the final candle that they needed to protect themselves, which meant they were vulnerable. It was Sam that seemed to still have it together. He looked at Carol, shook her slightly, stared straight into her eyes, and said, "Look, we need to get you back home as soon as possible. Right now we're in danger. At least when you're home, you'll have a home field advantage. So let's get you home. We can't forget that Melanie is now capable of attacking us. She could be anywhere at any time, so let's move." Carol nodded her head vigorously, and they both got into the car. Carol hopped into the driver's seat, and they made their way back to her house. Carol thought about filing a police report, but Sam suggested it wouldn't do any good since the thief was long gone. They made it back to the house about 10 minutes after the incident. They both headed back inside the house and locked the door. When they were inside, Carol and Sam saw for a change that the entire house was clean. However, there was a message written on the kitchen floor in what appeared to be ketchup. It read, "Stay away from Joe or else. This is your final warning. You do this and I'll leave you alone. If you refuse to do so, you'll suffer for it." Sam said, "I am telling you now, Carol, that this is a clear warning." Carol looked at Sam and said, "Well, damn, Sam. You know we can't do that. We need to find a permanent solution to have this ghost leave us the hell alone." Sam nodded his head in agreement and said, "Well, hold on for a second. I'm going to try and call Wanda and see if she can possibly help us." Sam pulled out his cell phone and dialed Wanda's number. After a couple of rings, Wanda answered the phone. Sam explained their whole experience to her, as it had occurred to them. When he was finished talking, Sam waited for her response. "Well, the thing is, I can't help you guys right now. You have to see this to the end. Something needs to happen, and if it doesn't, then you truly will be haunted until the very end. This might not make sense right now, but you and Carol will soon see what I am talking about. Now I have to go. My damn bird is trying to fly out the window again." With that, she quickly hung up the phone. Sam turned off his phone and slid it down his front pants pocket. He turned and looked at Carol with a frown on his face. "What did she say? Can she help us?" Carol asked in an urgent tone. Sam replied, "Well, no, she can't. Wanda said that if she did, things won't work out as planned." I'm not sure what she meant by that, but she said it'll make more sense when the time comes. So it looks like we're on our own. Carol walked over to the couch and just plopped onto it hard. Well, great. What are we supposed to do now? Sam just shrugged. Well, all we can do is carry out the rest of the interview. That's the other thing, she said. We have to finish our original plan or we'll be haunted forever. I can tell you from everything that we've experienced so far, these ghosts need some kind of closure before they can pass on. It's like they want something from you, or at least one of them does. Nah, screw that. It's like they turn to you for justice. We can't say for sure, but that's what it sort of sounded like when Wanda told me. So if we finish the interview, then maybe all of the hauntings will stop. As Sam bit his lower lip, Carol could tell that he was in some serious thought. She said, well then, I guess the only thing left to do is to finish the interview, and we'll just have to see what happens next. What about that warning from that ghost bitch Melanie, who just won't leave us the hell alone? Well, Carol, I think we'll just have to wait and see. It could just be a bluff. Wanda sounded like it was urgent to finish her task. Carol sighed. Okay then, we'll just try to calm down and think about this, although I am getting very hungry. Sam nodded his head in agreement. Carol continued as she stood up from the couch. I don't think we should leave the house, so I'll make us something to eat. Tacos sound good? Sam nodded. Yeah, it sounds good to me. As Carol made her way to the kitchen to start making dinner, Sam walked around Carol's living room. He examined some pictures that Carol had on top of her entertainment center. As he was looking at some of the pictures in frames, Sam noticed one picture of Carol holding up a pitch-black cat. He looked around the living room to see any signs of the cat around. From what he could see, there wasn't any. Hey, I didn't know that you were a cat lover, Sam said. Carol stopped cooking dinner for a second and walked over to Sam. She frowned as she looked at the photo. Well, I've actually only owned one cat, and that's him. He died about a year ago. His name was Lucky, Carol said. I know it's ironic that a black cat was named that, but the truth is he was lucky whenever he was a kitten. He almost died. However, I managed to take him to the vet just in time, and the vet saved him, so after that I decided to name him Lucky. He lived a long, full life as well. He passed away from old age. I miss him, though, that is for sure. Sam looked at her and gave a sad smile. Your cat must have loved you a lot. I'm sure he was grateful to have you. Carol nodded her head and made her way back to the kitchen to finish making dinner. About a half an hour later, the dinner was ready. They sat down at the table to eat. As they were eating their tasty meal, Carol and Sam told each other jokes that were crude, yet funny, and they were laughing and having a good time. Sam had about 3 tacos and Carol had 4. Once they were both done eating, Carol wasn't done for the night. She suggested that they both have a couple of shots of tequila. It had been some stressful times for the both of them, and she figured it would help relieve some tension. Sam took her up on her idea, but didn't like the feeling of being drunk or having a hangover the next day. So he decided to take about 2 shots only. Carol, on the other hand, threw caution to the wind and ended up taking 7 shots of tequila. Things were insane after her consumption of alcohol. She walked over to the radio and turned the music on loud. She started to dance all over the place. She danced as if she didn't have a care in the world. When ghosts are about, I'll drink about, Carol said with a silly smile. Sam didn't like dancing and chose to sit back on the couch and just watch her having a good time. He noticed that the bottle of tequila flew right off the kitchen table and flew right at Carol. Carol did a couple of dance moves at the same time. She unknowingly moved a few inches out of the bottle's path within seconds. The bottle ended up hitting the wall instead. Completely oblivious to the loud sound of breaking glass, Carol continued dancing as if nothing had happened at all. Sam, however, was in complete shock. He wasn't sure whether to inform her of what had happened or continue to let her just enjoy her dancing. He was still sitting on the couch and found himself half wanting to stand up and half wanting to just sit there. He figured, screw it, I'll let her have some fun. He also decided to make sure that nothing else was going to happen to her, so he kept a close eye on her and everything else, and for a while, nothing seemed to happen. Carol, however, was starting to feel sick to her stomach. All that moving around, the alcohol and the food just didn't mix. The next thing Sam knew, Carol had made a mad dash to the toilet, lifted the lid up, and she lost her lunch. Sam stood up from the couch to walk over to her to see if she needed any help. Carol just stood up from the toilet and was ready for bed. Sam helped her over to her bed by putting his right arm under her shoulder. She stumbled as she made her way over. He helped her slide into bed once he got there. Sam said, "Good night," and pulled the covers over her. In a sleepy, drunk tone, Carol mumbled, "Good night, Sam. I guess I had a little too much fun, but thank you for helping me out with everything." Sam smiled back. "Anything to help out my best friend. You get some rest now. I'm tired too. I'm going to crash on the couch." With that, Sam waved to her and then made his way to the couch and crashed down hard on it. He was exhausted after the day they both had. It was a very long one at that. Things were fine for about 4 hours as they were both fast asleep. Sam dreamed about winning $1 million after purchasing a lottery ticket. He felt something like small little pressure points were placed right onto his stomach. He also felt something bigger rubbing against his chest, enough to wake him up right away. To his amazement, Sam saw a cat standing right on his stomach and upper chest. "What the hell, a cat?" Right away, he remembered Carol was talking about her cat, Lucky. He thought, what if this was the same cat she was talking about? He brushed the idea off right away and figured it had to be another cat or even a stray. Maybe Carol left a window open, perhaps. No way it was the same one, Sam thought to himself. He hurried and got off the couch. Sam managed to make his way to the kitchen to turn on the lights. As he did, Sam noticed all the windows were closed. How could a stray cat get inside? The cat was acting weird. It meowed constantly. It sounded almost as if it was worried about something. Sam decided to watch the cat as it ran into the kitchen. At that moment, he smelled something familiar. Sam wasn't quite sure what it was, as he hadn't smelled it in a long time. Another thing was the cat looked exactly like he remembered in the photo with Carol holding up Lucky. It hit Sam hard. "It was the same cat that I saw earlier," Sam said out loud. At that moment, the cat hastily made its way over to the stove and jumped right on top of it. It meowed more and more, and it paced back and forth on top of the stove. As if by magic, his detective skills were working overdrive. The familiar smell and the behavior of the cat, Sam realized the cat had been trying to warn him. "That smell, what is it?" he asked himself out loud, and looked at the stove again. With one more sniff, Sam realized what the smell was. "Holy shit, it's gas!" Sam didn't waste another second. He turned around and made a mad dash to Carol's room. He wasn't sure just how long the gas had been flooding throughout the home. Sam just knew that it must have started shortly after they both went to bed. Sam knew well enough that he wasn't going to take any chances. Once he made it to Carol's bed, Sam hurried and lifted her into his arms and made his way back outside with her. Carol woke up during all this and asked, "What the hell are you doing, Sam?" "No time to explain," he answered back, as he was carrying her in his arms. Sam bolted out the door fast and continued to run all the way down the street. Once he was about 7 or 8 houses away from hers, Sam set her down gently onto the sidewalk. He pulled out his cell phone and said, "We have to call the fire department." A giant explosion that caused the windows to blow out. Carol's house went up in massive flames. It took Carol a few seconds to realize what had just happened. When she did, Carol fell to her knees in complete and utter shock. "My house is gone, everything except for what was in a fireproof safe. My necklace that my mom gave to me as a child, that can't be replaced. It's gone too. What am I gonna do now?" Sam didn't know what to do or say, so he held out his hand to pull Carol back up off the ground. He looked deep into her eyes and said, "I am so very sorry for what happened." Carol grabbed Sam's hand and she pulled herself back off the ground. Everything had happened so fast it took Sam and Carol a few seconds to process exactly what had happened. However, they didn't have time to dwell on things just yet, because they could now hear the sound of the sirens from a fire truck and an ambulance off in the distance. They sure made their way over here pretty fast, Sam thought to himself. He figured it must be pretty slow for them in the middle of the night, so there was nothing to slow them down in getting here in a hurry. The next 2 hours consisted of the firefighters putting out the fire. The police chief showed up. He and the fire chief asked Sam and Carol a bunch of questions. Sam supposed they wanted to rule out the possibility of arson. After Sam and Carol were each finished being interrogated, they were both free to go. Carol's house was indeed destroyed. Nothing was left except for the fireproof safe, which Carol had mentioned earlier. "Can you please keep an eye out for it?" Carol asked nicely. They also at least received a 2-night stay at a local motel for free, courtesy of the fire chief. Considering she was now homeless and she had nowhere else to stay during the middle of the night, Carol was somewhat relieved. She would have to figure something else out after those 2 nights. Carol's cat, however, was nowhere to be found or seen nearby. Luckily, Carol's car wasn't in the driveway or in the garage because it was parked on the other side of the street. "Well, Carol, I suppose we should get out of here now. Don't worry, though, I will drive. I don't think it's a good idea right now for you to do it." "Agreed. Let's get the hell out of here," Carol replied back. They both headed to Carol's car. Carol took the passenger seat in the front, while Sam hopped into the driver's seat. Sam took a look at Carol for a second and realized that she was still shaken up pretty bad. He decided that he had to get her to calm down somehow. Also, Sam didn't know if they would be attacked again in the meantime, so he decided that they were both going to a local 24-hour diner. Sam took the car out of park and made his way to their destination. They were both silent on the way over there. It wasn't until they finally arrived at the diner and finally sat down at the table that they started to talk to each other. When they did, a waitress who seemed like she had seen better years came up to them to take their order. She was a short, elderly woman with red hair. She seemed to be about 45 years old. Her skin had a few wrinkles on it at this point in her life, and she was wearing the classic waitress getup that you'd see in the movies. It seemed like she didn't want to do her job. "Hello there, my name is Sandra. What would you guys like to order?" she asked in a patient tone. "Well, I need a cup of coffee, and do you have any bananas at all?" Sam asked. "Yes, we have some, and you want creamer in your coffee?" Sam just nodded his head. Carol also requested coffee, but no food. She still wasn't feeling very hungry. The waitress looked at them both. "Okay, dears, I'll be back with your orders here shortly." She turned around and left the table. Sam told Carol what he'd experienced. "Carol, look at me and listen to what I have to tell you. It was your cat, Lucky. He saved us. I was asleep on the couch and then I felt some light pressure on me. I woke up and I saw it was a cat. It was your cat. Only I think it was like a spirit cat. It was exactly the same one you had. It was the same one that saved our lives." Carol looked at Sam with a face of utter disbelief. "I don't know what to say. My cat saved us? I wonder why he didn't come to me, and he came to you instead," Carol said with confusion in her tone. "Well, Carol, you were pretty drunk. Maybe she knew that you wouldn't be as responsive as I would have been." This made more sense to Carol. However, before they could continue with the rest of the conversation, the waitress had returned with their orders. She placed them on the table with gentle care. When the waitress was finished, she smiled at them both and said, "If you guys need anything else, just let me know." With that, she again left the table. Once she was out of earshot, Carol talked again. "Well, from what I can gather from all of this is that Wanda is right. We need to hurry and finish so we can get past it." There was frustration in her voice as she took a small sip of coffee. "We almost died tonight, and it wouldn't be the first time we almost died either, and frankly, I am tired of dealing with all of this shit." "Carol, all I can tell you is we need to hurry. I think after we leave here, we'll head to that motel that we went to before. I think it'll be best that we get rested as well, so then we'll pick up Max in the morning. Then we'll wrap up this damn interview once and for all. We gotta stop off at the fire department as well to see if they found your fireproof safe." Carol was listening to Sam carefully until she realized that she had left all the camera equipment in the trunk of her car. If she had brought it inside the house, it would have been destroyed and all of her progress along with it. She was grateful that she had been too tired to bring it into the home. About 20 minutes later, they were relaxed and felt a little safer. They were both ready to head to the motel for the night. However, before they left, the waitress Sandra came up to take the money for their bill. She looked at both of them and said, "Well, you two be safe now. Please be careful. The vengeful spirit isn't finished with you guys yet." Carol and Sam both stared at each other with a shocked look on their faces. She was never within earshot when they talked about the ghost that tried to kill them. Sam looked at the waitress. She seemed as if her eyes were staring not at him or Carol, but as if they were lost, dazed and unfocused, as if she was in some type of trance. This freaked Carol and Sam out, but Sam hurried and just laid the cash on the table. He bolted right out of his chair and he grabbed Carol's hand and both hurried out of the restaurant. As they were about to leave, Carol took one last look back and she saw that no one else was in the restaurant at all. There was no one else around to witness or hear what was happening. They hurried back into the car with Sam at the wheel. Carol was still exhausted, so she fell asleep on the way to the motel. They arrived about 20 minutes later. They both got out of their way to the front office. Fortunately, it wasn't the same motel they stayed at before. Sam gave the voucher to the worker at the front desk. The worker handed them a key and then they made their way to the room, number 17. Once they finally got settled in, Sam offered to stay up and keep watch over the both of them so that Carol could get some much-needed rest. Carol conditionally accepted his offer. "I'll do that, but you have to promise me that you will sleep tomorrow while I drive." Sam promised, and with that, she fell fast asleep on one of the beds. It was going to be a very long night for Sam, as if it hadn't been long enough. Sam stayed up for the rest of the night. He was ever so tired, yet vigilant, as he kept his eyes open wide. He wasn't going to take any more chances of anything else horrible happening to them. At the very least, if anything was to happen, he'd be ready to react. Carol woke up for the day around 7 a.m. Sam was about to nod off when Carol approached him and said, "Hey, I just want to thank you for watching over me. I know you're tired, so let's just get out of here. Like I said, I'll let you rest on the drive over to the fire station and on our way back to the psych ward." Sam nodded his head at her as he stood up from his chair. He pulled out the car keys and handed them to Carol. When they were both ready to leave, they stepped out of the motel room and made their way to the car. Once they both got inside, Sam pulled the passenger seat lever all the way up to lower the seat all the way to the reclining position. That allowed him to lay down and sleep. He closed his eyes and was fast asleep. Carol just gave him a smile, turned on the ignition, and they were off. As Carol was driving, she was thinking about all kinds of things. What was going to happen to them? If they did finish the interview, would the haunting really end? Will these spirits actually have closure and pass on? Carol just couldn't wait to finally be over with all of this. She gave a quick thought to how lucky she had been that Sam saved her, and that camera equipment was still in the car, for that matter. Carol must have lost track of time with all the thoughts going on in her head because they arrived at the fire station before she knew it. What was at least a 30-minute drive felt like half that time to her. Once Carol arrived, she parked in the designated parking spot and shut the car off. She took one more look at Sam before getting out of the car and decided to let Sam rest a while longer. She hopped out of the car and made her way over to the fire station's front office. After Carol left the fire station with the safe, she just couldn't help herself. She had to open it up. Carol wanted to make sure that what was inside was indeed safe. She turned the dial left to 17, then right to 30, and then left to 22, and then one more time to 13. Once it opened up, she checked to make sure everything was safe. Her Social Security card and birth certificate were indeed just fine. Carol's eyes opened wide as she found something that she wasn't expecting at all. It was her necklace that had a locket with a picture of Carol when she was around 8 years old. The same necklace she found just lying on her bedroom floor a few days ago. There was no way that she put it in her fireproof safe. She never put it in there ever, and the last place that she could recall putting it was back in her dresser drawer. Carol didn't want to wear it all the time because it was a gift that her mom gave her for her birthday. The idea of her wearing it just brought up too many painful memories for her. After all, her mom just got up and left her hanging. She looked over at Sam and woke him up. "Sam, wake up! Look at this!" Sam woke up quickly, looking around confused. What's going on?" He looked over and saw that Carol was holding her necklace in her right hand. "You see this?" Carol asked in a desperate tone, hoping for a plausible response. "I didn't put this in my safe, and yet I opened it up and it was in there. I know that you don't know the combo, but I do, so do you think that one of the ghosts happened to place it there?" Sam sat up a bit and bit his lip. Then, "Well, I have heard of ghosts moving objects around and stuff like that, and things disappearing and reappearing in weird places. So, yes, I would have to say that's very much a good possibility. I wouldn't doubt it at all. Actually, if I had to guess, I would have to say it's another sign. I can't say for sure what that sign is, but one of those ghosts wanted that necklace to be safe." "Yes, but why would they do that?" Carol asked with an uncertain tone. "I don't really know, to be honest. Only maybe time will tell," Sam said with a shrug. "We'll just have to finish the interview once and for all. Then we'll just see what's around the corner next." Chapter 11. At this point, it was around noon. Carol and Sam had enough of dealing with all these ghosts, spirits, and being haunted by it. This was the final straw. They were both ready to wrap all of this up once and for all. Carol called her boss and explained to him what had happened to her home. Her boss usually mailed her checks there, and because it was now gone, she was going to have to get a temporary mailbox. Her boss reminded her that Max was still a part of the assignment, and she still had to pick him up. He also promised her more than enough cash to pay for a brand new home if the story she had been working on happened to become big and successful. That and the deadline looming over her was another reason for her to hurry and finish this up, as if she really needed any more reasons. About 45 minutes later, all three of them once more set up for the interview. "We're all set, ready to go," Carol said, as she was very anxious to wrap this all up. Joe lay flat on the cold cell floor, strapped tightly in a straitjacket once again. "You see," he began casually, "I just can't seem to stay out of trouble. After all the power went out and you all left, I got a little bored. So for fun, I spat in the guard's face. He didn't take it well, beat me with his baton a few times, slammed me into the ground, and stuck me back in this jacket. Slept in it for days. My back's been killing me. So now—" "Stop it," Carol snapped, baring her teeth. "I don't want to hear your poor me routine. We're finishing this interview now. That damn ghost that loves you, who's tried to kill me, Sam, and injured Max, is still haunting me. I know what I saw, so let's wrap this up and put an end to it." Max shouted next, pointing an accusing finger at Joe. "Yeah, I broke my damn leg because your psycho spirit girlfriend spooked me in the damn shower. My life's been a mess ever since I heard your sick stories." Joe glanced at Sam, waiting for him to join in. Sam didn't disappoint. "Don't even get me started." Joe shrugged. "Well, seems like everyone's really eager for the grand finale. Fine. But don't think I haven't been haunted too. You have no idea." "We don't care," they all shouted in unison. Shaken but trying to keep composure, Joe took a deep breath. "Anyway, about 6 months passed since my last murder. The ghost, every damn day, they'd torment me. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't think. They succeeded all right. I regretted killing them. One day I'm trying to eat a bowl of cereal and the ghosts keep messing with me." Carol, despite herself, found that detail oddly comical. "I knew I had to come up with a plan, so while I was eating, it hit me. I needed to go back on the dark web. I needed to find a group where other serial killers gathered online. Anonymously, of course. After I finished breakfast, I got online and started searching. It took a couple of days, but I found an online chat room. There I found other murderers like myself. You might wonder how we knew if someone was full of shit about their kills. Each member had to show proof before joining. A photo of them with their recently murdered victim was enough. I used some of my video footage to prove I was legit. Joe kept staring at the ceiling as he spoke, still lying flat on his back. He couldn't look at Carol or the others. Sam interrupted. Wait a minute. How did you know an FBI agent wasn't in the group, pretending, waiting to gather evidence and then bust you and your sicko friends? Joe smiled. You're right. We didn't know. I guess you could say we got lucky. I won't go into detail here, of course. There are certain rules you don't break on the dark web. Let's just say we have ways to cover our tracks pretty well. Makes it really hard to get busted. He licked his lips oddly, then continued. Anyway, through a few people I met in the group, I was introduced to two individuals, a crooked preacher and a psychic. Now, when I say crooked preacher, I don't mean one of those sick fucks who hurts kids. I mean corrupt in other ways. He was a thief who blessed a known serial killer and claimed he could grant them access to heaven, regardless of how many people they killed. The psychic was corrupt because he helped serial killers any way he could. Turns out I wasn't the only one haunted by victims. To sum it up, I knew I could trust them, so I had them both come to my island and help me banish the ghosts. The psychic convinced the ghost to leave me alone, and the preacher cleansed and blessed my house. Well, it sorta worked. In the end, the psychic said the ghost wouldn't leave completely because of the curse. They had unfinished business. Instead, they would just go elsewhere on the island, do their own thing, but if I killed again, the deal would be off. They wouldn't stop haunting me until I was dead. Carol glared at him. Well, gee, I guess we all know what happened with that deal. Yes, I know I screwed it up. But listen, at the time when they helped me, I had decided I was done with murdering. I didn't want to be haunted anymore. I'd gotten away with it for so long. I was rich after all. I had everything I wanted. Except one thing. I wanted a wife. Over the years, I was so caught up in planning murders that being married was an afterthought. But I figured it was time to look for the one woman I'd spend the rest of my life with. As Carol listened, a chill ran through her. She didn't like it and tried to ignore it. The story felt like a mess, rambling and disjointed. She spoke up. Look, Joe, I don't want to hear about your damn love life. Just tell us about the last person you murdered. She glared at him again. My dear, I am. I promise this leads to that, and I promise no surprise murders up my sleeve. He was about to continue when Max suddenly screamed, the sound ringing through the room and hurting everyone's ears. She's here! I can see her! She's standing right in front of me! Leave me alone, please! Max begged. Sam was alarmed and scanned the room for any signs of ghosts, but saw none. Max let out another scream, then began shaking and convulsing in his wheelchair, making strange gurgling noises. Carol watched, frozen in fear, thinking Max might be having a stroke or heart attack. After about 30 seconds, it stopped. Then, to Sam and Carol's horror, Max spoke, but it wasn't his voice. It was a woman's. Oh, hello, Joey. How are you? It's been so long since I've been able to talk to you. Being a spirit and trying to ward others away from you consumes tremendous energy. But while possessing a human body, I can maintain my energy much easier. I wish you had never killed me, Joe. I have loved you for so long, even before you killed me. Carol was in shock, but forced herself to stay calm. Joe just stared at Max, confused. Before he could speak, Sam stepped forward, concern etched on his face. Well, shit, Joe. Looks like that Melanie ghost who's been haunting and trying to kill us on multiple occasions has possessed our friend. She's been after us even when we weren't here to do the interview. Joe smiled widely. Well, this is an interesting turn of events. So that means she and I can actually communicate now, right? His tone was intrigued. A cold, creepy voice issued from Max's mouth. Yes, Joe. Exactly right. We've had to follow you even in death. Or have you forgotten the curse placed on you?" Melanie yelled through Max. Joe replied, interested. "No, I haven't forgotten. I've been haunted by you and the other victims ever since. Just like you said it would happen." Carol tried to calm herself with deep breaths. This was now a problem. They had no holy water left to try to rid Max's body of Melanie's spirit. She sensed they still needed to finish the story. As if it were clockwork, Sam glanced at Carol, nodded, then moved behind Max's wheelchair. Placing both hands over Max's mouth, Sam tried to silence him. Max bit the palm of Sam's right hand. "The son of a bitch bit me!" Raising his left hand to slap Max, Sam stopped when Carol shouted, "Sam, wait! He's possessed! He didn't really do that! Melanie did!" Sam froze, then looked at Max and said, "Shit, you're right. My bad. I just lost my cool." He examined his hand, wincing, then went into thought mode, a look Carol recognized well. After a moment, he said, "I got an idea. I'll be back soon. Look, I know you don't want to be alone, especially now, but this is important. Try to hang on." With that, Sam left the room. Carol nervously muttered, "Great, now I'm alone with a serial killer and a friend who's possessed." The spirit voice spoke again. "Well, Joe, we have serious catching up to do. I've been trying to protect you from these three. That's why I've tried to kill them so many times. But I've used so much spiritual energy I need to recharge. That woman has too much strength for me to possess her now. If I could, I would help you break out of this place so we could be together again. But I'm weak for now. Once I regain my energy, I can do that easily." Carol looked at Max, who wore a twisted smile. She thought, "I can't believe I'm about to argue with a ghost." Still, she said, "Don't be absurd. You can't break him out of here. He'd be shot, tackled, or tasered before he got out." Max, possessed, replied, "Oh dear, you'd be surprised what I'm capable of. You've already seen it from past experiences." Carol gave a small frown. "Oh yeah, that's true. How could I forget?" She decided to stay quiet and wait for Sam's return. Possessed Max turned back to Joe. "Well, Joe, don't let me keep you from your story. Please, continue." He smiled oddly. Joe laughed nervously. "Very well, where was I? Oh, yes. I was tired of being alone. The urge to murder still gnawed at me, but I felt if I found the love of my life, maybe it would end that urge. So I decided to try dating. I didn't want to be haunted by those ghosts again. At 35, a rich bachelor, I thought dating would be easy. But I found many stuck-up women in L.A. I tried dating sites and speed dates, but struck out every time. I also went to bars, thinking my wealth and status would attract women. Sometimes I announced parties at my mansion and invited everyone to come by yacht. That usually worked, at least one woman by night's end. But I lacked social skills. I'd say the wrong thing, and before a kiss, champagne would be splashed in my face, and she'd walk away. I had no friends either. It's true, money cannot buy happiness. I'd been trying to find a girlfriend for 6 months, with no luck and no one to ask for advice. I was about to give up hope. My urge to kill grew stronger. I knew I didn't want to deal with those ghosts anymore. Little did I know my life was about to change. Well, for a little while at least. One Sunday morning, bored, I wanted to pick me up beyond my usual coffee. I took my yacht to downtown L.A. and went into a popular coffee shop. After ordering a strong cappuccino, I noticed a flyer on the notice board near the entrance. Deep-sea scuba diving lessons for beginners and intermediates. I jotted down the number, sat at a table, and called to set up an appointment for my first lesson about a week later. Perfect timing to prepare. I hoped a new hobby would distract me and lessen my murderous urges. When the time came for my first lesson, I met Brenda, the instructor. She was a hot blonde in her early 30s, about 5'6", fit and stunning, like an angel sent just for me. The moment I saw Brenda, I knew I had to have her. She had to be the one. I was determined to do whatever it took. Weeks of lessons followed, covering everything we needed for scuba diving. Finally, on the day of our deep-sea dive, we boarded a boat with about 20 students, heading out to the ocean's middle. I decided I had to make my move. If I didn't, I might never see her again. Nervous but determined, I approached her. When I approached her, I decided to just be myself. I thanked her for teaching the class so well and told her how excited I was for our first big dive out in the ocean. Brenda smiled and said she enjoyed teaching, but added that she needed a well-paying job to support herself and her daughter. She was a single mother. Her daughter's father had passed away, so the girl's grandparents watched her while Brenda worked. I told her that must be tough, and I said if she ever needed help, she could call me. I gave her my number then and there. She thanked me again, and I didn't speak to her for the rest of the trip. I figured there was a chance she'd never call, but fate, it seemed, was on my side. When the time came for the big dive, we suited up and jumped overboard one by one. We dove as a group, you know, the usual. Afterward, we returned to the docks and went our separate ways. I was too exhausted to sail back to my island, so I checked into my usual motel for the night. I was just about to fall asleep when my phone rang. I hardly ever got calls. I didn't have any real friends, so I was confused. I picked up, and to my surprise, it was Brenda. She sounded desperate. She had a flat tire and was stranded in a rough part of town with her daughter. I told her I'd be there as soon as I could. I got dressed and headed out. As Carol listened, she felt a weird chill crawl up her spine again. She wondered if she might be coming down with a fever or a cold. Joe was about to continue when the cell door opened. Sam had returned. His hand was bandaged, and he carried a roll of duct tape in one hand and a bunch of bananas in the other. "Sorry I took so long," Sam said. "Got stuck in traffic. Anyway, here's my solution to shut that damn ghost up." He walked over to Max, tore a strip of duct tape, and slapped it across Max's mouth. Then he taped Max's arms and legs together just to be sure. Satisfied, Sam sat down and peeled a banana. Carol looked puzzled. "Sam, I've got to ask, what's the big deal? Even if Max is possessed, he can't just leap out of the chair." Sam paused, banana in hand. "Exactly, but we can't underestimate these ghosts just because Max's leg is broken. I've heard some weird shit about people being possessed. I'm not taking any chances." Carol nodded grimly. "Well, we better hurry. Melanie's just waiting to get her strength back. She claims all hell will break loose once she does. And I'm sure your little stunt just pissed her off." Sure enough, Max began grunting and gurgling beneath the tape. "Well, shit, guess you're right," Sam muttered, shrugging. Carol turned back to Joe. "Keep going." Joe nodded. "So Brenda gave me directions, and I found her in about 20 minutes. It was too dark to work on the tire, so I offered to take her and her daughter back to her parents' house. I told her I'd have the car towed to a shop the next morning and that I'd cover the cost. She was thrilled. That was the first thing I did that really impressed her. The next day I followed through, just like I said. To thank me, Brenda invited me to breakfast and insisted on paying. From that day on, we talked every day. I never mentioned how rich I was. I figured that might hurt my chances. After about a month of daily calls and emails, I asked her out. She said yes. I decided it was time she saw my mansion. I knew she'd find out how wealthy I was eventually, so one Friday night I took the yacht to L.A. She was waiting for me at the docks. Her parents were watching her daughter for the night. She looked happy to see me. I took her hand and led her onto the yacht. Joe was interrupted again when Carol abruptly stood up. "Look, I get this is an interview, but I can't shake the feeling that the longer you go on, the worse things are getting. You heard what Melanie said. She's recharging. I've been asking you to hurry, and honestly, I'm starting to think you want her to come back. Maybe you're stalling." Suddenly, the lights flickered off. A loud rattling noise shook the cell windows. When the lights came back on, Carol threw up her arms. "Do you see what I mean? That wasn't an earthquake." Muffled laughter came from Max. "You get it. We're running out of time," Carol shouted. Sam folded his arms. "Yep, she's right, man. Speed it up." Joe frowned. "Fine, I'll spare the rest of the details. It's a damn shame. Anyway, 3 months later, I found out I killed her for nothing. That's haunted me ever since. It's hard to believe, but it's true. It was the only time I ever felt remorse for a murder." Suddenly, Max began violently stirring in his chair. The tape tore off his mouth, and Melanie's voice burst out. "You dirty bastard! I loved you! You said you loved me, and you lied! How could you say that?" Before she could go on, Sam marched over and said, "Nope, not doing this again." He punched Max square in the head, knocking him out cold. "Sorry, Max. You'll feel that tomorrow, but I think you'll understand." Sam folded his arms, looked at Joe, and said calmly, "Go on." Joe took a moment, then continued. "This has got to be one of the hardest interviews I've ever done with all the interruptions. Anyway, the day before I killed her, I woke up around noon and noticed she wasn't in bed. I took a shower, got ready, and went to find her. I figured she'd be in the kitchen or living room. I found her in the living room on her phone. I only caught the end of the call. She said, 'I don't think he suspects a thing at all,' and then hung up. When she saw me, she looked like she'd been caught stealing cookies. I didn't want to be rude or intrusive, but I heard what I heard. I couldn't stop thinking she was talking to another man. I tried to convince myself otherwise, but I couldn't. My mind just isn't wired that way. Soon I was certain she was cheating. I was hurt, crushed. I loved her, and she betrayed me. My urge to kill came back stronger than ever, and I gave in to it. I pretended like nothing was wrong, played it cool. I suggested we go diving the next day at a special spot I knew. She agreed, totally unaware. I kissed her on the cheek and left her in the kitchen. That night I prepped everything. I grabbed a heavy chain from the garage and a large rock I'd found on the island, loaded both onto the yacht. The next day we sailed to the secluded dive spot. No witnesses for miles. Around noon we arrived. As we geared up, I kissed her again, this time on the lips. It was a deep, passionate kiss. It would be the last. She took off her necklace, a locket with a picture of her and her daughter. She didn't want to lose it. I promised to keep it safe. I opened it, saw the photo, and stored it in the yacht's glove compartment. Then we walked to the edge of the boat. That's when I made my move. I accused her of cheating and said she broke my heart. She looked confused and tried to explain, but I kept cutting her off. Then I calmed down, gave her a hug, and told her I had a surprise. I asked her to turn around. She did. I pulled out a knife from my belt and held it near her. She must have seen it. She spun around with a look of alarm. I slashed her arm. Blood poured out. She screamed, asking why I'd done it. I didn't answer. I tied the chain to the rock, then fastened the other end to her wrist. She screamed, begged me to stop. I didn't care. Whatever love I felt was gone. I lifted her up and threw her overboard. She tried to swim, reached the boat, but I dropped the rock in after her. The water was shark-infested. Her bleeding arm would attract them. She sank fast. I'll never forget the look on her face as she disappeared below. Then I raised the anchor and fled. It was the most convenient murder I'd ever pulled off. No cleanup, no trace. But once I got home, I realized I'd made some big mistakes. The first was her phone. It was sitting on the kitchen table. I got curious and decided to check her voicemail. She didn't have a password on her phone. Foolish, really. I wish I hadn't done it, but I listened anyway. Everything seemed normal until the final message. It was from someone at a party planning store. Turned out Brenda had hired a party planner. She was organizing a surprise birthday party for me. That's when it all clicked. That's why she'd said, "I don't think he suspects a thing." I had murdered the love of my life over a goddamn assumption. I dropped to my knees and let out a blood-curdling cry of rage and agony, and right on cue those ghosts came back, like they were waiting to pile on my misery. I panicked, worried Brenda's family might trace her phone back to my island. First thing I did was run to the garage, grab a sledgehammer, and smash the phone to bits. But it didn't matter. Within 2 weeks, the ghosts were tormenting me, worse than ever. They drove me past the edge. They yanked me out of bed, tripped me in hallways, pulled food from the fridge so it spoiled, shattered every window in my mansion. I even started ripping out my own hair. That's how I went bald. They did everything they could to break me down. Eventually I snapped. The guilt of killing Brenda and the endless haunting finally pushed me to confess. I sailed to LA and walked into the police station. I broke down and told every cop there that I had murdered at least 8 people. They thought I was crazy, of course, and brought me in for questioning. They asked if I had proof. I told them exactly where to find it. They flew me by helicopter to my island. I gave directions as we went. Once there, I showed them the trophies I'd kept over the years. I don't even know how long I was killing. It all blurs together, but the evidence was there. I was arrested and my estate was frozen. The FBI got involved. They tore the place apart looking for more bodies, more clues. They even sent scouting teams to search the island and surrounding areas. Like I'd be dumb enough to bury corpses in my own backyard like some amateur, Joe said with sarcastic disdain. He paused for breath, then continued. As you both know, my case made headlines. The jury ruled me too insane to stand trial. That's how I dodged the death penalty and ended up here, locked in a mental hospital. The victims' families were furious that I wasn't executed, but after several psych evaluations, the ruling stood. Life in the funny farm, life with the ghosts, and that, Carol, is the end of my story. There are no more murders to confess. Like I said before, we're all caught up. I'm here, and you're here to finish your interview. The ghost will still haunt me, but maybe your piece will finally make you a big-time reporter. You're talking to the most infamous murderer of your generation, after all. So, I bid you and your friends farewell. Joe gave a wide, unsettling smile. Carol sat frozen, deeply disturbed by all she'd heard. Something didn't sit right with her, an odd feeling she couldn't quite name. But whatever it was, she was ready to get out of that room. She stood, her body stiff and sore from the long interview. Sam looked just as ready to leave. Carol began packing her things when her phone slipped from her hand and hit the floor. As she knelt to pick it up, her necklace fell from her neck and landed beside it. The locket popped open from the impact, revealing the photo inside. Joe's eyes locked onto it. His jaw dropped. "Holy shit!" he yelled. "This can't be possible!" Chapter 12. Carol looked at Joe in confusion. Even Sam wasn't sure what was going on. Joe demanded, "Carol, you have to tell me, where did you get that necklace with the locket at? How in the hell did you get that?" Carol quickly replied in a confused tone and even sounded offended. "Wait, why should I tell you where I got this? This is something personal." Joe, in a similar state, continued, "I only ask you because I swear to you, your necklace and that locket are the exact same ones Brenda had. The picture inside the locket, it's the exact one she handed to me the day I murdered her. I'm telling you the truth. The picture of her and her daughter is the same as the one in yours." He sounded stunned. Sam, being a detective, started to realize, perhaps a bit faster than Carol, what was actually unfolding before them. He was in utter shock. No way, he thought, it couldn't be. Carol's expression shifted from confusion to a harsh realization. "Wait, are you saying that you—" "No fucking way, it couldn't be!" Carol screamed at the top of her lungs. "If you're suggesting what I think you are full of shit. I want proof, goddammit." Joe nodded. "Okay, very well, I have no proof. Except a photo I took right before I mailed it back to Brenda's parents' house without a return address. I have that picture with me even as we speak. It's right here in this cell. I just need a guard to come in. But Carol, once you open that door, there's no shutting it. Once you see it, and see, I'm not lying, the truth is going to devastate you. I'll be blunt. I murdered your mother. Fate is one twisted bitch, it would seem. At this, Carol nearly lost it. Stop it! I don't want to hear it! Guard! Guard! Get in here now! She screamed. A guard showed up within seconds and asked what was wrong. Joe said, "God, if you would, please come into my cell and hand Carol that manila envelope sitting on the table." The guard nodded, unlocked Joe's cell, and grabbed the envelope. He handed it to Carol. Carol's mind raced with horrible thoughts. Her fingers trembled as she slowly opened the envelope. She turned it upside down and 3 different photos poured out onto her lap. Her hands still trembled as she hesitated to look, but the urge was too strong. When she did, tears poured down her cheeks. The first photo was indeed the exact picture that matched the one in her locket. Her mind slowly but surely realized this wasn't a coincidence. The next picture was of a small girl with the caption, "Happy 3rd birthday, Carol, aka my little cookie." Sorrow and rage began to overtake her. Cookie was her childhood nickname. Her grandparents had called her that all the time. The final picture was of her as a little girl, alongside her mother and Tom. Carol knew Tom wasn't her real father. He had passed away when she was 3. This picture shocked her to hell. "I demand you explain these pictures to me at once. How do you have them? And you motherfucker, you murdered my mother. It's obvious. I don't want to believe it. And I didn't want to believe it at first, but now there's no way to deny it. It's got to be true. My grandparents told me my mom ran out on me for some guy. She just went on a date and left me at their house. They didn't know anything about the man. No name, no address, no phone number. She kept her life private. All of this can't be disputed." Carol was so angry she was about to give Joe another earful, but she went silent. She stared off into space. Sam turned back to look at her, confused. Carol walked up to the cell door and placed both hands on it. She somehow ripped the cell door off with ease and tossed it behind her like a rag doll. Sam dodged out of the way to avoid being hit, stunned. "Carol, how in the hell did you just do that?" Sam shouted. Carol didn't respond. Her eyes pierced straight through Joe. When she spoke, it wasn't her voice. It was Melanie's. "Come on, Joe," Melanie said. "I'm busting you out of here. We'll run away together and spend the rest of our lives together." She bent forward and picked Joe up off the floor. Sam, still in shock, couldn't move. It took a few seconds for him to snap back to reality. "You took over Carol's body again?" Sam said. "You are truly an evil bitch. Just leave her alone and let us be, damn it." Melanie helped Joe up and turned to Sam with a sinister smile. "Sorry, Sam. That won't be happening." They walked past Max, still passed out in the wheelchair. She realized he had to try to stop them. "Guard, help!" Sam shouted. A tall, muscular guard entered the room quickly and assessed the situation. Seeing Joe out of his cell, he pointed his handgun. "Don't move, either of you, or I'll shoot! Don't try anything stupid!" The guard was suddenly lifted into the air and thrown against the wall. He hit his head hard, knocking him out cold. Melanie retrieved the guard's fallen gun and pointed it at Sam. "Don't move or I'll shoot you and your friend." Sam raised his hands and nodded slowly. Melanie helped Joe out of the room. Joe, still in shock, wasn't resisting. Melanie used him as a human shield as they bolted toward the asylum's front door. Sam exited the room once it was safe. He had to track them. He couldn't risk losing Carol. Other guards caught on and drew their weapons on Melanie and Joe. "Stop! Don't move!" one of them shouted. Melanie grabbed a woman from the sidewalk and held the gun to her head. "Don't try anything or she dies. Let us leave here alive." The guards exchanged glances and reluctantly lowered their weapons. "Good boys," Melanie said. "Now let us go and no one else will get hurt. And don't follow us." Melanie forced the woman along as they reached Carol's car. Joe said, "Wow, Melanie, I think I like this new side of you. You're becoming a wonderful criminal." "Just get in the damn car, you damn fool." The kidnapped woman sobbed. "What are you gonna do with me?" she whimpered. "Nothing," Melanie replied, "if you just listen." They got inside the car. Melanie opened the door for Joe, who was still in a straitjacket. Once inside, she barreled down the road. Sam was already on the phone with police, reporting the vehicle and the kidnapping. He was still reeling. Then he saw a cop car across the street. How had he missed it before? He rushed over. "Officer, I need your help. Please, let me ride along. A woman has just broken someone out of the asylum across the street." The cop lowered his sunglasses and smiled. "Get in. I was in the restroom when this came over the radio. We'll catch him." Sam jumped in. They peeled out onto the road, joined by 3 more police cars, all with sirens blaring. Sam gripped the oh shit handle as they chased the suspect vehicle. Melanie was driving like a maniac, swerving into oncoming traffic. Cars swerved and crashed around them. Carol, still possessed, was semi-conscious, like watching a horror movie play out with no control over her own body. Then she heard a voice. "Dear, you have to fight it. Take back what's yours. She got you at your most vulnerable moment. The truth was more than you could bear, but you have to fight." "Who are you?" Carol thought. "You know who I am. I'm your mother. I was innocent. I was murdered, but that's not what matters now. You need to focus on reclaiming your body. Fight back." And then the voice went silent. Carol longed to hear more, but she was helpless, just a spectator. Her body, driven by Melanie, continued the reckless escape. They pulled up to a gas station and stopped abruptly. Melanie aimed the gun at the kidnapped woman. "Get out, now! Do as I say and I won't shoot you." The woman nodded and exited. Joe and Melanie followed. Melanie motioned her forward toward the gas station and she complied. As this was happening, the cop cars that followed them all arrived mere seconds later. They pulled right in front of the gas station one by one, parked their cars side by side in a row of a straight line. They were setting up a barricade directly in front of the station. Once the barricade was formed, about 20 armed police officers got out of their cars and ducked behind the parked cars for protection. Once they were all positioned, they drew their guns out of their holsters and pointed them directly toward the entrance of the gas station. They were all ready to shoot if necessary. The sheriff soon pulled up in his big white pickup truck and stepped out to assess the situation. He was a tall, strong man with black, beady eyes, black hair, and a handlebar mustache, and wore a white cowboy hat. He was 6'7" and he didn't take shit from anyone. The sheriff was holding a megaphone in his right hand and a lit cigar in his left hand. He walked up to the barricade of cars and to where his men were positioned and was ready to handle the situation one way or another. He took a puff off his cigar and then raised the megaphone up to his mouth. "This is Sheriff Hardy. I know you're in there and you have a hostage and or hostages. We have the place surrounded. There is no way out of there. I ask that you come out with your hands up and let the hostage or hostages go." He waited a few seconds. To his surprise, he saw about 4 people slowly leave the front entrance. There were about 2 men and 2 women leaving with their arms held high in the air. As they were leaving, one of the men said quickly, "There's 1 man and 1 woman in there still, and they're still holding a woman at gunpoint. The woman told me to tell you that they want to arrange an escape and that she has the notorious Psycho Sloppy Joe with her." The sheriff gripped the megaphone tight. This was the only way the sheriff could communicate with them from outside. As he was about to use the megaphone, the sheriff was soon interrupted by yet another cop car rolling up behind them while the siren still blared. Soon, Sam stepped out of the car. He made his way as close as he could get to the front of the barricade. The sheriff made his way over to Sam to see what was going on. "Excuse me, sir, why are you here? This is now a police matter. I'm going to have to ask you to leave." Sam quickly explained himself. "Well, sir, I'm a detective. Sorta, but I'm the one who called this in and my friend is in trouble. She's mixed up in all of this." Hardy stated quizzically, Oh, she must be the one who was taken hostage? Sam shook his head in disappointment. She's the one who led you guys on a chase. She's the one who broke Joe out, he replied. Well, my friend, I have some bad news for you. Your friend is most definitely in a hell of a lot of trouble. As the sheriff was carrying on, a bunch of news vans started to pull up right along the parked police cars. Several new reporters all poured out of them and made their way over to Sam and Sheriff Hardy. They were all gearing up to go with their microphones and camera crews in place, and they started rolling. This clearly upset Hardy. God damn it, get them out of here right now. This is the last thing I want to deal with, he said while pointing his finger over at the press. His men looked at him and then back at the press. One officer shrugged and said, It's no use, sir. There's so many of them, we can't clear them all out. Hardy folded his arms like a small child in protest and then urgently said, Well, shit fire. Then we need to focus back on the situation at hand. Someone needs to deliver a cell phone to them so we can try to talk to them and convince them to come out. As the situation going on outside was ugly, so was the one inside. Melanie, still possessing Carol's body, hesitated as to what she was going to do next. She wanted to run away with Joe and be happy with him forever. However, she also knew that she could only possess Carol's body for hours at a time. Melanie supposed that she was going to try and convince Joe to keep Carol a prisoner forever so that she could possess Carol when she had to. As Melanie was thinking about all this, she wasn't paying too much attention to what Joe was doing at all. She was distracted trying to keep the woman that she had kidnapped from escaping and trying to keep her quiet. Joe made himself at home. He helped himself to a few bags of chips, some water and beer, and even some soda. He ate several candy bars. Joe had been making up for some lost time with all of these wonderful things. Once he had his fill of those, he soon returned to focus onto the cops that were outside. He chose to ignore them ever since they arrived. Joe wasn't planning on trying to escape and being on the run, much like Melanie thought they would be. For him, he was actually just enjoying being free for once, even if it was just for a little while. Joe walked over to Melanie and he gave her a quick smile and said, Well, dear, you know we aren't going to be able to make it out of here. We either get arrested or we'll die. Well, I mean, Carol's body will die and I'll more than likely die as well. I suppose it depends on how we handle this situation on our end. Melanie, still holding a gun up to the kidnapped victim's head, just looked over at him. He continued, I'm sorry, but I don't see many options that we have left. I am so bored. He raised his right hand to cover his yawning mouth. Well, Joe, just hang in there. I'm thinking we can make it out of here. I just know we can, Melanie said. I also need to tell you that when we do, I need you to tie Carol up or keep her held hostage. If you don't, she'll escape and it'll be harder for me to find you. You see, I can only possess people for small periods of time. I still have maybe about 20 minutes left. I'll need to recover before I can use my powers again. Carol was still listening to all of this. She figured if she had a small window to get her body back, that was perfect. She could regain control and then she could find a way to get out of this situation permanently. Or at least that's what she hoped. Well, Joe, I know that you're so smart. We need to find a way out of here now. I won't have any time left soon, Melanie said in an urgent tone. Well, Melanie, the truth is I am very, very bored, and I feel like we've had our fun, Joe replied. I see that you're holding that hostage with a gun to her head. To be honest with you, I haven't killed in so very long, and I have never used a gun before. I always thought they were just too quick and boring. As Joe was saying this, the woman who was kidnapped screamed louder and whimpered in fear. She felt like her life was about to end any moment. I pretty much want to just get this over with, Joe said. I want to have one final hurrah One final kill before those bastard cops outside come in here and bust us. So please, Melanie, please hand over the gun. I want to shoot her and make her suffer. I'll shoot her in the feet first, and then her hands. And then maybe I'll shoot her in the legs next." Their kidnapped victim screamed even louder. Melanie looked at Joe with a small, grim smile on her face. "Well, baby, you know I was hoping to use her as some leverage. If she's dead, then we have nothing else to get us out of here." This was when Joe lost his temper. "Look here, you dumb bitch! It's like I just told you, we're not getting the fuck out of this. It was fun while it lasted. Now it's over. Hand over the goddamn gun." Melanie hesitated for a second, debating on handing the gun over to Joe. It was at this very moment that Carol realized in horror what was possibly about to happen. She couldn't allow it, as it would be her who would be blamed for being an accomplice to murder. Carol had to stop this from happening, and fast. It was then that she heard her mother's voice once more. "Dear, I know that you have been down and out about all this. I told you to fight back before. Now if you don't, you'll never be free again, one way or the other." "How do I get my body back?" Carol pleaded. "I don't know what to do." "You have to believe in yourself and focus. Channel your energy and imagine being back in your body, and hurry. There's no time to waste." As Melanie was holding the gun at the woman's head, her hand shook nervously. She loved Joe and she didn't want to hurt him, and she trusted that Joe wouldn't destroy the vessel of hers either. However, she felt like she didn't have much of a choice, as she slowly handed the gun over to Joe's right hand. The gun shook violently once more in her hand, just as she was about halfway. Then the gun was pointed right at Joe's head. Joe slowly took a few steps back and raised his hands high in the air. "Melanie, what are you doing? Fine, we can do it your way." "Wrong. This is not Melanie. This is Carol, you fucking asshole." Carol aimed the gun steadily at Joe's head, and this was the first time she ever had to hold a gun. "You stay right there or I'll blow your brains out." She let go of the woman that was kidnapped. "Get out of here right now. There are police outside. They'll protect you." The woman didn't hesitate for a moment, and she booked it out of there while Carol continued screaming out loud. "It's over, Joe. Melanie isn't going to take over my body again. I have full control. Also, soon all these ghosts are going bye-bye once and for all after this is all resolved. Now do as I say or I'll shoot you in the feet, then the hands, and then the leg." Joe, with both arms raised high into the air, just smiled and said, "Well, it was fun while it lasted, I guess. I don't want to die just yet, as it is." He gave her a smile, and then he slowly turned around and walked out. The moment Joe walked outside in front of the entrance, all the cops raised their guns directly at him. All he could hear was Sheriff Hardy booming, "Freeze! Don't you move!" Joe just did as he was told. Hardy waited a few seconds, and he cautiously made his way over to him with a pair of handcuffs. Before he could place the pair of cuffs on Joe's wrist, Carol stepped outside. She walked and stood right next to Joe. Hardy hesitated for a second, and then he aimed his gun right at her. "Hold on, don't shoot. I give up. I won't hurt anyone," Carol said as she slowly put the gun down on the ground. At least 2 cops swarmed over to her in mere seconds. They placed her in handcuffs. Hardy also finally put the cuffs on Joe as well. They were both read their rights as this was happening. Sam was watching on the other side of the barricade. He knew he couldn't do anything about this, at least not yet. All he could muster was, "Carol, if that is you, don't tell them anything. Keep your mouth shut. It's the only thing that you have to protect you." All Carol could do was nod her head. Once they were both placed in handcuffs, Hardy escorted Joe back to the police department. Joe had both of his hands behind his back and was looking down at the ground as if he was bummed out. Carol also noticed that somehow Melanie must have managed to remove Joe's straitjacket during all of this. Hardy had his right hand placed onto Joe's top right shoulder. He let go the moment Joe screamed out loud in pain. Hardy took a few steps back and looked at Joe in utter confusion. Meanwhile, Carol saw something that no one else seemed to be seeing. She saw a hand with very sharp claws that were taking the place of its fingers. If she had to guess what it was, it looked like a demon hand that came straight out of hell. The only thing was, this demon hand was placed right on Joe's lower left leg. It had a tight grip on Joe, and it wasn't allowing him to walk any further. Once the grip was tightened, it sank its razor-sharp claws deep into his leg. Joe let out a sharp, loud cry of agony. The pain was so much that he buckled over to the ground. Carol quickly looked around at everyone else. She was trying to see if they were seeing what she was. The more she looked, Carol could only see horrified and confused looks on people's faces. She didn't hear anyone mention anything about the demon hand. "Holy shit, how come I'm the only one that can see this?" she said under her breath. The police were too hesitant to rush over and try to help, and the media soon turned their cameras onto Joe screaming in agony. Carol was watching the demon hand, and she saw a bright red flame bursting out of it. The flame shot over to Joe's leg, right where the hand had its grip. The flame quickly spread from Joe's lower leg, hand, foot, and shot up his waist into his other leg. Even though people couldn't see the hand, they could see the flame. That's when even more people screamed out in horror. No one could explain why a random person just suddenly burst into flames. Carol realized that even if she had tried to explain it, no one would actually believe her. She figured no one would ever believe her being possessed either. She figured she was going to prison for a very long time. As Joe was now burning horribly and yelling out in pain, he begged for help. He was helpless, lying down on the ground and with both hands still behind his back. As much as he had pleaded for help, no one said or did a thing. As Joe was burning, he just continued to yell in pain and kick and squirm as he withered around in severe agony. The flame moved up his chest. As Joe was being burned alive, he could still see something that no one else seemed to see at all. He saw all the ghosts of all his victims just standing around him in a circle. They were still looking at him with their cold, ghostly eyes of accusation. One by one, they all pointed their fingers at him. He couldn't utter a single word to them because of the pain that he was in. The flame completely engulfed him, and he was soon dead in a matter of seconds. Joe's burnt-up, crispy body remained there in the middle of the street. The media went crazy trying to cover the latest scoop and try to grasp what had just happened. Carol was still shocked, but things continued almost as usual. She was escorted into the police car and hauled her downtown to the police station. Sam hesitated, unsure what he would do next. He realized that he needed to follow after Carol to the police station. Sam had a very strong feeling, as if some unseen force was speaking to him. "Okay, Carol, hang on. I'll be there for you soon. I won't let them put you away. No matter what it takes, I'll be there." Sam found a cab and gave the cabbie the destination for the downtown police station. Sam had a feeling that he was going to be able to clear Carol for all the crimes that Melanie committed. Epilogue. When Carol was placed into her cell, she was wondering what in the hell was going to happen next. She knew that Joe was finally at least dead. However, that still didn't fix her own current predicament. She didn't realize that she was going to have all of her answers solved soon. What she didn't know was that Max and their boss, Randall, had shown up to the front office of the police station. While all of the horrible events had occurred, poor Max was still left alone at the asylum. When he finally came to from being knocked out, he was very confused as to what was going on. Max didn't have time to even think about anything when he got a phone call from his boss. When Max answered the phone, his boss was asking Max what the hell was going on with the TV news, and all these odd questions as to why Carol was doing these crazy crimes. Max had to explain what was happening. In the end, Max ended up getting picked up by their boss, and Max also packed up the camera as he waited for his boss to arrive. Max knew one thing for sure, that the camera had been still filming the entire time that he was knocked out cold. So if anything had any answers, it was the camera. 1 hour later, they were both at the police station. Max, Sam, and Randall managed to scramble time and watch the event that had unfolded in Joe's cell from earlier. After all three of them watched it, they all agreed on one thing. The camera footage could easily prove Carol's innocence. How in the hell could a human being walk up to a door of a jail cell and just rip it clean off with relative ease? That just wasn't humanly possible. Carol's court trial went over smoothly. Carol was locked up for about 3 months as she awaited her trial. When the trial started, there was a jury of 7 people. They went through the usual rigmarole trial process and examined all the video evidence that was provided. Carol was too anxious the entire time as the trial went on. After everything was said and done, it only took the jury about 4 hours to deliberate. The jury all agreed that Carol was indeed innocent and that she was a victim under supernatural circumstances. In the end, Carol's life went back to normal after a few months. When the media was finished with doing interviews with Carol, left and right, and moved on to other things, she even got several offers for movie deals and book offers about the events that had recently occurred in her life. She decided on 1 movie deal and 1 book deal. This ended up landing her with a couple of $1,000,000, and she was set for life. The TV show that she had been working on with her boss was a huge success. The documentary series that she helped develop, along with the inclusion of the outcome of Joe's death, only helped boost the show's ratings through the roof. With all of this happening in Carol's life, she ended up retiring early and buying a house that suited her needs. When things finally settled down, she managed to have lunch with her best friend Sam. He too became successful due to the current events as well. He also had his own fair share of TV interviews. They talked about everything that had happened to the both of them. They were even surprised that they made it out alive in the end. They even laughed and joked about some of the things. It was good that they were able to finally have time where they could relax and de-stress and reflect on the things that had happened. When they finally ended their lunch, Sam's cell phone rang, and he answered it quickly. "Sorry, my phone has been blowing up a lot lately," he said in a hurried tone. "So many people calling me and asking me if I could investigate possible paranormal situations and, that sort of thing." Sam answered the phone. "Hey there, how are you?" he asked calmly. Sam listened for a little bit and he said, "Okay, text me your address and I'll be there as soon as I can." He hung up the phone, smiled at Carol and said, "Sorry, Carol, I have to go now. It looks like I'm very much wanted for a possible crime scene, and there are some unnatural things about this one." He reached over the table to give Carol a tight hug. Carol said, "Thank you, Sam, very much for all of your help. Be safe and good luck, my friend." With that, their embrace ended. Sam waved goodbye to Carol and he quickly left. Carol gathered all of her things up from the table and she headed to the fridge to put the food away. When she was finally done doing that, Carol went to her bedroom and changed into her pajamas. She laid down in her bed for the night. These last few weeks had been very taxing on her. So she was still recovering from it all as she had her head down for the night. Carol felt her hair raise all by itself and then gently fall back down. Carol smiled and said, "Oh, Mom, I'm so glad that you still come to visit me from time to time. I just wanted to say thank you for everything you've done to help me. I know that you will always be there to help me if I need you. I'll always miss you, Mom, but I will also always love you. I just hope that you can finally rest in peace." With that, Carol closed her eyes and she finally drifted off to sleep with a smile on her face. She knew that she would always feel safe among the presence of her mom. She knew that she wouldn't have to worry about anything else any longer. The end. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Murder Reports. the original novel by James Acosta. I really enjoyed this book. Had a lot of fun reading it. James Acosta did a great job. I believe this was his first novel, so great job. That's a great accomplishment. And I know he's working on some more, especially one called Nightmares. That sounds really good and will be narrated here on the channel later on. Also, if you enjoyed this book and would like an ebook or a physical copy of it, information for the Amazon page where it's for sale is in the pinned comment and the description. But yeah, if you want to hear more detailed review on what I thought of all the chapters, go to the playlist version of this book, and at the end of each upload I do a little breakdown of what I read in that narration. But for right now I'm going to give kind of a brief, full thought process, what I think of what I thought of the book. I really enjoyed the detail and the stories that Joe told. I thought he was a very fleshed out character, very enjoyable villain, antagonist. Almost it sometimes felt like maybe like an anti-hero at times. I mean, he is a murdering piece of shit, but he was quite funny at times, and maybe I just had too much fun voicing him. James had asked me to kind of do like a Loomis type voice with him, so I know it was pretty close to my Loomis, but I tried to change it up just a little bit, throw in some inflection with the evil stuff and the psychotic stuff, like he's getting glee out of remembering these things and talking about them. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. This book was a lot of fun to read and narrate. I liked where the Carol story went. I even guessed early on in the book, I wondered if her mom was one of his victims. And lo and behold, I guessed right. So that was pretty cool. Not saying it was predictable, it's just something I was thinking that would be cool if that happened. The way it all tied up was fun, very supernatural, busting him out of prison, Joe just enjoying chips and snacks and sodas and stuff, he wasn't even thinking about the long term. He knew he was busted. And then the demon, cooking him. I guess it kind of was burned Sloppy Joe that night, burned the hamburger meat. I found it appropriate that his victims got to sit there and point at him and watch him die. And I like to think in whatever afterlife they're in that they are getting their revenge on his soul, his spirit. Glad that Carol was, that she didn't go to prison for busting him out. It's such a tricky thing with the jury believing, the supernatural, because most people don't want to believe that. They would just think adrenaline or something, helped her rip that door off. But I like that in this story it didn't go that route, and they actually believed her and gave her the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. The ending really knocked it home and hit it out of the park. Good job, James. Very, very awesome visuals. He got what was coming to him, and our heroes, our protagonists, got to have happy endings. And I know that Sam's out there working on some stuff that might even pop up in Nightmares, the book, so that's going to be fun to see. And poor Max just got left behind, tied up in a wheelchair until they went and got him. But alright, y'all, everybody let James know what you thought of his book. I enjoyed it myself. He loves to hear from y'all in the comments. He always replies if you have any questions or comments for him. And if you would like to support the channel and keep it going and growing for years to come, please be sure to click the like button, drop a comment, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, click the bell so you know when new narrations are dropping and new content. Spread the word. That's the best way to help. And if you want to go the extra mile, please consider doing a super thanks comment, buying merch, doing a PayPal or Cash App donation, or becoming a channel member or Patreon member. All the information to do any of these things, including getting a personalized cameo video from me or anybody here on the channel, all that information is in the pinned comment and description below. I also have a couple of my books up for sale on Amazon. Quarantine, a Friday the 13th story, Celestial Slumber, a Nightmare on Elm Street novel, and also Book 1 of Primal, a Friday the 13th story. Alright, until next time, this has been your friendly neighborhood 80s slasher librarian saying thanks for listening, be excellent to each other, and don't be like Joe. Try to stay sane inside insanity. We'll see you later.
About numbers, it's not how I did it. Why? Search your recorder, sweetheart. Let me show you art. king of this dream. And think the name of the murder report. This is my 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 murder report.